And yes, we've done ahead and dumped all the photos, pretty much all the photos from day one testing. Day two, we're going to try to get us a new photo dump. We got one photo in there from day one. We'll do that. We'll keep one photo for the next day from the previous day and then start off all the rest of the photos with everything that we can get from day two. I am looking forward to at least seeing more photos, more images of the Alfa Romeo, likely a little bit more of Williams, some of Haas, and definitely McLaren. I think we got a pretty good amount of photos from Mercedes yesterday, Ferrari, Red Bull, the top, three that are highly going to be looked into. We definitely got photos from there. But I think we're going to be doing some good things. What's going on with you all? What's happening? What's happening in the live chat? Thank you for coming back again. Yesterday, we had a pretty good amount, over 20,000 people came through here to join us for day one testing. Hopefully we have just the, I like to see that the family's popping up. R2, the R2 Tech, Racer Ream, Freaks Dog, Jesse James Bell, always starting it off. I always love to see Jesse James Bell. He comes in and they jumping right off. Musa was going on yesterday. We had a Wolves Den in the Discord. We're going to do that again today, but we should have a bit more time as I got a few appointments a little bit early in the afternoon, so coming back toward the end of that day, should be able to dedicate a little bit more time earlier so that people from the UK, our family from the UK and the United States can get in on that as well. Big shout out to all the new family members join. I think we had a total of 5 family members join yesterday. So that was interesting. So we're going to go ahead and get into some of the things, like I said, I'm looking forward to seeing. And that is a bit more of at least the cars that I didn't really feel we got good images of, and that's going to be Alfa Romeo. Okay, so one of the things that we can talk about somewhat that kind of come from a preview from day one is let's take a look at the circuit real quick. So if we look at the circuit, there were some talks about what teams thought about how they did, and maybe if they hit some of their targets, and maybe if they did not hit some of their targets. And we pretty much know Red Bull seemed to have had a good outing from what journalists and from people there on the track were saying. And I think Red Bull overall probably did have a decent outing. But sometimes I think you can sit and rest on laurels that you think you have. And a lot of people seem to think that Mercedes may be indeed sandbagging. Now, we had this talk before. We had went over some of that before last season because we were holding on to the fact that Mercedes may have not had a problem as big as they actually ended up having, but they did. But at this point in time, Toto himself says that he thinks, or that he looked and pretty much said in turn 12. So in turn 12, you can see turn 12 is listed in sector, what do we got? Sector 2 right there. So sector 2 right there, the blue sector, you got your DRS detection zone. Coming into turn 12, just before entering to sector 3, is where he said they had a little movement. All right, a little movement. Now, how much movement and how much of that movement are they saying may indeed be porpoising? Well, they really didn't elaborate on that too much. But like I said, Toto is reported to have said that there was a little movement going into turn 12, okay? So right there, Toto Wolff says a little bit of movement in turn 12, but not anywhere close to what we'd seen last year and not close to performance limiting. All right, so the car looked responsive. The car looked good on track. So like I said, turn 12 right there is a very broad turn. It's almost pretty much coming from 11 to 12, a large S's, okay? And then before you enter into sector 3, turn 13 up there. So I'm not too alarmed on that. I think there are other teams that probably have a little bit more of things they need to get a handle on. Now, of course, us knowing what happened with Mercedes last season, I could understand that being alarming for some, but I'm definitely not really concerned about that. I'm more concerned about some of the things we saw as far as maybe drivers that went out on track and then they had their partners come in and went on like, what's going on, Maria Duncan? What's going on? How you doing? They had the partners come in, and we saw some things that I had mentioned too, like if this driver comes in and then we see them excel and the other one fall back, then maybe that's an indication of something. So we can go ahead and we'll look at the driver lineup for today, and we'll look at that again just after start time. Right now, we're 15 minutes off of the Eastern Standard Time. It's 1:45 here. 15 minutes from now, everything should come alive on the track right now. Things are quiet. But if we look right here, Friday morning session, Hamilton will be jumping us off. Okay, yesterday we had Russell jump us off. Hamilton's going to be jumping us off today's morning session. So he's going to be a driver that I'm highlighting to see how that goes as far as Mercedes coming off of day one, full second and first session, how they jump off this first session coming off Friday, which is 2 days in the testing. And then the next driver that's on my hotspot list is Sargent. He's going to be jumping us off for the Williams. Okay, so I want to see what he's going to do. But if we go ahead and we look into the classifications for day one, and we're going to, like I said, we're going to do this right now, but we'll also go into this again just after things jump off, which is just 14 minutes from now. If we look at the classifications, we can see Red Bull is at the top with Max Verstappen. I'm really not surprised at that at all. We come down, Fernando Alonso. All right, now this right here, he's going against the rookie who really wasn't even supposed to be in. Like, he wasn't even supposed to be in. Lance goes, hurts himself in a bicycle accident, and now is not going to be able to participate in at all any portion of testing right now, as it's reported. I believe it is his wrist area, so that would not enable him to do so great on full lock or turning on that steering wheel. Also, I'm wondering, did Lance happen to fracture his wrist? Did he fracture, or does he have small breaks? There are a lot of bones in the hand, and they can be quite aggravating. And I would have to imagine trying to hold onto a steering wheel at certain G-forces, manipulate that steering wheel under those G-forces, and then articulating your hand for left and right turns. Not only could it re-aggravate that area, but it could increasingly make that break or that fracture worse. So although small, those are very annoying areas for you to have breaks. I'm talking about when it comes to the ankle of the foot, constant weight, constant moving, constant flexion. I'm talking about, matter of fact, let me go big when I'm telling you this here. I'm talking about when it comes to the foot and the ankle. You got so many bones in the foot, in that whole area, flexion and constant weight, you realize and have agonizing pain that you really never paid attention to because you didn't have a break. Another area that is like that is also the rib cage area. Although not as many small bones in that area, when you breathe and you have a fracture or a break or even a contusion in that area, when you breathe, it can be painful and annoying, and you never realize those bones or those muscles in that area until you've had a contusion, a break, a fracture there. So again, coming into the hand, what's going on, Insane Fat? What's up, X-Trax 38? Coming again into the hand is another area that's the same. You got all the carpals, you got all the bones in there. So when you have a break or a fracture there, and now you're trying to manipulate a steering wheel and the turns and G's and a little bit support yourself on that wheel as you're articulating, those things can get aggravated. So we'll see what happens there. But that then again lies that the door is open for Drugovich. But what did he do yesterday? He did something pretty decent at the end of that session yesterday, as he set only 10 cars out on track at the first part, because you got 10 drivers that go out. He set at 10 for quite some time, but towards the end of that session where he and Joe were on track, he managed to pull himself up at that point in time to 7th, okay, coming up off of that bottom. And as I said, I wanted to see in comparison, what would Alonso do with Aston Martin? And Alonso jumps to 2nd. Now, keep in mind, Carlos had that position. He had first for a while till Max snatched it back, and he set it 2nd for some time. And evidently, Alonso goes out in the AMR 23 and lays down a time only 3 hundredths of a second off of Max in the RB19's time. That is pretty interesting. That's pretty interesting. And not so bad, I gotta say. What's up, X-Trax 38? What's happening? So that was pretty interesting right there. So then coming off that, I also wanted to see what was going to happen with Piastri. Piastri, to me, wasn't wowing yesterday. Also, he's a rookie, so we're going to give him some time, but it wasn't wowing. There had been a lot of hype, a lot of talk, a lot of things that surrounded Piastri because of the entire situation that took place with he, Alpine, and McLaren, okay? Now, I know because of that situation, plenty of people are like, yo, Oscar's going to have to come in he's going to have to lay it down and do what's up. What's up, Ed Grace? Maria Duncan hanging in. Don't forget, she's on the West Coast. So right now on the West Coast, we talking about what, Maria? We talking about what, 10:50 your time? All right, you're hanging in there, and I'm hanging in there too to be back on here. So salute to you for that. Mary Beanie, I know, will be in here soon, as the rest of the family is also in here. But as I was saying, Lando putting it in fifth. Whereas, as you see right there, Oscar sinks to 18th after 10 other drivers get on the track at the PM session. Oscar sinks to 18th. There is a huge gap between Oscar and Lando right now. That's a huge gap. All right, 134.4 to Oscar's 134.8. Okay, that's 4/10 right now. That's a second and 4/10 pretty much. So almost 1.5 second difference between Piastri and his partner Lando in the MCL 60. So I was hoping to see a bit more for Oscar with everything given in, but reality sets in, and yeah, welcome to Formula One, Oscar Piastri. So then we go down to Lewis Hamilton. Like last season, come on, we know we heard all the jokes, we heard all the puns, we heard all the insults, we heard all this, what's up, cornbread? We heard, what's up, priest? We heard all of these things happening, right? And one of the jokes and one of the running insults was, Russell's going to school Hamilton. It is impossible for George Russell to school Hamilton, just purely on what we know Hamilton has accomplished, okay? Russell's not schooling anybody. People seem to also forget all the things that Hamilton did last season to contribute to the 2023 season. Lewis Hamilton indeed took on the grunt load. Even as the #1 star driver in Formula One, a grunt's load for testing, for research, for R&D, for development in order to contribute and pay dividends in 2023. FLQ 309, what's up, brother? What's going on? By the way, got some nice things working in the motion with FLQ's family member, but also doing some 3D printing job for me. It's been quite interesting, but now some of those pieces are looking to be where we might be completed. So I will be unveiling that on the Wolfpack Instagram page, because I have majority of my build content there. So big shout out to FLQ, man. I really do appreciate you, brother. So also going into Lewis is in 6th. Okay, now I know already with Russell, we thought yesterday we didn't really quite like that because we've seen this before. We've seen the 6 to 9 spread before. And if you're a Mercedes fan, there are some things to take away from this. But there are some things that you're not liking about this coming out of day one, going into day two. But one thing you can definitely see is 133.5 to George Russell's 134.1. So yeah, Lewis Hamilton still does have pace after all this time being in Formula One and Grand Prix and accomplishing great things that he has. But there's a surprise team there. Williams, for a moment, Albon having the best lap at Bahrain. It lasted for a minute, and then he stayed top 3 for even longer than that. And then coming into the PM session, Albon doesn't quite lose as much traction as I thought Williams would have lost with the other 10 drivers from the other 5 teams coming in, or the 10 teams coming in and the other 10 drivers coming in. He doesn't lose that much traction. Albon only falls to 7th in the Williams, but what is interesting is Logan Sargent at 10. Albon with a 133.6 to Logan's 134.3. So although Logan doing considerably better than Oscar Piastri and Drugovich, okay? So Logan right there, the most recent American driver on the grid in quite some time that we haven't had. What's going on? Gargania, what we got? We got Sever. We have Vlad. What's happening, y'all? We got Definitions. We got Lewis Beer. We got family just pouring up all in the chat. We got Jahalir. We got Harris. Hey, what's happening with y'all? Family pouring up in the chat. So, yes, we are looking at that. Even the teams that I didn't highlight that just weren't that interesting, because I'm looking at teams that have either something to prove different than what they had in testing, which would be the reason why. Oh, wait a minute. We got some news in it. OG Zilla just gifted a Wolfpack Performance membership, the third person to do that. All right, the third person to do that. And while we're speaking of that, I'm going to actually get something put together in person. So just take a look right now at this driver classification, and I'm going to go through the rest of this. I'm going to get something so that we can go ahead and have that on display today because we didn't have it yesterday. So take a look at that driver's classification and let me know what you're thinking about that. And I'm going to continue with my thoughts as far as what I think about that. Sylvia Wick Kelly. And some of you all are going to understand why I call her Sylvia Wick Kelly. Ed Grace, what's going on real soon as we are going to be getting more into these things that are taking place. But like I say, the driver lineup today sits as so. And we got Verstappen up first. Now, remember, Red Bull are going to let Verstappen finish out today, AM, and then in PM session today, we'll see Perez. Sainz is going to start us off again. Ferrari's going to keep their thing the same until they get to Saturday. Leclerc will be jumping that off, and Sainz will cap him off. Hamilton's going to jump off today. Russell seems like Mercedes is going to follow suit, or at least follow the original kind of like the same plan as Ferrari's going with, or vice versa. It doesn't matter. They're going with a similar lineup. Ocon is going to jump us off today, so we'll see them on track. We're going to talk to Ocon and Gasly real soon. There are some news. There are some, not rumors, there are some thoughts circling around that Alpine team as those two are driver pairings this time around. Zhou's going to drop us off today in the morning session. And then they got TBC listed for the Aston Martin crew all the way through. So they're kind of just going to let us know what they're going to do when they come out swinging. K-Mag is going to jump us off today in the morning session. The most interesting man at Haas. Yuki's going to jump us off today, and then Sergeant Logan is going to jump us off today. So we'll see if his position changes any for his morning session as he jumped him off for the PM session. So a definition of essence, what's going on? Big shout out. And matter of fact, let me go ahead and give big kudos. Let me give French toast kudos to OG Zilla for gifting somebody an awesome gift right there. Let me give OG Zilla those kudos. Hold, and momentarily, we're about to be jumping off right now. We are 3 minutes off from everything jumping off and coming alive for this day 2 of testing. All right, so let's get back to this classification. Electronica Cornbread, what's up? Question for you, Jay. If Piastri ends up performing like Ricardo, oh shit, already in the hot seat. Like Ricardo did last year, does it redeem Daniel? Ooh, does it redeem Daniel? Okay, that's a good question. Appreciate that question too. All right, so let me go ahead and answer that. And let me go ahead and bring myself on screen while I answer that before I continue with the classifications. All right, so that's a good question. I do like it. And I'm going to say, if Oscar does not perform well, does that redeem Daniel? And I'm going to say, hell no, it doesn't redeem Daniel. It doesn't redeem Daniel because Daniel is a seasoned driver. We expected more from Daniel, given what he, one, set out to do, two, what he had pretty much done at Red Bull before he left and went to Renault. Then he jumped ship from Renault and went to McLaren, and his career has been on a downward trend since then. All right. No, that does not redeem Daniel. It's almost an indictment on Daniel. If Daniel cannot come in, if Piastri comes in as a rookie, first time in Formula One driving, getting ready for his season, and does just as good as Daniel, then it's almost saying Daniel's on the back foot and Oscar could possibly be up. All right. By the way, boom, VIP box on display. This is what you get when you get those points. I just shipped off Carlos's VIP box. So as you do super chats, just like Cornbread did, you start earning points. And when you get enough points, boom, I ship you out your VIP box filled with merch and goodies. There are some tier 2 family members in here, and I'll announce what the tier 2 box is going to be. But yes, Cornbread, to answer that, yeah, I think it kind of almost works different. Oscar doing what he's done, which I said, we're going to have to see what he does, is not yet a big indictment on Oscar or a concluding indictment on Oscar because he's just coming in. So we need to give him some time to grow and see what he does. Just like Drugovich pretty much set at 10, damn near the whole morning session of the day one testing, and then he jumped up to 7th. Now, I will say that Daniel is supposedly regaining his passion for Formula One so that he can come in and do what he thinks he should be doing best. I don't think that's happening. Right now, Daniel is a PR face of Red Bull Racing. They know Max is not marketable like that, so they have somebody that they can put in front of cameras and do all that good stuff. So it is now 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm getting ready to gear our boards up so that we can get this show on the road. But yeah, I think that's an indictment more on Daniel. And I don't think that means anything that Daniel should have stayed there. I think Daniel was not doing well in the same car that Lando definitely accumulated more points in, and Daniel was just struggling to just drive, period. Maybe he didn't like the car, but then what does that say about Daniel's adaptability? That doesn't lend much to say to his adaptability as a seasoned driver in Formula One, and it doesn't give me much confidence in him. And so that's how I feel about that situation with Daniel, and I wish he had done better, but he didn't. And that's just where we sit. So good question, though. Sylvia Witt Kelly, remember, new members to get into Discord, more fun. Listen, Sylvia has a very good point. When you have a membership here, it is more than just the membership in this thread. Like, I know some channels, it's just like you got a membership and you show up in YouTube and you got that green icon and you got your badge. But listen, we do custom emojis. Also, the Discord group is available to you. So we do our own private chats. Like, we do a testing debrief, and today we're going to do the same thing later on this afternoon. So you need to make sure that when you do get into the Discord group, and I'm going to go ahead and bring up some action because they do have action right now, and our first picture, we're dropping off with the Alfa Romeo. You do have access to that Discord, and in that Discord, we have our own private chats talking about many things that are going on, and you get to share your thoughts verbally in real time with me and the family members. So enable your YouTube connections in your profile settings, then allow access to your Discord and your YouTube. Make sure you select the YouTube that you are a member with, and then it will join those up, enable the server. I did put directions in the chat, community chat, and I don't think I posted anything to keep that up top, so you can do that over there. So right now, as it sits, our lap time and our leaderboards, we're going to go ahead and let me bring those things up real quick. So let me get this thing populated so we can get everything set up, because we are getting ready to jump off. So we got our driver tracker right here. You will see that in big time. So you can see the driver tracker, and you can see what tires they're on, what drivers are on track, who's in the pit, who's not. So we got that going on right there. Also, we will have our lap time board coming up. Let me get that running up there for us so we can get that information populated. So we will have that going on. So make sure we get all this together now. For real. So let me see. It looks like they don't want to do this the same way. So we're having a little bit of situation with that, but I'll figure all that out. It's not a big deal. So then we also will make sure that we have our pictures and everything. So as pictures come out and cars on track, I will start populating the pictures here, and we'll start looking at all those things. And hopefully we get some pretty cool pictures, which right now we're about to have Mercedes picture, Lewis Hamilton on track. So let me get that picture set up for you. We got Lewis Hamilton on track to start us off, and that is going to be interesting. So let me get that picture loaded up for you so you can check that out. It is coming to you right now. I am getting ready to load this tune in, and then I'm going to press the button and I'm going to send it. And it is sent. All right. So right there, you will see Lewis Hamilton starting out on track. Woo, look at the camber on that damn thing in the front. Goodness gracious. That camber looking serious right there. So that is what we got right there. Loving that car. Everybody, that black Mercedes just says something. That Mercedes all black, it just looks aggressive. Like I said, I think if they had put the Niki Lauda star a little bit in the bigger arrangement of stars toward the rear of that Mercedes, I think it would have really looked killer, that red star back there. But they do have it small located on the side of the cockpit, so that is cool. So right here, let's go back into this so I can share a little bit more of my thoughts on this. Valtteri not doing better than Zhou. Okay, so Zhou leading the way in the Alfa Romeo versus Valtteri. So we're going to see if that still stays the same. Nick DeVries 13, where Yuki sits at 15. So Nick DeVries coming in. There was some talks about Nick was going to be that number one driver, although not being at AlphaTauri as long as Yuki. But if those things persist and his times are considerably better than Yuki coming in, now, Cornbread, that could be an indictment right there on Yuki, like we were talking about Piastri being an indictment on Daniel. That could be an indictment on Yuki. We're going to see how that goes. But keep in mind, though, my man right there has a considerable amount of time under his shoulders as far as when it comes to what Nick DeVries has done in racing series, period, okay? We got Hulk right there in K-Mag, Kevin Magnussen sitting at 19, Hulk at 11th. So, and then you got Pierre Gasly leading by only, what, 4/500ths of a second on Ocon. So that's going to be interesting to see how those two do as far as teammates. So we're going to be looking at Freaks Dog Perez is out on track. Big shout out to that. I'm also about to bring up my day 2 testing so I can kind of see what's going on as well. Looking forward to everything what we're about to have here. So let me go to my home screen, bring up this session 1, bring up watch live. Mercedes jumping us off right now on track. And then let me go ahead and also bring up the driver tracker board so you can see that. And there we go, those drivers out on track. So right now we got Sainz right now with the best lap starting it off for the morning session. We got the Ferrari starting off with the best lap. Perez sitting in second right there, which I thought for a second due to the outline, it was supposed to be Max out there, but they got Perez out there right now. So like I said, if you look at the driver lineup that was posted, it is supposed to be Max Verstappen out there, but I think maybe Max says, you know what? I got enough. I done enough. I'm good. And if that's the case, that's some bold ass shit to do, but hey, you got the number one on your car, buddy. So if that's what you got going on and you straight with it, maybe we don't see Max again until qualifying or test or free practice when it comes to the first race of the season. Maybe that may be the case. So Perez is getting him some extra time in that car. Now, if we don't see Max in the PM session of Friday, Perez is getting a lot of time. And if Max feels he's got it on the lock that bad, that could be a little bit scary for some people to think about the fact that if Max feels that confident in what they're seeing, and we got arrow wakes on the AlphaTauri, the AT04, and if we get a picture of that, we'll bring that up. But if Max and Red Bull are feeling that confident, that might be concerning for some people, but it also could be concerning for them because you could be counting your eggs before they actually hatch. We got a picture of the AMR 23 that Alonso took up. We're going to have some other segments, and we're going to have some topics we're going to be talking about. We're going to be talking about Alonso because as they talked about him in a certain light yesterday, we're going to be talking about that. We're going to be talking about Christian Horner. We're going to talk about Mercedes and Ferrari, some comparisons that we may see more there as the season goes on. So we have some other segments where we're going to be talking about some other topics that are definitely going to be interesting. And right now I'm finna load up the most recent picture that I have of the AMR 23 sitting on track in Bahrain so you all can see it and we can share that as well. And there we go, AMR on track, boom. So we will go ahead, here you go. Check out this latest and greatest picture right here. That emerald green car right there, no place like home, Wizard of Oz, there it is. Alfa Romeo out on track right now with the aero rake systems going on, trying to see how that airflow is coming through off that front wing before it hits that fence in that side pod area. So that is going to be interesting. And I'm going to continue to try and get this other board up real quick to make sure that this is cooperating the way it should be. So let me exit out of here. Let me then look and see what I got right there. Let me go to that. And then let me change this up so we can have our live timing board up. There's just a bit different. So just give me a second right here. Boom. And then we're going to go ahead and bring up, there's the calendar section right there. There's your driver tracking section. So you can see that track and see the drivers that are out on track right now. And then, so let me get this up for us all. Boom, official calendar. So now let me change this up, getting everything together so we can make this pop. Have a good live session. So what did you all, I got a poll in the chat. Now remember, when I put a poll in the chat, that don't mean dance on it. That mean vote on it. Vote on the poll. Don't dance on it. You know what I'm saying? I know you won't get your ones, get your dollars up, but just chill out. I want you to vote on that. I don't want you to dance on that. So that's what I mean when I say poll in the chat. OG Zilla, I like the accent colors Mercedes put on the winglet over the front tires that match the driver's numbers color. Easy to tell if it's Lewis or Jordan. Very good point. Very good point. I think last season it was a little bit like what the hell was kind of going on there when it came to identifying them, although we know Hamilton took the T-cam, the color that normally the driver, the number 2 driver takes, and I think that was more like a coordination thing, and I think a thing saying that it doesn't matter to him about how the cars present if number 1 or number 2 driver. I think Hamilton's like, it's clearly understood that I am Lewis Hamilton, and it doesn't matter what my T-cam color is. I'm the number 1 driver at Mercedes. But yeah, I do like those accents. Some other teams have done it, but I think they stayed the same with the accent color between both. But Mercedes varying that color between their drivers, so it does make them easily identifiable. So good point out right there, Freestyle. Big shout out to you, OG Zilla, for pointing that out as well. So right now, there's a leaderboard. Right now, majority tire is sitting out there is medium tires.
So the very bottom of the engine, the bit that
the medium tire is what's running right now. Now we will talk to this. Matter of fact, I think we could talk to this right now as we're already kind of jumping
on the surface of the track, and that was causing damage. That's the biggest hardware change Mercedes admitted to on the V6 engine.
Again with
but they have made substantial software changes. Something a lot of people talked about.
You're the amazing.
I'm really aware of is that into the start of this season, there's a freeze on the performance-related software on the power units. And
boom. So there you go. Yes. Big thank you for that. AK, my audio man, appreciate you on that. That's what I'm saying. Like you got you. See, you Wiry Supreme, boom, y'all hit me, because right now, I'm all in this. Ray Serene, thank you very much. That bringing it to my damn attention. Big shout out. I got that. Thank you, Hammer Time. Thank you, everybody. So yeah, I think we good on that. Let me know we should be good. Appreciate that, man. Boom, they got hey y'all be on that shit, man. I'm trying to tell you, y'all popping and locking in this damn thing. Hell yeah. So Hamilton does go wide on track right now. So that's boom. Shout out. Yes, definitely shout out Sam Collins. You know what I'm saying? Definitely shout out to him. Jesse J and Bell, you be popping. So right now, the medium tire, we do have 2 people right now running the prototype, and that's Sainz, and then you got Perez. So we'll see what they end up doing on the tire. Pirelli spoke to that. While we're talking about that tire, let's just go ahead for those who did not see or may not know what's going on. We will go down to the tire classification so you can identify those tires, like OG Zilla was pointing out the fact about Mercedes making it clearly understood who's in what car. Let's go ahead and pay attention to the tire breakdown so we can check that out. Sylvia Wick will be in Discord. Anyone gets nasty, DM me there. Boom. She will handle it, and so will I. So listen, this is the tire breakdown this season. It's kind of, you're going to identify your tires. C0, C1 are identified distinctly, no stripe and stripe with writing. You can see the same thing goes on with the medium compound, the yellow. Right there's your prototype tire that they are testing, trying to offer up a more stickier, better tire. And they are having some things that Pirelli had to go over to. There's more energy being put in those tires, which kind of affected last season and how they had to do their tire strategy, which I didn't mind. And then our red compound, which is our soft compound, C4, C5 identified stripe, no stripe with writing. And intermediates and wets, same thing, writing and stripes on there. All right. So let me see what you all got going on in the chat. Let's go ahead. Racer Reem, let me go ahead and let's put up our first poll. And our first poll is going to be based off what we saw yesterday. And what I would like to know from you is right now Hamilton is in second. So there we go. We do have some improvement from that W14. Ocon running in third. Now it's still early. We still gonna have other drivers come on track. We still have 5 other drivers that need to grace the track. Alonso, Joe, Norris, K-Mag, and Sargent need to come on track. And it looks like Sargent's gonna start off on softs. So let me ask you this. What are you drinking this morning? I gotta know what you're drinking this morning. I'm gonna put some options up there. Now, I know some people get harsh with it, but I'm going to put the good old coffee. We got to add coffee, right? Let me see if we got juice. Yesterday, we didn't put juice. I got to put the H2O. If you're 70% water, you need to be drinking water. And some people are a little bit harder than others, so we're going to put that last option up there, but it is a real thing. So let me know what you're having to drink this morning, what you're starting the morning off, what's keeping you on, what's your go-go juice, all right? Because in UK, for my people across the pond, it's like 7 a.m. there, okay? Over here, it's 2:14 in the morning, and I'm live and kicking, and I'm drinking on that H2O. But trust me, I do have a goodie sitting and waiting for me. So right there, go ahead and hit that poll in the chat. Let's go ahead and go to our big leaderboard right now. And I do have a new picture that's going to be coming. Logan Sargent getting ready. His helmet is fire. His lid is fire. Ooh, and that Alpine, listen. Although Alpine didn't do a great job on their launch, but they had a great moment in their launch as far as racer program and the inclusion for women and young girls. Awesome point, and then they drug it in the ground again. They drug their launch in the ground. That remained a highlight. Alpine is one of my favorite livery combination of colors, although I didn't give them high points in the livery presentation because I'm not going to give you extra points or any additional points for doing the same shit. And essentially, they did the same shit, so I'm not giving you extra points for that. But I do like the color combination. Also, don't forget, Alpine will be coming out with their pink car for some portion of the season, a very short portion of the season. And I do wish that they had that car, the pink variation of that livery, a bit more available in the season than not. You know, they'll probably have it for a few races and then they'll take it out. I wish they would have it more. So I'm going to bring that picture over to you right now. There's that Alpine out there on track. I do like the combination of colors when it comes to the Alpine. All right. Let me see. G5MDS said, what you choking? I actually do not smoke. So I'm not choking. If I am choking on camera, it's because I took a swig of water and tried to breathe at the same time, and that shit didn't work out. That's why I be choking. Freaks Dog Hamilton does have some racks or whatever on. Yes, he does have aero rakes on the car. That is what Freaks Dog will be referring to, aero rakes, and I will be trying to get a picture of that. Now, if you notice, and we'll go to our driver tracker board real quick so you can check that out. If you notice, Hamilton's time right there is not looking bad. We talking about 0.3 off of the Ferrari. Okay, 0.3 off. We want to see that close up. I would like to see for evidence of the W14 actually making progress. I would like to see them remain and be in the top 4 today. And I would like to see at least, like I said, like we see right there, 0.2 off, 0.3 off. I don't want to see, for me to have proof that Mercedes has progressed from last season to season is no doubt because they progressed in last season. But to show that they're actually going to be in the fight of the 2023 season, I'm looking for no more than 2 to 3 tenths off from the top running cars, if not be the top running car, which I doubt that's going to happen. RB19 is coming in with a foot up on the game. Mercedes is trying to get their foot up to the game. So yeah, like I said, 2 to 3 tenths. I think that that's pretty good because in a race, 2 to 3 tenths, things could get spicy, especially with driving craft, whatever all other things that we know can happen in a race. So those things could get spicy and those things could get interesting. So that is what I would be looking to see some progress from Mercedes. We got about, we got south 5 km/h winds going on right now at the track. So that definitely does affect driving, especially in the corners where you're going to come across that. Right now, you see Yuki, Hamilton, Ocon, and K-Mag are right now blessing the track right now with rubber. And I will bring that up along with the lap times and the driver tracker, so you will see that going on right there. Any new pictures coming up right now, we do have video AlphaTauri getting ready to come out on track. Aero rakes front and rear on the MCL 60, all right? We got aero rakes front and rear on the MCL 60. And what I will do is I will bring that up as a bigger image so you all can see that. And so you can check out what I am seeing right there. So we're going to bring up this image, aero rakes front and rear of the McLaren. I'm going to bring it up nice and big so we can get a bigger perspective on this real quick. So let me go ahead and bring this image in nice and huge for you. The MCL 60 rakes, we'll bring it in shortly and then we'll go ahead and take it out because we already have our main photo dump that we're going to be utilizing. But I think it's important for us to get a look at these technical photos up close and in person to kind of see the equipment that they're using. So I'm about to bring this over to you right now. So here you go, aero rakes front and rear on the MCL 60. And you see they even got some devices running up top on the end, up there by the T-cam area on the intake box, left and rear. Some air PTOT, I think those are PTOTs, trying to collect air data right there, wind speed or speed of that. And then if you look right here, you got the aero rakes right there just before the rear tire sitting right there. And then you have another set of aero rakes toward the rear, which are going to measure that air coming off that floor, off that suspension and going through there. So they got some devices on there trying to collect as much information as they can. If you remember, McLaren being one of the team who definitely did not or was not on track for their wind tunnel and their sim. So right there, let me see what else we got. Make sure I don't miss any super chats. And we got G5 MDS. My bad. The question was what you're drinking on, and my question was what you choking on. Bad, brother, man. So if that is the case, I tell you what, G5, I'm gonna put that up in the chat as something that can be talked about. So let me see what you all are doing. So 51% said water. I'm actually liking that. 51% people said they're drinking on water. 35% said coffee. But we do have a different question that G5 would like to know. And he says what you choking on. And just for amusement, because I'm open to see what the hell, I'm gonna ask that question. I'm going to ask that question and see what the hell people say. And I'm going to put some options up because I know some things out there, we got the cigs. Let me see. We got vapes. We got old timer now. I know we're going to see if somebody actually doing this. And then we're going to say, woo, what we're going to say. Oh, let me see if y'all know what this is. See if y'all know. Boom, poll in the chat. Don't dance on it, just vote on it. See what y'all know about that. An error curve. Well, I'm gonna get in the error. There we go. It should launch. Poll. Oh, what's up with that? Why they doing that? All right, so I'm gonna change. Maybe it's some wording or something that might be going on. So I'm gonna delete that poll and try to put it up again. It said it had an error, so let's try this again. All right, let me put these options in again. This is going to be definitely one. I'm going to see if people catch this. All right, here we go. We got an error with the polls going on in the chat, so hopefully it's not an error that's going to affect everything else, but we got an error going on right there, so hopefully it's not something, like I said, it's going to affect this. Sativa. Oh, look at that. Sativa. So we're gonna see what's going on. Oh, we got K-Mag jumping to the top. That is the most interesting man at Haas, like the man from Dos Equis. K-Mag is the most interesting man at Haas. It's gonna be cool to see how long he actually stays at Haas, because we know Hulk is just gonna be there. He's a placement holder. I don't think that's gonna turn into a long-term thing. He's a placement holder right now, so it's gonna be interesting to see who they pair with K-Mag. K-Mag's definitely gonna be there. So I'm going to refresh this real quick to see if it fixes the error. The live should still stay going, but I'm going to refresh this board to make sure that we're still staying in there. The live stream should not end. I'm going to refresh, so you might see a little bit of change in the video, but bam, I should be back right now. So now let's try to make sure and see our poll is working. So I'm going to try this again. Try to get this poll session up. YouTube be tripping sometime. Maybe they like, no, we don't want y'all to talk about what you choking on. We want you to stay on healthy things. Maybe that's what they saying. And I'm still gonna put my last option in there because it's funny to see if people actually like respond to that. All right, poll in the chat. There is an error going on with polls. YouTube is not cooperating, so I don't know when we're gonna get the polls back. But hey, K-Mag is up. Let me go ahead and get to the update pictures, because we are gonna have some more pictures. And I got a nice picture of that SF23 Ferrari, so let me get that loaded up for you. It is a nice track shot. That is gonna be our first track shot of Ferrari today. So let me get that loaded up for you in the updated photos. Ferrari coming up for all our Ferrari family member fans that are out there. And here you go. Whew, that car is sexy. That is sexy. I do like how they brought that carbon section up right there, the Siva. That is nice how they brought it up. Looks kind of like a a side wing right there on a wing of an airplane. I do like that. The combination of colors, red and black, is always a good color. But like I said, with the livery, I ranked them 4 because it's not nothing really they haven't done. It didn't look too much different. I'm going to give you points for bringing something different and putting it together well. Logan Sargent out there taking his laps right now. As that Williams did look good with all that Flow Viz orange on there. I like something about the combination of orange and blue together. Just looks good for me. So that is definitely something that I like. We got purple. I'm just going to ask you. I want to know, what are y'all talking on? I'm going to ask it in the chat here. I'll just ask it in the chat. Let me see what the hell. I'm going to put my own damn poll up. God damn. Shit, I'll put it in the chat. Boom. There it is. What are y'all choking on? Vapes, cigs, pipe, or zigzags? What's up? What's up? What we really talking about? All right, let me bring the leaderboard back up so you all can see that. I'm going to bring the driver tracker board up. Right now, K-Mag out there solo on track. Everybody else in the pits. K-Mag out there enjoying his best life right now, having the best lap for the morning session. How long that will last, I don't think long. He had his first pole position and brought the team their first pole position in 2022, and that's probably going to last a lot longer than his best lap right now. Them getting any more pole positions, I don't think that's going to happen next season. I don't think it's going to take place. But if it does, hey, I'll be happy for him. Hey, man, trust me. I know about, man, I had old heads around me the whole time, bro. Old heads been around me, man. I know. I used to see them old heads get on that. I know what's up with that, man. I've been seeing that shit, man. You got to know. You got to know that orange box, man. Them old heads had a lot of, I've been around a lot of things, street things growing up, man. So I done seen some shit. So let me see what we got going on right here. Vape. Sylvia Witt Kelly say vape. I don't smoke either, Craig. I don't smoke either. So I'm like impartial to that. I do not smoke. OG Zilla said don't smoke. I don't smoke either. Fricks Dog said NA. No error is OD. McNasty, they feeling me. That old, hey, you dropping bars in the track. You dropping bars in the track, OD. That's what I'm talking about. So listen, right there, we got Sargent out on track. We have Hamilton back on track as well. I want to try to get a picture of the W14 with some of the equipment on there. Hopefully we can get that. As of right now, K-Mag with the 133.7. And then he got on a C3 tire, of course. Sargent is out right now. C5s for Williams, and has a big old flat spot on his tire front left from the lockup he did in turn 9, turn 10. So a combination with that left-hander. So he's working with a flat spot. He's going to learn that those flat spots are not going to do well for you in an actual GP. Those things are going to hinder you, but he's also learning. And like I said, if you look at the driver classification from day one, I don't think that's entirely too bad from Logan, what we saw there. I don't think that was a horrible outing for him. So I think Logan coming up right here, if you look, Logan at 10th. Of course, Albon did considerably better, you know, given what they're seeing. But I think that's also some good things going on with Williams right there. If you can look at Williams and see their two drivers in the top 10, I mean, those are pretty good points if they can duplicate that in an actual race. Imagine Williams collecting points almost every race. That would be crazy in the season of 2023 if that happens. So also, hey, don't forget, when Drive to Survive, I'm probably going to do like a reaction to that. That's going to be dropping. Freaks Dog, aero rakes on the rear of Hamilton's car. Freaks Dog coming in. And yes, the aero rakes are just before the rear tires. So they are collecting information right there. They did remove that sensor toward the end of the PM session, I believe. So that may indeed say, oh, Louis Beer. Hey, trust me, I got it. I got it on deck. I got it on deck just in case. I got that power pill on deck just in case. Trust me, I'm not sleeping on none of that. On none of that, Freaks Dog. So yeah, so that's gonna be cool. So listen, you do got all your custom emojis that you can use in the family. French toast, new emojis will be coming before the 2023 season starts. These are all the choices that the fam have to use, and we're gonna have the waffle emoji coming up and a different emoji that I'm working on, and I will launch that, and I will make an announcement and let you know when new emojis are available for you to utilize. So Right there, let's go ahead and go to our pictures and keep our leaderboard up right there in the smaller pane. That Ferrari definitely looking good out there on track. I mean, it is a good looking car. Like I said, I just can't give you a bunch of points for something that damn near looks the same, so I can't do that. So K-Mag having the fastest time right now. I don't know what that's going to say for Haas, but Haas also, it was Haas and Mercedes bringing some interesting bits to their car via 3D printing, which FLQ was doing some 3D printing for me. But some interesting bits. I will try to get a picture of that. As a matter of fact, small little winglets inside the end plate of their front wings. Both Haas and Mercedes had this going on, and I'm definitely gonna let me see if I can find a photo of that 3D print of the W14. See if I can find an image of that. If we can't, hopefully I will be able to find one later on. But it was interesting, a small little bit that they had, and you could tell it was 3D printed. So it was interesting to see that. So I'll see if I can actually find a photograph of that so we can go ahead and kind of look and analyze that. That's really a different photo of kind of what they have going on right now. They did not have that piece during their shakedown or their launch. That piece got introduced here at testing. So hopefully we'll find that photo and we can talk about it. But that just shows you how quick some of these teams are trying to develop and get the edge already in testing. Like they're there, their shops are there, they're working hard, they're printing out pieces, adding pieces and bits. So today it's going to be interesting to see if more photos start to surface of the different areas of the car changing. Also, Red Bull having something very interesting on their car, almost a triple beam wing area. And I gotta see if I can find a picture of that, because that was hella interesting. Because when I saw that, I was like, damn, that shit looks funky. It did look good, but it looked funky. And I don't know how well it's going to work, but evidently, and their floor in the rear looked different too. So that was really interesting to see that on the RB19. And we know Adrian Newey and them are going to bring about all types of changes and wrinkles that should support their situation. So yeah, I do have an image of that. I'm about to bring that up right now. Because that was an interesting photo. Also, we had some comparisons from 2022 to 2023, but this beam wing area, woo, K-Mag running hella wide right there, running hella wide. So we could take a look at this. Let me see. We're also going to take some other, boom, there it is right there. So I'm about to bring this in. I'm going to bring it in big, okay? I'm going to bring this in big, RB, beam, wing. Let me go ahead and bring this in on the big slide so we can take a look real close in person with this, because I think this was hella interesting, this image right here with the development of that beam wing. So I'm about to bring that in for you. All right, here we go. So I'm about to bring this over for you. So take a look at this. The RB19 2022 to 2023. Now, if you notice, Red Bull, we already talked about them last season with what they did with the beam wing, as well as what Aston did with their rear wing, and then what Mercedes was doing with the front end plate. Mercedes regulations kind of wrote out a lot of things that they did with the front end wing plate. Aston Martin definitely got wrote out with regulations on their rear wing, that drag introducing wing that had that basically a one-piece included in plate. And then Red Bull manipulated the beam wings, which were kind of supposed to be one surface, two different components kind of making one surface. They took that and moved them and arranged them around. Definitely didn't get rolled out, and I think rightfully so. But now here, they flick up the diffuser, kind of making like a triple beam wing area right there, as you can see. So wondering how that's going to affect their regulations, and is that something that they're going to allow, since they technically manipulated their diffuser to kind of add a bit more drag right there off the floor. That was really interesting, and it looked even better with some of the shots that they had available. But with no doubt, matter of fact, I may have to start a slide image here. We're going to compare some different photos of the RB19, because there are some interesting developments there. So what I'm going to do is we're going to actually go ahead and compare some photos. So I'm going to go ahead and bring you back over to the driver tracker right now so you can check that out, get your lap times and stuff. And I'm going to go ahead and populate some images that we can take a look into with Red Bull and the developments from their 2022 to 2023, because Red Bull are doing some things. Now, I know Mercedes is the hot spot for that right now, because what they had going on last season, we want to see, they're pretty much revamping a lot of the whole car. Red Bull are making wrinkles in a car that is not broke, worked well. So it's not for them to make big, over-exaggerated changes. It's for them to take what they have and make smaller wrinkles to try to improve upon what's not broke and just continue to make it better. And everybody's doing that, but everybody's not doing that from the same start point as Red Bull is. So I'm gonna put a photo dump in here, and we're gonna look at some multiple pictures comparing 2022 to 2023, what Red Bull has going on. So I'm going to get that together with you right now. We're going to talk over some of these photos and look at some of the things in the flow vids and how airflow is going over the car. Matter of fact, I'm going to start an entirely different photo. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to keep this same folder, and I'll just title it different things so I can then recognize those photos and what they are, so then I can bring them in. Also, this photo right here showing you a lot of things and characteristics that might be happening with the airflow over the RB19 is something that is also cool as hell. So we're going to do that, and that's also going to be a flowing picture right there. And then I'm going to bring in another shot, because we were talking about how the floor changed as far as its contour toward the bottom half joining up with the floor. That's going to be another place that we can look at some development right there. So we're going to look at that flow as well. I'm going to, hold on. So we got to bring this in to be attack 1. All right. And then another image we're going to look at is how the side pod inlet and that contouring line that I was also talking to you about yesterday changed as well. So there's quite a bit going on with the RB19, although it's not as pronounced as what we see going on with Mercedes. Mercedes, a lot of changes are pronounced because they definitely, they fouled it up last season. Let's just keep it real. They did foul it up last season, but they did indeed make up in that season with progress, which gave the Formula One culture evidence that Mercedes is resilient at making sure that they can make progress from a shit car, because indeed that's what it was. I mean, I'm just gonna keep it real. It was a shit car. It didn't work well, and Lewis and Russell did their best with their talent to bring that car to podiums, and even Russell with a race win. So that spoke a lot to what they had going on and what they were able to do as drivers. Now this season, we want to see them complemented with good machinery, so that they can then combine those two and do better things in that car. K-Mag still at the top of the chart with Sainz at second. Sainz held at second yesterday to Verstappen for quite some time. So we're going to see if he can kind of change his stripes on that. And I'm getting these photos together right now. I'm about to dump them in. So let me go ahead. We got that all the way to, yeah, pretty much all of that right there, right? Boo, 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 bow. All right, so these are going to be interesting for us to look into. All right, so I'm about to bring this shit to you live and 5, no doubt. And I'm going to make sure I didn't miss any super chats. I will go back, but I do want to go over this because these developments are very interesting. All right, so let's take a look at this. Let me make sure I didn't miss any super chats first to make sure anybody's not earning points toward their VIP box. I got one on deck right there. And boom, so I didn't miss anything. So let me go ahead and bring this over to you so we can check this out, okay? And let me get that tire breakdown off. And here we go, boom. So here is one photo that we can look into the development. All right, so we're gonna start right here. The front 2022 to 2023, if you look at the suspension arms, a bit different right there. The line's kind of highlighting that for you so you can see that. Also, the side pod area, you could check that out. They did change that, reprofile that inlet just a tad right there. Now coming to the very front of the nose, 2022 to 2023, look at that rear flap section of that front wing and the main plane of that front wing right there. A little bit different in the way those flaps contour, taking up a bit more surface area going back with that heavy dip coming into the nose. If you also look right there, you see that driver cooling section. They closed that up a bit coming into 2023, whereas it was a bit more oval shaped, and leading edge of that nose, now they kind of took it back and they changed and reprofiled that as well. Next photo right here, if we look, FlowViz is your friend trying to see what airflow is doing across the surface of that car. toward the rear of this, things look pretty decent right there. That's pretty decent airflow right there. You kind of see it. It's flowing. It's got continuity. You don't see a bunch of breaks. You don't see a bunch of swirls. If you see a bunch of swirls, then air is getting caught up right there, and it's not flowing in and over and out. You want it to flow over and out. You don't want a bunch of airflow just getting caught up and gobbled right there. That's what you call trash, and that's not doing well for you. This next photo right here, boom, checking out the side pod contour. Now, I was talking to this line yesterday as far as the RB19 was concerned. That line, that blue line, it is more pronounced in 2023, whereas that upper line where the C and the L is, you can see that that C is more folded and kind of hidden than it is coming into 2023. So you lost a little bit of contour there, but you brought it down into the lower section of that side pod, and the drop off was a bit more steep. It was a bit more angled. This time in 2023, they kind of rounded that drop off. And then the next photo right here, that triple beam wing section. If you notice right there, the diffuser, more flat, not really flipped up like they really flipped it up right now, kind of making like a triple beam wing. Also suspension, diffuser, and that upper beam wing area a little bit more profiled and contoured out, as well as that exhaust changed up a bit there, as you kind of see that dip down right there, the yellow line indicating that. And then right here, several key points from 2022 to 2023 with the flow of air coming over this reprofiled floor. And you could tell they definitely had changed it up, added some bits there. That floor fence changed. Those bits you have right there, if you highlight it by the white circle, those bits they added in there, that flick they added in there toward the rear. If you look at that side, that stay that was supporting the rear of the floor has changed. It's angled going more forward. Also, that flick right there indicated by the red arrows. They've done some things right there to reprofile that floor, making, I would assume, this car better. All right. It's better. Okay. And this is what teams are trying to catch up with. They're trying to catch up with the developments of Red Bull. This is why I told you all that wind tunnel punishment and the financial fine didn't do shit for Red Bull. They were already far ahead. Okay, Williams having the most wind tunnel time, and I hope, and then we might be seeing that like unveil itself in their race pace, what they're doing. So then again, kind of like a quarter shot, you can kind of see what's going on right there from 2022 to 2023, getting a bit more dip out of there versus in 2022. If you notice, those surface areas have definitely changed. There's a lot of things changing right there. You notice those sensors back there toward the rear of that floor right there as well. Now, Red Bull had some interesting things. When they had wrecked their car, we got to see that they had sensors on the inside area of their floor collecting data. That was something that definitely stood out last season. So there you go, some slides of the RB19. We'll cover those again later, but it is very interesting to see what they have going on right there. And again, you know, we are right now in Bahrain. So here's a glimpse of that track and your detection, DRS detection zones and all that good stuff. So we're going to bring you back to the leaderboard. As you can see, K-Mag is still at the top. K-Mag is still running things right there right now. And that's pretty damn interesting. All right. So, yeah, K-Mag doing this damn thing. I ain't mad at that at all. So I don't know how long this is going to last for K-Mag, but it's lasting some time right now as we sit. We've been here. It is almost an hour into this session, and K-Mag still at the damn top. All right. So that to me says something for K-Mag. I'm going to give him some kudos on that. The Ferrari coming down. Ooh, a heavy lockup by Sainz. Definitely collected some flat spots in those tires as he comes down to that bumpy section of the track where people thought Mercedes was, oh yeah, he locked that shit all the way up. He locked it up. So yeah, he's definitely got some flat spots in that tire, but that Ferrari was cranking down that main straight as he comes across that series of bumps where all other teams has. He locks it up. Hamilton falls to fifth right now, if you notice on that leaderboard. Ocon going up to second, kicking Sainz down to third, and Perez is out on track at sixth on the prototype tire. Don't look to see much from the cars running the prototype tire, as I don't think that they're trying to collect data on that. I don't think they're going to do heavy extreme pushing on that. One of my favorite things to see at testing is when they do the wet track testing for the inners and the wet. So I'm really interested to see when that's going to happen as well. We're still looking. We're going to see those drivers get on track later on. We're going to see if they're going to switch Perez out with Verstappen, or is Verstappen just going to pretty much hang it up and Perez is going to get the lion's share of the testing going forward. We will see what happens with that. I want to see what happens with Charles, De Vries, and Hulk. But right now, our 10 drivers that we're going to pay attention to are Sargent, Norris, Joe, Tsunoda, Ricciardo, Perez, Hamilton, Alonso, Sainz, Ocon, and K-Mag. It's going to be interesting to see how well Alonso hangs in there. And as well as the changeover that will happen when the other 10 drivers get on the grid later on in the second session, to see how those things change, see how those drivers are getting along with the car. We do have FlowViz on the left side of the RB19 on the suspension arms and towards the rear of the car, so they are collecting information on that. So let me see if I can get some pictures as to that being concerned. Right now we got pictures of Yuki sitting there, and we do have the AT04 with air rakes all over it. So I'm about to bring that in right now. So let's see this AT rakes. That's going to be our first picture of the day with the AT with the rakes on it. So I'm about to bring that into our big picture slide and update our photo dump. So let me get you loaded and then send it. All right. I'm going to also see if the poll is going to cooperate with us. YouTube not cooperating with us right now as far as that's concerned. So let me go ahead and bring this over for you so you can see the AT04 with its rake system in place, getting ready to collect that data. And there you go right there. I do like that livery. I do like the changes. I do like the rips, as you call it, the graphic rips as it comes back into that side pod area. But as you see right there, they got a big set of aero rakes on there, getting ready to go collect some data out there on track, as well as you just saw a photo that I had up of Red Bull where they had the FlowViz toward the rear of the car. Now they're running FlowViz around the suspension components or on the suspension components. Perez running hella wide right there on the replay. And then the front floor area, they got FlowViz right there, and they have FlowViz on the back area. So they're collecting a lot of information, trying to see if these changes that they indeed did implement are actually paying off in dividends. So let me let go up here. That's Yuki. We don't need to see Yuki in the car. Yuki right now need to be worried about what he got going on track. But right now, 4 cars circulating at the moment, including Perez, who lifts an RB19 with FlowViz, like I just told you. Ocon, who just improved to a second. The other 2 of the other, Alonso and Zhou, who yet set a time for Alfa Romeo. So we are looking to see if Zhou is going to come up doing a little bit better than his counterpart in Bottas at Alfa Romeo, which Alfa Romeo is the Sauber chassis, and the Sauber chassis will be brought over by Audi in 2026. So Audi will be racing on the grid. Haven't heard much more talk about Porsche and if they're going to be coming to join us in Formula One. But we have heard consistent and constant talks about Andretti. And I do think that situation with Andretti is indeed shameful, right? I think it's shameful. I think, 2022, Andretti was pushing hard to come as a new team to Formula One, and there were all kinds of moving the goalpost on Andretti. One of those goalposts was you're going to need to have the dilution fee, and that was going to be, $200 million, which indeed gives the current teams $20 million apiece. That was one of the things they said that was going to be something to check off. Andretti, you need to do this. Well, hell, we come to 2023. Andretti has more than the $200 million ready to pay that fee. And they say they are starting to think that the $200 million is not enough. They moved the goalposts. All right. They moved the goalposts again. Now, keep in mind, Formula One literally moved the goalposts closer for Audi and Porsche to get into the sport. But it seems with Andretti doing what they're asked him to do, they moved the goalposts further and around for him to get in. So that's not the only thing they changed. So then Andretti coming, one of the knocks was, and this was from Toto, Christian, even Gunther Steiner, which I'm surprised that Gunther even had something to say in regards to not allowing another team to come on the grid, because Haas was indeed that 11th team that came to the grid and got another team out of there, and they really haven't done much for the sport. So for Gunther to say, we got to make sure they're going to bring something to the sport. Gunther, you haven't brought anything to the sport aside from us seeing a bunch of cars that can be wrecked up. You literally have to have meeting with your drivers not to wreck cars. So Haas is really being, a hypocrite in being against Andretti to come. So they said, Andretti, we don't think that you have enough financial backing on your own to come in as a new team. You need to partner up with somebody. Well, at first, with the deal not working out with Porsche and Red Bull, people thought, well, why don't Andretti get with Porsche? Andretti, to me, did one better with basically trying to be an America team, because Haas is the most American, non-America team on the grid, all right? I'm just being real, from America. Andretti goes and gets with the biggest car manufacturer in America, General Motorsports of all people, Cadillac. He comes with that, and they still want to say, well, we don't really like your power unit package, which you might power up with somebody else like Honda. What the hell? It seems like they consistently try to move the goalposts on Andretti as far as him getting into the sport of Formula One. And he's doing after doing after doing, and they constantly move the goalposts with what he needs to do to get in. I, for one, would like to see at least 2 more teams on the grid making 12. I think that would be good, not only for jobs, not only for race competition, but I do understand this. They need to bring something, but there's no way you can't tell me that Andretti, a Formula One champion, a race-bred name like Andretti in America with what they've done in several other motorsports, is not going to bring money to the sport of Formula One. Stop playing with me. Yes, supposedly you share that percentage of the pie, but the pie is going to get bigger. So your percentage of 10% of 100 million, now we're talking about 200 million, just for example, that same percent you got just increased your revenue. I don't think that Andretti's going to come to Formula One and drag it down. I don't see that. Now, I could be wrong, and things could happen, but that's just not what I think is going to happen if Andretti comes to the grid. And I think Haas and other teams are fearful of that combination coming to the grid, and they're being stingy, and they don't want to let anybody in their boys club. Woo! We got a hot and smoking new picture coming your way. Let me get your driver tracker up so you can pay attention to that while I load you up with some nice ass dope shots of this damn Alfa Romeo. Let me get this damn car loaded up. Dude, the carbon on this damn car right here that you can see of the light reflecting and just bringing out that tweed is looking so damn awesome. Let me bring this thing up so I can share this with you. I can share this shit with you. God damn, this car looking good. This is our second shot of the Alfa Romeo on track. I'm about to load this thing up right now. Right now. All right, here we go. Alfa Romeo on track. Oh, this is a dope ass shot. I'm not lying to you. This is a dope shot. Tell me this ain't dope. Oh my gosh, look at that. Tell me that is not a dope shot. That is a dope shot right there. Look at that carbon, how that light just brings out that tweed. Oh my goodness. That's a nice shot. All right, right now, let me see if the polls are working so I can ask you all some questions in the chat. All right, so let's put some names in here. I'm gotta put Ham, no doubt. Gotta put him because I know some people might like that. Let me go ahead and put Sainz did his damn thing, and then let's go ahead and put Perez in there. Let's see if it's gonna cooperate. It might not cooperate. Boom, we got polls back. Yes, baby. I can ask you questions and you can vote. Thank you. About time, YouTube, you get your damn game up. Get your game up. Poll in the chat. Don't dance on it. Just vote on it. Let me make sure I didn't miss any other super chats. By the way, super chats earn points for your VIP box. I just shipped Carlos ADVR's box off. Sylvia Wick has gotten 2. She's a tier 2 member, which indeed also comes with your box. You get the Wolfpack official gold coin. All right. You get the Wolfpack official gold coin that also comes in your box, and a lot of other things come in your box. So yes, you get earn points. I do see other platforms, they ain't doing things like that. When you come in, you participate, you doing super chats, I give back. I get back to you. I got to get back to you because you're giving to me. You know what I'm saying? You come here, you share the videos, you comment, you super chat, you join membership. Wolfpack got to get back to the family, get back to him. That's how I go. Energy flow, baby. Energy flows. So let me read this super chat. We got one from X-Trax38. The way it looks, F1 simply don't want Andretti in. I agree. That is exactly what it looks like. That's exactly what it looks like to me. So let me continue to read the super chat. For me, they would add more value than hot. Man, speak your shit. No doubt. Somebody tell me what Haas has brought to Formula One that's been so magnificent. Besides for Gunther's quotes, you fuck slam my door. I don't need this fucking hell. Outside Gunther and his quotes and the shirts they made, what has Haas brought to Formula One that's been outstandingly great for them to come to the grid? Tell me. Tell me. I'm open to it. Please let me know. Please let me know what you think Haas can bring as being the stepchild of Ferrari, okay, in Ferrari offices, using Ferrari parts and wind tunnel, okay? What has Haas brought Formula One that you don't think Andretti can bring in partnership with General Motors? Please tell me. I would really like to know. Inquiring minds want to know, and I'm one of those inquiring minds. While you look at some of these photos that we got from day 2 testing, please let me know, please. Mary Beanie, what's up? Mary Beanie, what's happening with you? I told him you was going to be showing up. Ben Xbox Fortress. Matter of fact, he just ended up not too long ago recently getting his Wolfpack Performance Podcast shirt. Big shout out to Ben Xbox Fortress. I do have more of those shirts to send. Matter of fact, I tell you what. Where is my list? I got to find my list because I do have more names to read off of people that need to contact me for their shirts. Let me find that list. All right, there it is right here. So let me get my list out. These are people that need to contact me for their shirts. So we already went over there. They didn't hit me up, and I'm going to recircle back. All right, so 2 new people that need to contact me about your free Wolfpack Performance Podcast shirt. I'm going to start with there. Trevor Robinson, Robert Ravelli. I need Trevor Robinson, Robert Ravelli. Contact me in the Discord. Message me or on social media. Get me your shipping address and give me 2 shirt sizes. Okay, that way if I don't have one, I have the other. I can get your order out. Not your order, but your gift out. I need Trevor Robinson and Robert Ravelli. Contact me for your Wolfpack podcast shirt because you have been a member of the channel for 6 months or more. You don't pay. You don't have to pay shit. You don't have to pay for shipping. You just send me your shipping address and I'm going to send you your free Wolfpack Performance podcast shirt. Also, new merch drop is coming. You will likely be able to. Now, these shirts, they come in the VIP boxes. All right. They come in the VIP boxes. That's the only way you can get these shirts. But many of you have asked me for a shirt that everybody can buy, that everybody can have. And I have been working diligently on that design myself because I design all my own shirts. Soon as I lock in that design, it's going to be a design that's going to be plentiful for everybody. I will have that design up. It will be available on the YouTube channel for you to click, buy, and get it shipped to you. So right now I'm working on the packaging. I'm working on the design. And as soon as everything comes together about what platform I'm going to use to integrate into YouTube, that will be up for you. And I will announce that so everybody will have access to a Performance Talk or Wolfpack t-shirt. And some of the other shirts that I have had will also be available, like some of the gimmick shirts like Crash Strapping, Call Stapping, any of those odd shirts that I come out with. I also might make them available on there as well. Throughout the season, there'll probably be special drops, but those things will be coming for you all, and it will be located on the YouTube channel, so you'll have easy access to it. So I'm working on some new things for 2023 to try to, improve our community overall. Let's go ahead and look at our lap times real quick, as K-Max still sits at the top with the best lap. Perez coming in second right there. Ocon third, Sainz fourth. Norris at 6. Okay, Zhou is still at 7th, and Hamilton is steadily sinking right now to 8th. So we're going to see if Mercedes is going to come out at some point in time swinging to give us a bit more, or give the culture a bit more evidence that they are indeed making some progress with that. So let me actually rename that, because that shit looks funky. Like, I can't even read it when it's like that. Like, why did I do that? I don't know. But I got to change that. So let me fix that for myself so I can be a little bit smoother with us here. So there we go. We're going to change this board over. Bigger scene. So you can see right now, prototype tire, Perez is running. Everybody else, well, not everybody else, majority tire being used right now is the medium. Sargent is going to come out on softs. Right there you can see it is K-Mag, Norris, Zhou, Sainz, Perez out on track right now. So track is, it's not field, it's not, but in respect to 10 drivers, we got a good amount of drivers out there right now. All right, so let me also see what you all said right here. 70% say you got Hamilton for the day. We will see if Hamilton at least comes to the top of the board in that #1 spot at some point in time today. If that does happen, that would be awesome. 15% of you said Sainz, and that's not a bad gamble, as we saw Sainz at the top of the board yesterday for some time, again today, and he's right there still in the top 5. So Sainz is not a bad bet. Alonso, can't hate him for that, because if we look at the classification from yesterday, Alonso finished the day in second, next to Max Verstappen, which that's gonna be one of our segments. We're gonna talk about that, because I heard some people saying some foolish things. So I'm gonna put some shit in context and perspective for y'all, because I heard what people were saying, and I'm just saying, everything is not like everything. And to hear some of the shit that I heard and said in the way that it was said and knocking a driver the way it was being knocked, this is why sometimes I have to take the positions I take. Because some of y'all be out here with some shenanigans that just don't make damn sense. It doesn't make sense because legitimate evidence and stats don't support your premise, don't support your argument. So this is why I got to take this position, and I got to be the asshole to some people. And they say, oh, you just biased. How am I biased when I'm going off legitimate numbers that have been accomplished by somebody? How's that biased? That's just facts. That's not bias. That's not my opinion. That's facts. I might put a spin on what I'm saying. G5 MDS, shit. I'm at a toddler status. Damn. G5 coming with the jokes, man. Hey, let me tell you, OD McNasty, if you're ever in, he hasn't joined the Discord group, I don't think yet, brother, you need to, but if you're ever in a meeting that we have with OD McNasty, I'm telling you, he be spitting some facts, he be spitting some real shit, and he don't mind saying it how it is. That's one thing I love about that brother. That's one thing I love about that brother. Thank you, Mary Beanie, for coming in. Loving that. So right now, I'm looking at Hamilton. He's in the garage. They're working on something right now on the car. So I'm hoping that they're going to get everything straight and he's going to get ready to come back out on track. So I tell you what, it is an hour past since we've been in, and I think it's time for one of our segments one of our talking points that we're going to go ahead and get on. So let's go ahead and get to that. One thing we're going to talk about is kind of just a little bit of what happened yesterday. Okay. So what happened yesterday? People were like, damn, it seems like, Mercedes doing this, doing that. I did come across a tweet. Thank you very much for sharing that with me. And we're going to go over this. So here we go right here. As of yesterday, we knew that Mercedes was running the hard tire compound. OK, we saw that other teams weren't running that hard tire like that. So it comes out Mercedes are currently doing long runs with high fuel loads and running high downforce to gather the greatest amount of data possible. George has already passed 50 laps, marks this morning. Okay, that indeed likely is the case, okay? Mercedes, if that is indeed the case, then what you're looking at is Mercedes trying to put themselves in what could be, in context, the worst possible situation for that car. Make it draggy, make it heavy, and put it on the worst compound tire that is available so that we can see what we're really looking at. And then if we know that we can make pace in the worst situations, we should be able to indeed make pace in the best situations. And that's not a bad idea. That's not a bad course of action to take, especially knowing where they're coming from. High flow viz paint all over the back of the MCL 60. So right now, no aero rakes on the MCL 60, but we do have flow viz on there. So they're trying to gather some data off the back of that wing, trying to see how that air is coming off the back of that car. So I don't think that that's a bad situation with Mercedes trying to do that. Now, what we need to see don't worry, brother. Don't worry. Trust me, you at 6 months, your badge is green. I got a list of people, and I'm just going to go down this list and keep reading and just get shipments out as I go. So trust me, I'm going to reprint out a new list. I got all the names, people I got to circle back to. Like, listen, I don't understand why people don't get back to me. Like, you got to get, I have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 people that didn't get back to me. So what I do is I read a couple names, let those people contact me, ship them their shirts, go to another set of names. Once I get through the list, I'm going to recircle back, and then I'm going to read off that set of names again. But trust me, I'm going to do my best to get to everybody to get you your Wolfpack podcast shirt out. So trust me, brother, you have not been passed over. I'm going to print out a new list and go back over that thing, and you'll be there. Sainz right there at the top. Sainz at the top. Let's bring up the big leaderboard so we can peep this thing. What's going on with Sainz? Sainz reclaiming the top. K-Mag had it for a little bit. The Ferrari stepchild right there in Haas. And Sainz taking it over right there with a lap time, 132.6 right there. I'm loving that. I'm liking that. It's Ferrari coming out doing some things right there. 132.837 is what Verstappen had for the best lap. And right now, Sainz just took that up. So right there, I'm liking what I'm seeing right there from Sainz. Let's go ahead and bring over the driver tracker. It's the bigger boy, so you could get a bit more information all in one. So that's what we got going on right there. Sainz on a medium compound tire doing that, kicking K-Mag to 2. Now I want to see if Perez is going to do something. But remember, he's on a prototype tire, so don't look too much for Perez. But I am going to look to see Sargent is out on track, and he's on medium tires right now. So let's see what Sargent does for Williams. Right there, we see Albon. Alex Albon was right. Where did he fall to? Albon fell to, where is he right there on the board? I'm like just overlooking him, or what the hell's going on? Why did I not see Albon right there on the board? Is he higher than what I'm thinking? Yeah, no, I don't see Alex Albon. What the fuck's up with that? He must have fell way down there then. This board only goes to 17, so Alex must be way down there at this point in time. So it's going to be interesting to see what he does when he comes back out on track. So yeah, another person we looking at is Piastri. What the hell Piastri gonna do? We need to see what he gonna end up putting up, because Piastri, looking a little scary right there. Looking a little bit scary. So let me see what we got. Any super chat that I did miss? No, I got everybody. Got you, OD McNasty. Boom. Okay, so that's the thing with Mercedes. If that is true and that water is gonna hold weight, I should see Lewis Hamilton come out on track, and we should see some better lap times that put him in at least the top 3 consistently. A top 3 consistently. If we don't see that, and then Mercedes is struggling, and this is day 2. At day 2, I know a lot of you may be holding on to that sandbagging thing, but if we come out day 2 and Mercedes is still fucking toiling around at 7 and 8, 5 and 9, that's, to me, unless they just gonna come out day 3 like they doing a hard 2 days of just data collection, and we ain't worried about coming out the box yet, and they come out 3 like pooh gunslinging, then I'm gonna tell you the first race might be hard for Mercedes fans to watch. I'm just gonna keep it honest. Ferrari right now looking like they may be returning to form, and hopefully not let strategy and all the other shenanigans hamper their season, because it killed them last season. Just gave it up the championship fight, and it wasn't so nice for Charles. All right, so we'll see where that goes. But I'm going to say my surprising team right now is Williams. My surprising team is Williams. And I honestly am a fan to see Williams return to the top. And to me, if Williams can put their cars too, if they can put their cars in points majority of the races for 2023, nobody cannot tell me that that's not a shit ton of improvement. I'm being for real. That is a shit ton of improvement. If we can see Williams bring both of their cars into the top 10 majority of the races, even if it doesn't put them in a strong fight for constructor championship, that's a far cry away from where Williams was. Freaks dogs, more data equals better strategy. That is right. And you are absolutely correct on that. More data does equal better. No. Let's add to that. More data equals better information to make better decisions, which can equate to better strategy, which then can hopefully equal better pace. But you need everything to go together. You need information, you need strategy, you need the machinery, and you need the driver. You need a quadruple of shit. You need a quadruple. You need a quintet, whatever the hell you want to call it. You need all those components. Like you got a fire triangle, you need all those components to see if Mercedes is going to yank up that track. And right now we haven't even seen Hamilton back on track in some time. So this session is steadily going, and to me, they're losing time not having him out there. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens when he does get back out there. I got another picture of that SF23, about to bring it your way. Another track shot. And this is one of my favorite type of shots. Like I like the far off track shots when they kind of got more of the track, and then the car just kind of makes the car look like it's just just cuddled up like a little baby, just like a little baby on the track. It's just something that I like to see. It's like a shot I like. So let me go ahead and bring this up, update our photo dump. I'm going to get ready to send this thing and send it off to you. There it is. Ferrari track picture coming your way. Here it is for you. And bow, top left corner, that SF23 just swallowed up by that track coming down. It does look lovely. That is a sexy car. I said it and I say it again, but I'm not giving you points for bringing the same shit to the party every season, okay? And then some people want to be like, well, Pat, what are you talking about? The same shit to the party. Okay, well, let me show you what I'm talking about. I will show you what I'm talking about. Do I have these comparisons right here? Let me see if I got these comparisons so I can show you what the hell indeed I'm talking about. Nope, that's not it. Let me see. Do I have that? Do I even have that up right here, or is it in another photo area? Let me see, because I should have the liveries. Is this it? Yep, there it is right here. Hold up, I'm about to bring it up for you. I'm about to bring this shit up for you. So it was, boom, I'm bringing it up on the big side. Let me add it in. It's a slideshow. I got you. I'm about to show you these comparisons, and I'm about to show you why I'm not going to give you all these damn points for doing the same damn shit over and over again. I'm not finna do it. There we go right there. Boom, bring it in. Bow, got you straight. So we're going to compare these, all right? 2022 to 2023, so you can see what I'm talking about, because I'm going to prove my case. I'm going to state my case at least. All right, so let's take a look at this. Right here, big slide, comparison. There we go, Ferrari. Now, you all tell me, how much different do you see from 2022 to 2023 on livery? Livery, that's what we're talking about, livery, okay? The scheme of the car. How much different do you see in Ferrari? How much different do you see in Ferrari? Not much. The red's a little lighter, if that ain't lighting, but it's not much change in the livery. It's not enough change for me to say I'm going to rank that car number one in the liveries. That's not enough change. Let's just be honest. All right, so then we go to the next car, the Alpine. How much change you see right there in Alpine? That's why I ranked them the way I ranked them. How much change do you see right there in the Alpine? There's not a lot of change there. It's just not. It's not a lot of change. I'm not giving you points for bringing the same homework to class, putting a different goddamn date on it. I'm not doing it, okay? How much change? Not much there. So that's why I ranked them the way I ranked them. Here we go, Haas. You see some change there in that car. Yes, similar colors used, but they're arranged differently. The scheme is different patterns in there. They brought some changes to their wheels. There's a difference there. You're going to get more points from me if I'm ranking that, and you can show me that you've done some upgrades, some updates to your scheme. Look at here, Red Bull. How much damn change don't you see in that shit? Come on now, 2022 to 2023. Damn near the same damn livery. Come on, I'm not giving you points for that. Am I crazy? No, I'm not crazy. I'm just being right when I'm grading this shit. I'm not giving you extra points for bringing the same damn homework and putting a damn different date on it. Look right here, Williams. Very minimal changes, but some changes. I'm not digging the battery at the top of the intake box. I'm not digging that. Come on, I'm not digging that, but there's some change there. I do like that blue. I think in 2022, that W was more pronounced towards the back of the car. I think they should have probably kept that and highlighted. I also think they missed the opportunity with the golf combination with golf, and they could have did some different things with those color schemes to really bring about a different package. I do like what they did with the wheels, okay? So I'm not shading them on that. Alfa Romeo changed it up. Yeah, they dropped the white. They added the black. You know, they didn't add anything. They let the black carbon expose, but that's a change in their livery, in their scheme. Overall, the car looks different, and it does look better. It does look better, all right? Let's go with this. Let's go to the next car. AlphaTauri did a shit job, but overall, I think they had a different livery, and I liked them. I ranked them up there because their livery was different. I like what they did with the red. I like the combination. I like what they did with the side pod. They did some different things, AlphaTauri, so that's why they got the points they got from me. Aston Martin, what the hell? What the hell? That ain't much damn different either. You did a little bit different in your paint pigmentation, but hell, that car ain't much damn different either. Since 2006, Freaks Dog says Red Bull has had the same damn livery. Tell them, Freaks Dog. Tell them I'm not tripping up here. I'm being right. I'm being fair with my analysis. I'm not trying to be biased. I'm being fair. McLaren, there's some changes there. It's not big, but you can tell there's a clear difference, a clear and concise difference from 2022 to 2023's livery. Okay, there is a difference there. Okay, you're going to get more points for that. Ferrari, come on now. I ain't got to say it. We already know what's up with Mercedes. But come on, we not acting like we blind here. All right. So I'm gonna go ahead. I can get rid of that. We can get rid of that. Go ahead and take that out of there. Let's go ahead back to our lap time board so we can pay attention to some data that's being populated on track. Just had to take a small break, go to that. I'm going to do that time to time. Take a small break, go to some different things. We're going to talk about some different things. We're not just solely going to say on these cars making laps around the track. We know we're in testing. We know we're trying to get information. We know we're trying to see what cars and what teams are performing better. But I'll be damned if you're going to come here to this channel and I'm just going to stay monotone like, yep, there goes a lap time. 133. Yep, yellow. We got sectors, purple. Yep, we got medium tires. Yeah, we're going to do. No, we're not doing that here. All right, we're going to move around. We're going to shake and bake, baby. We're going to shake and bake. All right, so we're going to go squirrel sometime and go to some different topics. All right, I'm going to have a honey bun right here on this channel. If you don't like AMSR about people eating, I'm going to eat my honey bun because I need what I'm doing. I've been up since damn midnight. I got up at midnight to prepare to come on here for y'all at 1:45 this morning to be here with y'all through this whole damn session. So excuse me if I don't eat a honey bun on camera at like 4 o'clock in the morning. Can I do that? Can I do that without any judgment, please? Come on now. I keeps it real here. So yeah, that's what we got. Let's go ahead and bring up the driver tracker bid, get a bit more of this right here. As you see, Sainz at the top, purple sector. You got the best lap. Alonso again coming to the top in second, coming in second again. Listen, I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna say it because I'm real. This performance by Alonso in the AMR 23 has to set me straight on some of the things that I said about Alonso coming to Aston Martin. Now, I know this is just testing, but still I have to recognize what's being done in the room it's being done in. And right now, Alonso is performing well, not only at the end of day 1, session 2, but right now, day 2, session 1, Alonso again pops to number 2 in the AMR for Aston. There's something to be said about that. Now, I don't know how well this is going to translate over to actual race day, but I got to give him credit for what credit's due. Alonso's not my most favorite driver because of his character and shit, and what he does is almost like Max Verstappen's big brother. But when we looking at data, race, like I say, numbers, Alonso's doing one hell of a job right now in testing. I'm not finna shade him on that, not at all. So, hey, what's up, Patel? I see you joining up in the fam. You waking up. What's going on? So right now, let's go see if I got any more photos for you right there. Woo! Got a nice shot of the FW45 coming your way right now. Right now. Let me go ahead and load this up for you. First track picture of the Williams coming up. Go ahead and get this thing loaded up. I'm gonna go ahead and get this done, a photo dump. Now, remember all the photos from yesterday, we dumped those aside from one as a placement holder. We're populating all new photos. These are all coming from day 2, all right? All coming from day 2, so we can see what's going on track. That's our placement holder from day 1. And here is your new photo of day 2 of that Williams, looking nice and performing nicely, I might add. Looking nice and performing nicely. Like I said, I'm not really digging the battery, Duracell battery. I think that's a little gimmicky, a little cringy. I think they should have just stayed with the fighter red around the intake or done something else. I'm not digging the battery there. I know they want to stay charged up on Duracell, but I ain't really digging that. I think, I marked them down a little bit in points for that in their livery, but it still did way better than Red Bull and Aston Martin. So, not shading them, but I'm just giving a real fair assessment of how I feel when it comes to that. All right. So don't hate me on that. Don't hate me on that. Let me make a little bit of change to this real quick. Let's get that evened up. I might be OCD, but it is what it is. So yeah. All right. So there we go. Alfa Romeo's looking good out there. That C43. Let me go ahead and bring your lap times back up so we can peep that. Sainz is at the top right now. Alonso second. Hamilton is now back out on track. He is on medium compound tires. Now, I said this yesterday. At some point in time, I said I was kind of looking. Now, I said I do know they run a test, running heavy fuel load, yada, yada, yada. But I didn't think it was very motivating for some Mercedes fans, because you got other people out there that favor Mercedes, and they take a better analytical look at things. They've been viewing the sport long. I got people in the family members that have been viewing Formula One for over decades. Okay. So their perspective is going to be different to somebody who's newly coming to the sport of Formula One. They're going to be a little bit more patient, a little bit more tolerable, because over time they've seen what you initially see develops over time, and you're going to see something totally different. So they don't jump off the ship, okay, should I say. But I will say, seeing Mercedes on the same compound tire at some point in time in testing sessions, and then coming in and pretty much, if we look at the classifications from yesterday's session, coming in at 6th and Russell at 9th, it can kind of give you a bit of a sour taste, right? But then if you take in the fact Mercedes is trying to collect all this data, they're running all types of equipment on the car, they're running heavy fuel loads, they're running the worst compound tire for the duration of majority of the session, you kind of give like, okay, well, show me what you have day 2 coming in. Hamilton's jumping us off. Show me what you got day 2. Now, you're going to have to take all this information day 2 and take what they're doing in the times and the tire compound, all this day 2. What we have at the end of day 2's classifications, we're going to have to start buying in a little bit to reality. Maybe there's a little bit more progress to be made on the Mercedes, although we've seen some highlights and some positives about the Mercedes. No porpoising, or very minimal porpoising at all. The car does look better on track. It's flowing better with the drivers. It doesn't look like they're getting beat to shit by a vertical accelerating car that's supposed to stay on the ground instead of looking like a helicopter they can't get enough lift, and it just, going through all of that. So there's definitely progress, but people are going to want to see more progress. And you're going to want to see this before day 1 of race day. Just being honest. I don't think it's going to be well to come see Mercedes first race day outside of the top 10. If you see that, because I'm telling you, testing is different than racing. The race air is different than testing air. Pre-practice air is different than race air. Qualifying air is different than race air. When you get in race air, race environments around all those cars, and we got all these drivers and personalities and machinery on track, that's where the real test comes in. So let's not be so quick to indict Mercedes as a team, knowing damn well they made a lot of progress in 2022 with the shit box. Let's wait and see what happens on race day. All right, because I know some people goal of Mercedes is to see a couple of tenths, just like Alpine. What are they going to do? How much have they improved? And what is Gasly going to bring to Alpine that's going to bring them up? Well, hell, yesterday's classification, we see Pierre Gasly and Esteban 16 and 17. How motivating is that for Alpine fans? Not a lot. Pretty much you're telling me that Alpine is taking the place of Williams, and Williams is now jumping up. So if Alpine takes the place of Williams, not only is that an indictment on Gasly, but it's going to start being an indictment on Ocon, especially if he gets outperformed by Gasly. Because up until now, Esteban has been pretty hard against his teammates and outperforming even Alonso while he was there. And you want to take into account the DNFs and all that good stuff. But still, it's going to be an indictment on Gasly and Alpine as a team if they take the place of Williams and Williams leaves the bottom, being a backfeeder team to join the mid-pack fight. So, hey, we'll see what happens with that. Freaks Dog says Wolfpack Performance doing his impression of porpoising. Hey, man. Hey, I'm just saying. That's what they got going on. That shit. And you got to imagine, how dare people, and this is not being biased again, I'm just saying, how dare people downgrade the reaction from these drivers? Have you seen what the fuck a Formula One seat looks like in a Formula One car? It's not a lot of padding in there. It's very closs to the floor. The monocoque ain't sitting on a set of springs giving you a Cadillac-like ride. So how dare people say that drivers are complaining about back pain when sitting in a car that's porpoising? Are you shitting me? Let me see you do 50 to 60 laps in a damn go-kart. Tell me how you feel the next 2 days. especially if you're not the type of person to work out. You got armchair quarterbacks sitting around here talking about, oh, they shouldn't be complaining about their bodies and porpoising like they back is broke. Okay, go get your ass don't go to K1 Speeds. Don't go to Andretti Speed Lab. Take your ass to a real karting track with asphalt that's outside and get in a cart and do 50 to 60 laps. Then call Wolfpack and tell me how you feeling in the next 2 days. Then talk to me about something. I done it. So I know what the hell it feels like. So some people out there running their mouth, and you need to chill out. All right, right there, I'm looking at Ocon right now coming around that. Ooh, and that was a pretty good corner. He made that. All right, Ocon, I see you. Ocon is on the prototype tires, so don't expect too much. Sargent jumping up right there. He's in 7th. Yuki falling to 10th. I don't think Yuki wants to come out another day and be led by De Vries. Yuki need to get on his shit, start doing some better things. K-Mag in 3rd. Hamilton is off track, still in 9th. So we're going to be seeing if Mercedes going to work some of those things out, all right? Right now, we are a half hour into the 3rd hour. Right now, we are an hour and a half into. We've been on since 2 a.m. We've been on since 1:45. It is now 3:23 Eastern Standard Time. Adjust your clocks accordingly. Let me know what time it is your time. And 64% of people say they got session 2, day 2, being owned by Lewis Hamilton. Right now, that is not the case. Ferrari is claiming at least the first session of the day in day 2. We will see what Mercedes does the second session, but I know a lot of people want to see what is Hamilton going to do. Now, don't forget, for all those critics that said Russell schools Lewis Hamilton, take a look at the classifications. Also, you might be a little skewed to know that Lewis Hamilton definitely probably had better times than George Russell. Although, congratulations, George Russell, getting that race win. I know that shit felt great. I know that felt great when he got that race win. I mean, because that's what you come in the sport to do, right? One day you dream of being in Formula One if that's your passion, and then getting on that podium, and not only getting on that podium, but being in the center for a race win. So congratulations to Russell. Hell, how can anybody knock that? Now, I do want to see what's going to happen with Perez and Verstappen. I do want to see what's going to happen there, because they had quite the clusterfuck last season with Max shitting all on Perez as far as trying to not only assist Red Bull with the 1 and 2 in the constructor with the 1 and 2 in the driver championship, but, you know, even just adding to the constructor championship with everything that could have been. And that was a horrible situation. So I'm kind of wondering what's the chemistry like right there with those two, and will we see that kind of manifest itself out on track? All right, so next question in the chat, in the poll. Dance on, don't vote on it, don't dance on it. All right, got a question for you. Let me know. Just be honest. Think about it, though, before you answer it. Do you think no, I don't need that. Let me just take that. I don't need that. I don't need that one. I could take that one out. Do you think De Vries is a better driver than Yuki? Do you think De Vries is a better driver than Yuki? And I should have put a space in that DE, but excuse me. Right now, Sam Collins is down at the pit talking about Lewis Hamilton. So they did have, you know, the bodywork did fly off Lewis Hamilton's car. Yeah, they got that car all up on jacks. That car is jacked right now. So there's floor damage to the W14. And that was something that we talked about in the Discord group. And I forget who mentioned it, but they were concerned with some of the designs of the floor. Matter of fact, I do have some pictures of that. Designs of the floor in the W14. Was it going to be subject to, and that's not even the only car that just did it. Hell, we just had the Aston Martin just did it too, just lost a bit of their floor. So they were concerned, was the floor going to be frail, not strong enough to hold up if it ever hit bumps and stuff on track? Well, there's your answer. And then that's not the only car to have that situation happen. I literally think I just saw a shot of the Aston Martin lose a piece of its floor at some place. So it's not just Mercedes, but evidently there's some floor designs that are failing, and this is the place for it to happen in testing so they can get all of that right. So that's something that you want to happen. If something like that's going to happen, you want it to happen in testing. You don't want it to happen on race day. You want all your gremlins to come out right now in testing. And we got new photos from the back of that Alpine. So let's check out this photo right here. I'm about to load it up for you. Finally, a photo of the Alpine track. This will be the second photo of the track of the Alpine. So I'm about to load this up for you right now. Get this loaded up on our photo dump. I see you, Janet. What's going on? Good morning, all. Good morning to you. Good morning to you coming in with the pounds. So let me go ahead and load this up for you. The hell? Hold on. I see that right there. Let me get that up. Boom. Let me change that real quick. Okay. And then boom. Boom. All right, I got the photos loading up for y'all. Give me 1 second. About to get it up for you. And I think I need to change. I'm going to change that chart. I'm going to change it to
just
sectors.
Fighting the car slightly. Track conditions
I didn't
not
do that earlier, so that's
right
my apologies. Let me change that to sectors because I think you all like to view more time on the sectors. So I got you right
He's
here.
Improving on his
so
own
there you go.
best lap
Boom,
of the day
let's go
so
ahead
far.
So you can check out
really
this
hooked up
photo
through
of the
13.
Alpine.
That's a corner that can easily catch you out as you approach it with a lot of speed and you're at the top of the crest as well for a nice gust of wind. Final corner, another big stop. Many of them to negotiate around this circuit.
Yeah, they tripping. And
it's looking actually pretty neat and tidy for the Ferrari right now.
Alpine bow.
Decent morning, and
there we go.
he's cemented it
Alpine
with another
right there.
quickest
Back
lap of the day.
I like that.
On the same tyre as well.
Same
tyre as Alonso's run in the Aston Martin. Now 8 tenths down.
I like to see the rubber.
That was at a similar time.
Burning,
that is the C3
tyre
that the Ferrari and the Aston Martin are both on.
But nice shot. These
Still a little bit
really trying to do their thing with some of these camera angles and these pictures. So I really got to commend them because sometimes they don't always hit the nail on the head. But every now and then they have an abstract shot that just kind of makes sense. Like it's just leaving in the distance and leaving rubber behind.
But it looked
so I do like shots like that.
And I was actually going to say before we jumped on board with Carlos there, so many drivers are now starting to squirm
got purple
at the back of the car. The temperatures are coming up.
All right, I got a hint. That's a hint to something.
The biggest hit
you see the purple shirt on right now, so that's a hint to something. So keep that in mind. I talked about something earlier that's going to be coming, so just keep that in mind.
To what Fernando had earlier on.
Thank you. I got it. I got you.
Considering all that.
Boom. Got that. I don't know why the hell I keep doing that shit. I fucked y'all up with that one last time. Got you fucked up. My bad. All right, so let's go right here. And Fred Vasseur, what is he going to do for Ferrari? What do y'all think he's going to do for Ferrari? You know what I'm saying? Did I just see that shit? Did somebody just say false face Palmer? Listen, I did a Busters episode on Jolien, and I'm going to tell you, Jolien, sometime, if you look at Jolien's race career, you'd be like, is he really qualified to be talking this shit? Jolien Palmer. You look at his career, you like, Jolien, you're not qualified to even be talking on some of these people for real. You know what they say? Those that can, check this quote out. Those that can do. Those that cannot talk about those who can. Jolien can't do, so he talk about those who can. Hamilton, Magnussen. So, yeah, Jolien Palmer, I feel y'all don't rock with him all the time. Even Will Buxton sometimes has his moments, but he's good at what he does. Sam Collins, definitely. Lawrence, definitely. Ted, definitely. You know, those I can definitely rock with them. You know what I'm saying? Now, Brundle, he be on his bullshit sometimes. And I can't, Brundle, sometimes he be on some bullshit, and sometimes he be on some stuff, and sometimes he be right on target. Brundle's very questionable for me. Now, that race suit Brundle had on, I got to shame him in that race suit. That looked like some dominatrix type shit that was going on. He should not have wore that race suit. He should not have wore that thing. And I'm going to stick to that. I ain't shaming him, but damn it, Brundle, don't ever put that race suit on again. Don't you ever do it again, bro. Please don't. That wasn't a good look for you, bro. Definitely wasn't a good look. Fastest time right now, Sainz on the C3 compound, 132.486. Magnussen has also improved about 1.2 seconds, so off of the best time. So that's not bad. That's Haas. Listen, do we draw some kind of connection with the way that Ferrari's performing and the way that K-Mag is performing in the Haas? Do we draw any connection to that? Do we make any parallels to that? Because yesterday's classifications, if we look at that, we had Haas sitting where? We got them sitting 11th, and then you got K-Mag sitting 19th. Now, it's going to be interesting to see because Ferrari sitting 3 and 4. Haas took a back seat right there, although kind of scattered out with Hulk at 11th and K-Mag at 19th. I want to see what's going to happen day 2 when we get those classifications. Where do they finally sit with that? It will be very interesting to see if Haas is going to be similar to Williams, because Williams right now is jumping out of the gym. Williams, to me, in comparison to what they did last season, is jumping out of the gym. You got the Williams team. You got Russell. Well, you got Logan in 10th, and you had Alex Albon 7th. To me, that's considerable amount of improvement for Williams. So I'm giving them major kudos for that. Major kudos for that. About at 4 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, we're going to get into our other segment of conversation that we're going to talk about and that I'm going to bring to you. So I'm going to mark these off so I don't double back and talk about some things. We've done that. We're going to get on a very hot topic. We're going to get on a hot topic because I don't appreciate some of the shit that people were saying in regards to Alonso. I don't appreciate it. So we're going to talk about that. And in combination with Max Verstappen, it was some things that people were saying about Alonso, combination with Max Verstappen. Meanwhile, also kind of discrediting another driver. And I just think we're going to put some shit in perspective. Okay. I'm definitely going to put something in perspective because maybe some people don't look at real things that are being done in Formula One. Maybe you don't look at real statistics. Maybe you don't look at real time records. Maybe you don't look at any of that. And I just want to help you. I want to help you understand some of that. So that's what I'm going to do. So let me see what you all said on the poll in the chat. Do you think Vries is a better driver than Yuki? 74% of you all said yes. 70-30 split pretty much. 30% of you all said no. Okay. All right. So I got another question. I'm in that poll for you right now. I'm going to ask you the other question. Let's get to another driver pairing. All right. All right, here we go. Another poll in the chat. Don't dance on it. Just vote on it. Do you think Ocon will outperform Gasly this year? What do you think about that? Let me see what you think. Hamilton is out on test tires. Yes, he is on the prototype tire. So don't take anything from this. Okay, take this with a grain of salt. As you've seen other drivers on prototype, you've already seen what that can look like. Do not take this for a full hard value on that prototype tire. I'm not even finna judge Mercedes or Hamilton being on a prototype. I'm not even worried about these laps. But what I am looking for is the fact to see if this car consistently stays out on track and nothing breaks, to show me that they indeed did at least patch that problem. But when he gets on a set of mediums or softs, to see the time, to see if that problem has been remedied to the point that it is not going to affect Mercedes's pace. That's what I want to see. But knowing that they have a situation with that floor still does kind of give them a hindrance to what could probably happen. But we'll see if they got it fixed to the point where it's not really, I mean, come on. Anytime you damage a floor or damage the surface of the car and you patch it, it's not as it was. Now, I'm not saying this totally could be catastrophic to race pace and time, and that would depend on the degree of damage and also how you were able to patch it up. So I'm not going to make any conclusions right now or draw any conclusions with Hamilton being out on track, 1 on a prototype tire and 2 after just having some floor repair done. Not going to do it. I don't think they, depending on what they did, I don't know completely what they did. Hopefully we'll see a report on everything that they did, but I'm not drawing any conclusions, premature conclusions on that at all. 71% of you all are saying yes. 71% of you all are saying Ocon will outperform Gasly. All right, well, I will say this. If you look at classifications from yesterday, Gasly outperformed Ocon by not much. About 0.05 of a second. So we might not be wrong, but we also do know, and we'll leave that for a day 3 segment. I'm gonna leave my T for day 3 segment. Matter of fact, I'm gonna make my notes about day 3 and the segments we'll have, and we'll probably talk more about that in day 3. But 71% of you all are saying yes, that Ocon will outperform Gasly. And you all are actually believing that. So we'll actually see what happens. For those who are just joining us, let me go ahead and bring up some of the pictures so you can check those out. Pictures are on track, and we will be updating these periodically through. We're going to go ahead and get rid of that day 1 placeholder because we are in day 2 officially, and we have enough photos there. And we'll also get rid of that one because it wasn't that great looking to me. So boom. But that Alfa Romeo does look sweet on track. And you have your leaderboard just under me. So we're still keeping track of those times. And those purple sectors do indeed belong to Carlos Sainz at the Ferrari team. So right now, laying up multiple purple sectors right there to have the best lap time. We're going to see what Perez can do with that in the RB19. And I know there's going to, you know what? I'm going to ask that question in the poll too, because I know that there's going to be some surrounding talk about the fact if I'm going to say what I think first. Perez last season, I do not think the car favored him. But does that also speak to Perez's ability to adapt to a different car? Yeah, it does. But does that also indeed speak to, does Max have the ability to adapt to a car that would be developed away from him? I think that it also does. We do know that they developed the car heavily toward Max Verstappen's driving style. And at some point in time, I just think it looked funny. And this is not, we got the Mercedes coming down the main straight. I believe this is DRS wing is cracked. No, it's not the main straight coming down. Boo, turn 11 for Norris. Hamilton banging that corner though. I'm telling you, the Mercedes, the W14 just looks better the way it's driving on track. It doesn't look like the drivers are fighting the car. Last season, it just looked like they were fighting the W13 and they were in a constant battle to drive that car around track. The W14 is just looking a bit more better to me as far as its characteristics on track. And that indeed speaks to progress as well. Now we just want to see some times jump up. We just want to see if the W14 is going to be in the fight. Even if you're not a fan, he's coming down the main straight now. He's going to crack that DRS wing. It's cracked open right now. And he's going to finish that lap, and he's going to go to 5th. So Hamilton jumps up to 5th on a prototype tire. Keep that in mind. Prototype tire, and is all the damage that they incurred fixed or patched to the point where it's not affecting that time hugely. So prototype, jump up to 5th. Let's see what happens when he gets on mediums or soft compound. I don't think they're going to try soft compounds today. I think they're going to probably stay with medium compound. If they do try softs, we'll see what he does with that time. Sainz still having first. Alonso's not on track. Mag's not on track. Perez not on track. So it would be cool to see if Hamilton can break into that top 3. K-Mag sticking with 3. I think that we're going to see if that holds for the day. That's kind of like Albon when he had the best lap, and then he stuck around in 3rd for the longest until the second session came about and then dropped down. But that speaks volumes for Williams, as they are right there up on the photo. So Hamilton with a 135.62. We'll see what happens on this next lap as he's coming back around. Right now, he is just about to enter sector 2 of the track right there. So I will bring the driver tracker board up so you can see what I see as Hamilton is making his way around that track. So yeah, he's slowed down right there in that corner. But we'll see what happens. Right now, he's in sector 2. Turn 12 is coming up, which is where they said that upper right-hand swoop was. He's coming into that large S is what I call it. And right now, Hamilton is entering into turn 12, which is where Toto said they were having a bit of movement in the car. And it did look a bit better today coming around. And now he's going to bend that 13 and come on down that straight. So we'll see what happens on this lap time and what he does with that, and see if he can do any type of improvement on that 5th position, and see if he can break that Perez and push Perez down to 5th and jump into 4th. That'll be progress. So let's see what happens. He's going to get ready to come across that core transponder point, and no, doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. So still 5, but he's on the prototype. So we'll see what happens later on. So 62% of you all say yes, Ocon will outperform Gasly. Okay. All right. I ain't mad at that. I'm not mad at that. Let me make sure I don't have any super chats because I don't want to miss anybody, and Mary Beanie will get on me. I did get Janet last. Good morning to you. Freaks Dog, welcome. All members, Freaks Dogs, Maria, Patel, everybody with a green name. They are a official member. We had 5 members join yesterday, 5 new members, and we had people gift memberships, and that was awesome. It's awesome to see when people send gifts. So people gifting memberships, that was really cool. Really appreciate that, seeing that participation in the chat. Big shout out to X-Trax and Jesse James Bell. They be jumping off the chats right. Like, I came into the chat earlier yesterday and Jesse James Bell had already started off, like kicked it off. He's like, I don't need anybody to be around to start this party. I'm gonna start this shit all by myself. So big shout out to him. We are about to be 15 minutes from 4 a.m. and that's gonna be about honey bun time for me. So I'm gonna let you know right now, 4 o'clock come, I'm probably going to be on my honey bun. I might be able to wait till 4:30 a.m., but I might not be able to wait that long. So I'm just going to let you know you're going to see me munching, and I rightfully so. Just let me have my little bite, and I'm going to be right here. I'm not going to leave you, but I'm going to eat with you. All right, I think we got some more photos. Let me check these out. Ooh, finally got that photo of the W14. Thank you very much for getting that my way. Finally got the photo of the W14 with the aero rakes on there. So let me bring this in. Definitely a dope ass shot. So I'm about to bring this in, update our photo dump. Right now they talking to Charles Leclerc about what he's got going on. So let me get this up. Boom, bring this W14 in. Where are we? About right there. Boom. All right, here we go. About to bring this photo over to you. Here it is, W14 with the aero rakes on. There it is. That black is deadly. Black is deadly right there, Lewis Hamilton. And as you see right there, the tires he on, you have the stripe with the writing. So remember, the stripe with the writing tells you that that is the C3 compound of the mediums. All right, tire with the writing. So once you see the tire with the writing, now if you didn't see the stripe, that would be the C2 compound in the medium tire. So once again, showing you that tire compound breakdown right there in case you're not familiar with it, so you can know which compound tires that the drivers are on. If you see these indications, stripe with writing and writing with no stripe will tell you what compounds they're on. All right, so bring you back over so you can see those photos, because that is a premier highlight. We're gonna let that thing cycle through. Right now, Sainz still at the top. Nobody captured that. Hamilton still in fifth, and he is out right now. He's still on the prototype tire. Right now, we have 3 drivers on the prototype. We got Perez, Zhou, and Hamilton. We got 1 driver, Yuki, on hard, so don't look for Yuki to do too much. He already didn't have the greatest pace of all anyway. And don't forget, at 4 a.m., we're going to get into our next segment and bang out this topic. And I know it's going to be some heated exchanges. I know some people are not going to like what I'm going to say, but I don't give a damn. I'm not here to always say what you're going to like. I'm going to say how I feel. Sometimes I'm going to say what's factual. Sometimes I might say some shit and damn, that's just damn what I want to say. You ain't going to agree with everything I say, but just respectfully respect me and everybody in the chat. All right. Don't personally attack each other. Don't do that. Yesterday we had an asshole come in and just personally insult not only somebody who was a viewer and a subscriber, but they are legitimately a family member of the Wolfpack fam. And for a minute, she thought she was going to leave because she was getting harassed by this person. I'm not going to have that shit. I'm going to boot your ass right up out of here. I don't care, you male, female, any, whatever you are, you're not going to be disrespecting people personally. Now, you want to disrespect me? I'm cool. I'll take it. That's what I'm here for. I'm on this platform. I have to understand that people going to be assholes, and I've had people say some hideous things about me, all the way from the N-word to all types of things. You know what? It comes with the territory. Do I like it? No, but I'm not going to allow you to attack people and each other in the chat. So that's just something that ain't going to happen. So I will boot you for that. So just be prepared. You can say whatever you want to say about me. Oh, he kicked me out. Yeah, I kicked your ass out. You get kicked out the club for shit. You get kicked out of Wolfpack for shit too. You get kicked out the mall for shit. You get kicked out of Wolfpack too. It's going to happen. I'm going to boot you. I don't need security. I'm going to do it myself. Boop. 300-second timeout. See how you like that. Just keeping it real with you. Let's bring our leaderboard back up. We are 15 minutes away from our next segment to talk about topics. We got several more topics to talk about as the day goes. We're going to talk about Christian Horner. We're going to talk about Alonso. We're going to talk about Max. We're going to talk about the W13, the W14. We're going to talk about the Mercedes. We're going to talk about Ferrari. We're going to talk about a few things. And then tomorrow we'll have some different segments as we enter day 3, which will be our final day of testing. And we'll have different segments that we'll talk about things there. But I do have pictures to go along with everything we're going to talk about. So definitely stay tuned. Stay ready for the debate, because shit's about to get hot. It's getting hot in here. So don't take off your clothes. Don't do it. All right. Don't take off your clothes. All right. Just stay clothed up. So right here, 56%. That dropped down some. 56% say it's almost damn split. 56% Ocon will outperform Gasly. So I'm going to end that poll, and I'm going to ask you, I'm going to put another poll in the chat. See what you think about this. All right, let's see. I don't know. Should I say top 10, top 5? I'll say top 10. All right, poll in the chat. Don't dance on it. Just vote on it. Do you think Oscar lives up to all the drama and bring McLaren into the top 10 fight in 2023? Do you think Oscar Piastri was worth all the problems? Do you think Oscar Piastri was worth the whole situation with the CRB board and then having to work out financial compensation to Alpine for McLaren to get him officially started? McLaren believing that he is a young talent that is super, super great. Do you think that it was worth all of that? Now, if you need some context, I will bring it into context for you. So just give me a second. And I'm going to read off some of the accomplishments that that Oscar Piastri has done. And then you can kind of tell me what you think. But also remember, just because Formula One is what have you done for me lately? Everything you did in F2 and F3 and F4 is great. That's good. It got you here. It got you here. But what have you done for me lately? That's what people are going to be asking. What the hell have you done for me lately? So let me tell you some of the things that Oscar has done as far as his results in previous or other series. So remember Formula Renault 2.0, Oscar finished with a world championship in 2019. All right. So that's what he did there. An FIA Formula 3 championship with Permo Racing in 2020. He also had a world championship there in 2020. Then in esports virtual Grand Prix, which, ain't making for shit here in 2020, finished 19th. As Formula 4, he finished second. All right. So that's Oscar's resume. That's what Oscar Piastri has done, all right? In 2021 with Permo Racing, he finished with the World Championship in 2021. So that's what he's done. So it's not like he's a slouch as he's come up through the ranks. But do you think from what you will see in testing that you think Oscar was worth all of that? Do you think he was worth all the situation that happened in order for McLaren to get him and then release Daniel Ricciardo? Or do you think McLaren possibly could have went a different direction with all of that? What do you think about that? How do you feel about that? How do you feel about that situation? Let me know what you think. That's what I want to know. Even though I put the poll up, 76% of you said no. And although we can't fully know what Oscar's ceiling is right now because he's fresh. Galacticus, when he gets in here, Judical McBoodical, what's up, fam? Galacticus, when he gets in here, he's going to tell you. He's giving Oscar Piastri 3 races. Like he's being hard-nosed cut. Like he said, I'm giving Oscar Piastri 3 races to prove if he was worth all the hoopla. And I'm going to tell you right now, based on the classifications yesterday, looking at what he did, it's not looking so good. I mean, in comparison, because if you think about it, look at this. Oscar finished 18th. All right, he finished 18th. Let's look at some of the other newcomer and drivers. Felipe finished 14th. Nick DeVries, 13th. Logan Sargent finished 10th in a Williams. Oscar in a McLaren that Lando took to 5th in classifications. That is not speaking highly and not making the case for all the shit that went down around Oscar Piastri in 2022 leading into 2023. That's not making a great case for that situation. All right. Now we're going to see what happens later on because he still has more opportunities in driving, testing. He's the number 2 driver. So he's going to be out there race day, first race day, unless something like what happened to Lance Stroll happens. Oscar Piastri is going to be on the grid. And I'm going to even want to see in a McLaren, can he do what Nick DeVries did in a Williams in 2022? We're not talking about the 2023 Williams. We're talking about the FW44. We're talking about the old Williams, 2022 Williams. Nick DeVries, grid 8th for qualifying, puts it in points at 9th for the race, substituted for Albon. Can Piastri, who's a number 2 certified driver for McLaren, put a McLaren in points? Now we know Lando gonna put that car in points more often than not. He did that last season, and he did that outperforming Daniel Ricciardo, which is out of here. He the funny face for Red Bull. But if Oscar doesn't do that, hey, I know Galactic is only giving him 3 races. I'm giving him at least a season to show me something. I think that's fair season, but I'm also going to compare him to the other comps. Sargent, De Vries, Drugovich, if he gets more time, because that's going to be a funny situation, how that might also work out too. So let me see what you all say right here. 62% of you all said no, he's not going to do that. He might not be that guy. 62% of y'all said that he might not be that guy. And you might not be horribly wrong about that. You might not be horribly wrong about that. Let me see if we got some more pictures coming up. Yeah, nobody, thank you for sending me that, but that's pictures of a flower. I don't want to see flowers. I do like flowers. I get flowers for my wife, but I don't want to see flowers on race day. I do understand the shot, with the car like in the background, but it's a shot that I'm just paying attention to yellow flowers, which they look beautiful. They look beautiful, but that's not what I want to see. So 64% of you all said no, Oscar is not worth all of that. Wyra, what's going on, fam? I see you up in here. But yeah, I mean, he did what he did. And I will say this, on paper, because if you compare, aside from De Vries, now if I compare Oscar's resume to De Vries, I'm taking De Vries all day. I'm taking De Vries all day. I just think he's got a bit more there, a bit more beefed up steak. Like if that's a filet mignon, that's like a 12 ounce to a 9 ounce. But in respect, Oscar being available because Alpine didn't handle their shit, being available, I would say that who else would you get? Especially if you're trying to have drivers to take you into the future. Like you don't want to go out here and get another driver where you already know what their ceiling is. You're just trying to hope that maybe they might wake the hell up, have a bit different view and machinery and might do something. That's not a very good gamble to take. So really you're trying to look for that diamond in that rough. And I'll say that Oscar likely is that diamond in the rough that looked a bit more polished than what was available. I will say that definitely. That's how I feel. But now it's time to see if all that paper shit can equate to race podiums at least. I'm not even trying to put an albatross around his neck of race wins yet. It would be great if that happened for him. But I'm just going to say a podium. Matter of fact, can you put that car in top 5 multiple times in the 2023 season? I'm pretty sure Lando is going to do that at some point in the season. I think Lando's going to put the McLaren in top 5. Damn sure he's going to be in points majority of the time. Lando right now in 9th, running right now as we watching the tracker, and I'll bring that up big so we can check that out. But as we see also, Hamilton is where? Where's Hamilton now? Shit. Hamilton 7th, so he fell to 7th, but like I said, he was on prototype tires and we're still talking about damage. But we'll see what Oscar does. We'll see if Lando ends up shipping out another teammate. Sainz went to Ferrari. I'm not going to say technically he shipped Sainz out, but he's been through with Sainz. And Lando's had some teammates that I think, stands that Lando has proven that he earns the right to be the number 1 driver at McLaren. He went through Sainz. He was there with Ricciardo, and he's still there. Now he's going to be there with the new hot talent, Oscar Piastri, and he's probably going to sun the shit out of Oscar. But Oscar's going to have to grow. So I'm going to be looking toward the end of the season to see what kind of growth Oscar has in comparison to his other rookie team or newcomers, and then compare him to that. I think that's going to be a fair comparison. And if Oscar is not there, I'm going to say all that shit on paper wasn't worth what you got. But then, Alex Palou back there, maybe they end up switching out, see what Alex can do. I haven't heard much talk about Alex Palou in the McLaren camp, so I'm trying to see what's going on with that. I need to do some research and dive in on that, but we'll see. And it is 4 minutes from our next segment because we about to get spicy in this damn thing. I'm telling you, I'm about to talk my shit. I'm about to talk my ish. I'm really about to talk my ish on this next segment. I know it's going to be some people in the comment section after this is done and we off live that's going to be in the comment like, oh, Wolfpack, I hate you. I hate you. You all. No, I'm just speaking facts. I'm just speaking facts. All right. So they're looking at the front wing of the Mercedes right now in the pit lane. Don't forget they have that 3D printed piece on that end plate. Definitely trying to find some room in the regulations to make some modifications to that end plate, because they did write something in the regulations that kind of tamed development on the end plate. Although now it seems like Ferrari is going to be challenging for maybe regs to see what they're going to do as far as not only the bits on the front wing, but also the bypass duct on the side pod. And then who else do we have? I think we got Haas having some bits that they've added to their front end plate in the inside that might be questionable. So we'll see how these things get handled as time goes. We got Red Bull with their flick of the diffuser, essentially kind of adding like a third beam wing there. So there are some things that could come in question as the season approaches, that some regulations might be written like, that's not entirely what we were hoping you would do. So now we understand we need to be a little bit more clear in the literature. We need to redact that, put some pink writing all in here and update it and say what we really want you to do. So, they're gonna be doing some things with this front wing, so I'm looking to see what kind of information to get on that. And I need to see, I don't know why Mercedes is not running a bit more flow viz. I would have expected to see Mercedes have a bit more flow viz on that car, trying to really see what's going on with the airflow. I don't know why they're not doing that. Like, I haven't seen them do much of that. I've seen more flow viz at Red Bull than I've seen at Mercedes, and I think Red Bull, rightfully so, you should be doing that. But we've seen more flow viz on a Williams car. And I think with everything Mercedes had to do to this car to make it even palatable, I would have seen them run more flow viz, trying to get a better understanding, or at least visually see in real wind on a track what the air is doing over the surface of that car. So I'm looking forward to see them implement that a bit more in these testing sessions. I mean, they don't have to do it to satisfy me. I just think it's a good thing to see if they're, I mean, if they're that comfortable with it, then maybe they don't need, maybe they feel they don't need it if they're that damn comfortable. But if I don't see you in the top 5 and at least top 3 being Mercedes right now in testing, I got to say, you can't be that damn comfortable. That's how I'm feeling. We got a plethora of drivers right now on track. Sainz, Zhou, Alonso, K-Mag, Ocon, Perez, Sargent, Norris, Tsunoda. The only person we don't have on track right now is Lewis Hamilton. Everybody else is out on track. All nine drivers out of the 10 are out on track. Let me not say everybody else. How you can say everybody? It's like everybody, just no. 9 drivers of the 10 are out on track right now. Hamilton's on pit right now, still reported he's on the prototype tires. We're going to see what he comes out in. Yuki's running hards, so I'm not looking for him to do much on a hard compound tire in respect to the other drivers on medium. Zhou is also on the prototype tire, and he is right now in the pit, so he exits the track, goes into the pit. Let's go ahead and bring up the driver tracker. It is time for our segment. Let's go. Let's get spicy. I'm about to talk my ish. So we about to go to the big board, because we about to have a conversation. We're about to have a conversation. Now, I heard what some people were saying about Alonso in regard to somebody else. So I'm about to bring up this board, and I'm about to talk my ish, and I don't give a damn what nobody say about it. I don't care what nobody say about it. Alonso. People. Now, I heard comments being made. Alonso is great. Okay. You want to say Alonso's great? That's your opinion. Alonso has been here for 19 damn seasons, y'all. 19 seasons. And I don't hear nobody hollering about Alonso retiring. Nobody hollering. I don't hear anybody hollering about, I haven't heard many holler about Alonso retiring. Matter of fact, they talking, commentators and journalists talking like, oh, he's so upbeat. He's so ready to keep going. He been sober 17 fucking years. He been sober. He hasn't been wind drunk in 17 years. He hasn't had a wind alcoholic drink in 17 years. So hold me if I don't tell you to pump your motherfucking brakes. Please tell me. 17 years sober from a race win. 19 seasons. 2006 was the last time this man was a world champion. And y'all talking about Alonso upbeat. He's so ready to get in the car. He don't need to retire yet. You can let me hear people say that 7-time world champion Lewis Hamilton needs to retire. What in the fuck kind of ideology is that? But y'all say I'm biased. People say I'm biased. But I got to hear people say Lewis Hamilton, 7-time world champion who definitely got cheated in 2021 of his 8th, still winning throughout his career. But yet Alonso can be sober from a race win 17 years now, and ain't nobody talking about he needs to retire. Y'all talking about how up damn beat he is? Hold the fucking brakes. Hold on. This ain't all I got. This is just what you see. So let's look at this. They said Max Verstappen could do the same thing. Max Verstappen, 2-time champion, he got a lot of time left in him. Mind you, Max's contract is up in 2028, and we've heard Max say several times he's not trying to be here to the age of 40. 2028, I think, is going to put Max around 31 years of age. Max already been talking about doing other race series, so I don't know how long this young man is going to be around the sport. But I do know, like Alonso, he got 2 championships. I do also know the Red Bull, the RB19, it's looking good right now. It's looking likely like maybe Max could be in contention or fight to have his 3rd championship. But I will also tell you this. There is a man who drove for Red Bull who has already and still done more than Max Verstappen has done in that same team. Sebastian Vettel is a 4-time champion, back-to-back champion, the youngest Formula One driving champion, 4-time at Red Bull. So Max has not even eclipsed that. But right now, Max is on par to be an Alonso 2.0. Why do you say this, Wolfpack? Okay, this is why I say this. All right? Let me make me big when I say this shit. This is why I say this. I'm about to tell you why I'm telling you what I'm telling you. Why I'm making the comparisons that I'm making. This is the hot topic shit that we get into through our testing. We don't only stick to testing at Wolfpack. We're going to get hot and heavy in some of these topics. Let me bring Alonso up because I need you to look at his damn face while I'm talking my ish. Alonso, I'm about to read you some real numbers, some stats, some records. 350 plus GPs, 5 constructor later, and this man got 2 championships to show for it. It's hard to get championships, y'all. I'm not doubting that. It's not hard when they hand them to you like they did in 2021, but it's hard when you kind of earn them a little bit like you did in 2022. Alonso winning his in 2005 and 2006, 17 goddamn years ago. 5 constructors later, 350 plus GPs, and not another one since. 17 years dry. 17 years, Alonso ain't hit that winning booty in no time yet. Now listen to this. Championship records. Alonso is 16th in that. Max is 17th. They right there by each other. Wins in Formula One. Alonso is 7th. Max is 6th. Once again, they right there by each other. Max eclipsing Alonso by 1. Pole positions. Alonso is 13th there. Max is 16th. Fastest lap. Alonso has 12th. Max has 14. He's 14th. He's 13th on that list. Max is 14th on that list. Pole positions. Alonso's 13th on that record list. Max is 16th on that record list. Wins. Alonso is 7th in that list. Max is 6th on that list. Points. Alonso is 3rd. Max is 4th. Podiums. Alonso is 6th. Max is 8th on that list. Let me tell you something. Do you know who the hell is at the top of all those damn records? All those records that I just named, where Alonso is 7th, Max is 6th. Championships, Alonso 16th, Max is 17th. Pole positions, Alonso is 13th, Max is 16th. Fastest lap, Alonso is 12th, Max is 14th. Points, Alonso's 3rd, Max is 4th. Podiums, Alonso 6th, Max is 8th. Do you know who is at the top of all those damn records that I just read off? The person that people are saying needs to retire. Lewis fucking Hamilton is at the top of all of those records. He owns currently all of those records. So why is it that I gotta hear people talking shenanigans about Alonso don't need to retire, but Lewis Hamilton needs to retire? What kind of dumbass shit is that? What kind of talk is this? Why do you do this? Why do you do this? Come on, people. Let's not do corny shit like that. Going back to the lap leader record. That's our segment for 4 a.m. Eastern Standard Time this morning. Why are people talking these shenanigans? I'm not hating on Alonso. Like we said, he's doing great in testing. He's doing good in testing. He's third. He's doing great. He's top 5. He's right there third, and he finished second yesterday. He's doing great for AMR 23 that has been very suspect and has earned the name to be the Green Bull with the lack of pace. Alonso is coming out with the distance between him and Drugovich, and he's doing good in testing. We'll see what happens in race. I'm not saying that Alonso's not a good driver. He's a good driver. I'm not saying he's not talented. Shit, he's talented. At his age, still doing what he's doing is awesome. But when I got to listen to people talk about he needs to stay around the sport, yet I got to hear fools talking about Lewis Hamilton needs to retire. Are you shitting me? Alonso hasn't accomplished enough to even matter to Lewis Hamilton that same amount at a time. Did you see how long he has been around the sport? 19 effing seasons. And 17 seasons without no race win. Stop playing with me. Stop playing with me. I'm just keeping it real. Just keeping it real. Just really talking facts around here while people trying to act whack around here. I don't know why you want to do all that. I don't know why you want to do that. You want to do crazy stuff like that, I guess. I don't know why you want to do crazy stuff like that, but you want to talk crazy, keep running around here talking crazy, looking foolish. Y'all going to say Wolfpack bias. He always up in. How can I up? These are the real numbers. These are real statistics. These are real records. Lewis Hamilton owns all of those records, whereas Alonso does not own any of them. So why is Alonso so much more greater than all this talk that he can be around the sport of Formula One collecting a guy? The only record that Alonso leads in right now that's current is the participation and attendance record. Every time he shows up to the race for the next 350 some odd GPs, they're going to say Alonso, longest career in Formula One. Alonso, longest career in Formula One. He broke that record again. Stop playing with me. Lewis Hamilton out on track. He's on medium compound tires. Perez out on track. He's on medium compound tires. Yuki's still out on track, just bleeding away on hard compound tires. And Logan Sargent is out on track in the Williams that has been performing pretty well in these testing sessions, surprisingly, on medium compound tires. There you go. Segment right there for the morning for you, right there for 4 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's our segment right there, and we got more coming your way. We got more segments coming your way. Don't sleep on it. We're going to make some comparisons later on with some concepts of cars, see what you think about that opinion, and go from there. Don't sleep on me either. Wolfpack Performance up in this house. We talking big shit here. Trying to tell you. It's 4 a.m. I pump just like this. This me. So let's get another poll going in the chat. Let me see if I got any more pictures to pull your way. And I do have a picture to pull your way. It is a technical picture. So I think what we'll do is we'll pull that one over. Yeah, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and pull this over so you can get a little bit better, closer look at the diagram of this flick that's on the RB19. Because I do think some of the floor developments on the RB19 are very interesting, and I do think that they're proving itself in pace. They're paying out dividends. Every now and then you get updates. Let's stop calling these changes upgrades until they actually yield some upgrades. They'll actually yield some race pace. Let's just call them updates until they define what they're really going to be, because all updates don't give progression. They kind of regress you. Sometimes updates don't matter. They not showing you nothing. So I'm about to bring in the Red Bull diagram of the floor, and I'm going to bring it in on the big screen so we could take a closer look at what you were looking at. Give me a second. Let me bring this on in. Let me get Alonso up off there. We done with that segment. We'll still be back with more segments. Let's go ahead and RBR Daya, bring this in, and then we'll bring it out real quick. Let me get this up for you. It is very interesting, and it outlines more detail about the floor and what's going on and what they've done. So let me bring this in here. So right here, bringing it over to you right now. Take a look at this. Boom, here you go. So here they are highlighting and outlining on this diagram right here. Some of the changes in the bits on this Red Bull floor, which are highly interesting. All right. They're highly interesting. And now that flick that I was talking to you about earlier, that you could see just beyond going back before the bits after the floor fence, that flick, they give you a closer look at that flick, magnifying it. And that is really intricate, the way they have the combination of those bits working. That is detailed work to really try to manipulate that airflow as much as possible. These teams, especially Red Bull, Mercedes, even Aston Martin, I mean, even if you look at Haas with some of the things they're trying to add to their front wing end plate, These teams in this second season of the new regulation are doing their most to try to find the car that they want to put on track. That is what this is about. They're trying to find and get this car to come out that they want to have on track. And little things like this are big things that could happen for this car. All right. And you've seen Red Bull throughout testing. And I'm about to bring in another photo into our photo dump that they are flow visiting that floor and that side pod up. And I think, to me, that is what I need to see Mercedes doing. I need to see Mercedes doing that same thing, because I believe they need to be like trying to extract as much information as they can with the race out on track. And I haven't really seen them do that to the degree that I think they should. But then again, there are smarter, more important people working at Mercedes that know better than me. Not probably know better than me. They've been in there. So I'm not judging them. I'm just saying that I thought I would see more of that. And I'm about to bring in this picture of the flow viz that Red Bull has been doing. And I'm saying Red Bull has been running an upteenth amount of flow viz. They really have. They've really been running an upteen amount of flow viz on this car. Like, they're really trying to understand everything they have going on with this car in this second year of regulations with the changes they've done. And I just think that's what I would like to see Mercedes do. But it's not to say that Mercedes may not. Mercedes may be doing a lot of collection through sensors and telemetry and everything like that. So they're collecting their information the way they feel they need to, not necessarily the way I feel they should be. I'm not the professional, and they have professionals working for them. We got a nice picture on track of the AMR 23, and I'm about to bring that in for you all right now. This is going to be the second track photo that we've had of this car, this emerald green car. There's no place like home. I'm about to update our photo dump right now as we're sitting there, and bring this photo in. And let me, where's the AMR? Boom, here we go. New photo of the AMR. And there you go right there. Whew, that thing is sexy. I like that JCB on there. For some reason, that logo just really stands out. Now, remember, they had that draggy wing last season that got outlawed and banned. And that was a pretty nice development that happened. Some of you all, if you don't recall that, I can bring a picture of that up real quick. Let me see, because I do have my photos from last season. So let me bring that picture up of the AMR wing band, and let me show you what that looked like. It was a very interesting development. Like, what they did was highly interesting. I mean, for them to do that, they really tried to find their way around the regulations to make that happen. And this is the wing that was in question. And after being in question, it got banned. I'm about to bring it over to you right now. A high drag wing. Now, if you look at this, the regulations where they were written, there was not supposed to be any wing end plate on the rear wing. It was all one surface, supposed to kind of curve into itself like you see the other cars have, and even Aston right now, because they don't have this option anymore. But the development and the ingenuity of what they did here to incorporate an end plate without it being a multi-piece unit was very profound and very, I commend them for that. Although it didn't stick around long, because they definitely wrote it out of the regulations. But the fact that they did it and that development speaks to the point that these engineers and these teams are trying to find whatever they can find to improve their pace. All right. And I thought that was a very good, very ingenuity. I thought I commended it highly. That was a very good attempt of trying to bring something back that was supposed to be gone and incorporate it in the way they incorporated it. And they did a phenomenal job with it, to the point where it got banned, but they allowed them to use it throughout the rest of the season. And they brought it back like 1 or 2 times. They didn't use that wing variation much, but I still commend them for doing that. So that to me was some dope shit that they did. I really did like that. So I'm gonna bring back up your driver tracker right now so we can see these drivers going around track right now. We got Lewis Hamilton, Perez, Yuki out on track. Yuki's changed his tires from hards to medium. We got majority of these drivers except for Zhou on the prototype tire, and trying to see Lewis Hamilton in 7, Perez is in 6. And I'm kind of wondering at this point in time, what's going on with Perez? If Perez is in 6, we saw Max Verstappen, at least I want to think. You can't put anything past Red Bull, but I want to say that at this point in time right now, that the cars should be what they are, but still it could be that the car is not what Perez likes, which still speaks to the point that Perez is, may not be adapting well. Or does Perez even want to adapt? Maybe he doesn't want to adapt. Maybe this is the beginning of the Bottas era for Perez. When Bottas understood that he probably wasn't going to be re-signed by Mercedes, he took a different attitude towards being a teammate in the races. I still would like to say Bottas was a very complimentary teammate. He did what he needed to do. At the same time, he was a good driver, finished, put that car in points so they could be in the constructors. I don't think there was a lot. Listen, there was one point in time where literally they changed places, and these team orders happen except for Max Verstappen. Max Verstappen gets a team order and he just ignores the shit. Perez gets a team order and he complies to it. And I don't want people to sit up here and say that's Perez's job. No, it's either or a teammate's job when the team calls for it. When your team principal, your CEO says that you follow team orders when we deem them necessary, and they order you to give the place to your teammate because that's what they want to do, whether it's palatable for viewers or not. This is what happens for them to try to arrange their way to get the constructors up, and you deny that. That's not being a good teammate. And especially when you've already got it in the bag, you don't have anything to lose. You got nothing to lose. And he didn't do it. So Bottas and Lewis had a good understanding. They had a good relationship on track and I think off track. And even there was a time where Lewis Hamilton was given the position to try to make a go at something. And when it did happen, he himself gave that position back to Bottas instead of crossing. And that was a podium position. That was a podium position that Lewis gave back to Bottas in that race. He gave it back and let him have a podium position. Nobody wants to say that, though. When they make these comparisons, nobody wants to say these things when they bring it up, but that's just, these things are true. So, is this something that we might be seeing from Perez, or is this Perez not being able to drive in the RB19? Because, like I said, he's on prototype tires right now, so I'm not making a hard indictment on him, but I am saying, when have we seen Perez in the top 3 during this testing session? Will we see Perez in the top position at any point in time today? I mean, right now in this first session, hell, well, likely he might have the second session because as it sits, us looking at the driver lineup right now, it looks Perez is going to be on track. I mean, he's already in the car right now. And technically, we're supposed to be seeing Max Verstappen there. So it's likely we see Perez the rest of this time out unless Max comes back the last day in Saturday's PM session just to give one more go after several developments throughout the course of this day, PM, and then tomorrow morning. But if we see Perez all the way through at least Saturday morning session and he never breaks the top 3, either he's boycotting or he ain't got it for the RB19, and he signed too early. I've said this plenty of times. I know Perez signed his contract with Red Bull too early. He signed too early. Let me make sure I didn't miss any super chats. I'm just coming off my 4 a.m. segment, hot as shit with that ish talk. So I might have missed something. Okay, so I didn't miss super chats. And again, yes, I do have the VIP box is up here. People that do super chats earn their points toward their VIP box. Also, a lot of things come in the VIP box. One of those things is your Wolfpack Gold coin that I have custom made and sent out. And those are many things that come in there, as well as your, Wolfpack hats and all the little merch. Once again, I am going to have a merch drop that's going to be available for everybody on the YouTube channel. And I'm still working on who's going to be the platform that I'm going to work with to integrate with. I'm still working on the design. I'm still working on packaging, all of that good stuff. But that is coming soon, so keep an eye out for that. All right, let me see. We got some more pictures right here of the AlphaTauri out on track with the aero rake. So I'm going to bring that in so we can get our aero rake photos on. And this will be the second time we've seen the AlphaTauri with the aero rake picture. And I think it is pretty damn nice because this is technical. These are the things that we need to see. This is the glorious thing about actually watching testing, is to see all these cars kind of come into their own and hopefully get a glimpse of what we could see the first race day. And testing is so interesting. Like, this is how we start getting into the race season, like from the ground up. If you're in Formula One right now and maybe testing out your thing, you should at least make it a point to watch testing at least once, to just understand it. Put it on in the background. You might be at work, put it on the background, put us on the background, get an understanding of what's going on, get some pictures on there, do whatever, but definitely kind of get exposed to all the little different areas of Formula One, just to kind of make your experience a little bit more whole. I am going to be doing some more kind of like educational videos like I've done before in the past about the MGUH and the MGUK. I'm going to do some other videos about some other things of Formula One and just try to assist the community and myself to get, I do things with technical regulations. I like to post those, especially when things happen in the season, get the regs. We go over the regs, kind of get a better understanding why things did or did not happen. So that's always interesting as well. So let me boom, get this AlphaTauri up to you all right here with the aero rake system on it. Bow. There it is, coming around that corner. Aero rakes is out there. Them aero rakes is shit. Them things look like that damn dinosaur on Jurassic Park, the one that come up and fuck you up, then spit in your face. That's what it looked like. Then just spit in your damn face with that muck. I don't know what that shit does, but Jurassic Park fell off lately too. The last Jurassic Park, I really wasn't feeling it. And I'm a Jurassic Park fan. Like, I like the product, but the last Jurassic Park just didn't do it for me. It took me like 3 times to watch it. Like, it just really kind of it wasn't there. It wasn't on the level. Not in my opinion anyway. So I'm just not in my opinion, but let me know what you might have thought about it. But we got a new poll in the chat coming your way. All right, here we go. New poll in the chat. Let me think about some numbers that might make sense. Make sure I got this right. And I'm about to put this poll in the chat, let you all vote on that, all right? Let me think of some numbers. He's already got that, but still it could be that. I'll go with that. Matter of fact, I'm gonna cut that down because he's already right there. 4 to 5, and then 7 or 8. Yeah, I can do that. I mean, we talking scenarios. Y'all tell me what you think. All right, poll in the chat. Don't dance on it. Just vote on it. Let me know, how many championships do you think Max will accomplish before retiring from F1? Let me know what you think about that. Lewis Hamilton still in 7th. Perez still in 6th. Alonso in 3rd. Zhou pops up to 2 on a prototype. And the Alfa, ooh, on a prototype tire, Zhou pops up to number 2 on a prototype. Damn, shit getting crazy around that Alfa Romeo. Let me find out. Matter of fact, I got a picture right here about to bring Zhou in. Coming in hot. Coming in hot. Oh, hell yeah. Let me get this photo in here. This is a nice shot, too. Definitely a nice shot. Yuki ain't doing a damn thing right now. He ain't doing a damn thing to support his case on being that boss driver. There you go right there. Nice shot of the C43 right there with the DRS wing cracked on top of that. That shot looked dope. I just like to see the width of them tires. Just like, listen, when I was in pit lane, I couldn't get enough of feeling on some damn tires. I ain't lying to you. I'll post a picture in the YouTube chat. I'm gripping them things like, I'm just like, just grab that thing. I'm telling you. Charlene was like, will you grab that tire? Like, you grabbing, yeah, this tire, meaty. It's meaty. That tire was looking nice. That tire was sexy. I like tires. I like wheel fitment. It's just one of them things that I like. All right. We'll let some of those pictures cycle through. Lewis Hamilton starting us off today with that photo as they captured that. Oh, yeah. Get a nice picture of Zhou in the cockpit sitting over there. Boom. Let me bring this photo in too. We got a new photo right here. Got Zhou with his game face on, sitting like he ready to go out and just attack the track. Only Chinese driver right there in Formula One, making history his damn self. Hopefully he has a better season. No accidents. He had a very bad accident last time. I'm glad and blessed that it did not claim his life. That lid is hot too with that purple. But hopefully his rookie season was crippled by not only reliability issues due to Ferrari and their power unit, but situations that happen on the track, his wreck. So I'm wishing the best for Zhou this season, that he can have a better season and show people what he can do in a car that is reliable and tracks that will fit him without other cars around him pit maneuvering him, if I can say that. So, it was an accident that happened. It was, Gasly, I think what it was Russell, Gasly, Zhou. Gasly really squoze up in the middle, was not seen. It was a whole situation, but fortunately Zhou walked away from that with his life, and I'm glad to have him here. And like I said, it just speaks volumes about the safety devices and the halos that people hated so much. And I've said that several times, and I'm gonna keep saying it right now. But nice to see Zhou pop up there. Let's go ahead and bring our driver tracker up right here. Sainz still at the top, Zhou second, knocking Alonso to third. Sargent right now on trot with the prototypes, and Perez on hard tires still kind of just hovering right there at six. If he comes on again in the second session of the day, in the PM session, it's going to be interesting to see if he falls or, he actually kind of just sits and stays there. So we'll see what happens. We still don't know if we're going to, I don't know, at least I don't know. If I still don't think we're going to see Max Verstappen for the second session of the day in the afternoon. I think it's going to be Perez the majority of the day, and that's good for him. But it's only good. It's good for him, period. But it's not good if we don't see him progress with that amount of lap time. If you get that amount of lap time over everybody else that's coming in on the second session, and you don't crawl up the charts in the RB19 that we literally saw Max Verstappen put number one as of the classification from yesterday, that's not a good look. That's not a good look for Perez to me. It's especially not what I want to see from Perez, being deemed and named the Minister of Defense. But you don't want to only be the Minister of Defense. You don't want to be a speed bump out there. You want to be a blocking dummy. You want to actually go win. And I think Perez can win. I've seen him drive wheel to wheel, and he has some wheel to wheel driving ability. And I just think it was odd last season to see him performing well, and then he gets a race win, and then all this shit kicks off with Max Verstappen and his dad dissing him on social media. And then his car, all of a sudden, Perez can't drive, and his car is underperforming. It's not a conspiracy theory. It's just an observation, and I just wonder why and what really led to that. What led to that? Was it the tracks? Was it, the car developed more away from Perez and he couldn't adapt? Maybe so. Maybe that is a possibility. Maybe that is more likely what happened. And if that is the case, maybe Red Bull is not where Perez needs to be, and Perez should not have signed that contract that early. I think he should have left his options open, or he should have put Red Bull in a position that if you really want me in the Red Bull car and not out here running against Max Verstappen, your driver, pay me my money. You need to pay me. Perez, I don't think Perez should be making less than $15 million. If Danny Ricciardo could be making what he made going to McLaren, I don't think Perez doing what he's done, especially for Red Bull, should have been making less than at least $12-15 million. And matter of fact, let's try to see if the driver pay contracts came out. We could take a look at that. Let me see if we got that. Let's see if I can find that so we can kind of view it together to see what these guys ranking in to these days. Let me see. Nah, I don't care about duration of the contract, although that'd be good information to also get there. This is nothing but confirms. I want to see, because I had a payout last time, and I think I got it right here. 2023. Is this the 2023 contracts? Yep, I think this is it. I think these are the 2023 contracts. So let me see about this real quick. 2023 contracts. And Perez, 10 million. Perez, 10 million. I tell you what, I'm going to try to bring this in a big window for you so we can scroll it together. So just give me one moment. Let me bring this in and we can scroll it together and check it out. Get rid of that shit. Yeah, this is definitely something we could take a look at. Hold on. Like I said, we're going to do more than just pay attention to the track. Sainz is out on track. He's still at the top. Perez, Sargent, and Tsunoda still floating at the bottom like a catfish. So we're not missing anything there. So let's see. Salaries. F1. Let me go ahead and get this in here. Bow. Populated it. I'm about to bring this in. And y'all let me know if y'all don't think Perez should be making more money than that. Now, he's not far. He's far from what I said. I said 15 million. My bro is sitting at 10 million. I think it definitely should be more than that. And like I said, I think that's where it comes that he signed that contract too damn early. All right, so let's take a look at these salaries. I'm getting the screen together for you. Just give me a second. All right, boom, here we go. All right, so here we go right here. So right there, Verstappen. Now, hopefully these are official. If not, they should put us in the ballpark. Verstappen, 55 million to 2028. Lewis Hamilton, remember, he has not had his contract renegotiated yet. I don't think it's official for his new contract because it's ending this year. So right there and then 35 million for Lewis Hamilton. Charles bringing in a 24 million until 2024. And that's why I say that Ferrari, I was going to say Formula One, literally Formula One's love child. Ferrari is literally on a make it or break it year with Charles, because if they don't show him something, Fred's there, if they don't show him something that makes him believe that he can be a champion in that red car, he's going to be looking to go somewhere. Where that may be, I don't know. But 24 million right now until 2024. Norris is 20 million to 2025. He's proven to be that he's going to be the consistent and future driver for McLaren. They're working on their second. Right now, Oscar seeing what he's going to do. Sainz racking in 12 million until 2024. So Ferrari is in a situation where both drivers will be up for contracts next season. So we'll see what they're going to end up doing. Red Bull, Perez, 10 million 2024. Like I said, I think he should have held their feet to the fire and got that checkup. I think if Sainz can get 12, Perez definitely should have got more than that. He's done more than Sainz has done for Ferrari that Perez has done for Red Bull. So I think, honestly, Sainz should be at 15 million, in my opinion. Bottas for Alfa Romeo is at 10 million to 2025. Russell is at 8 million, 2023. Ocon 2024 plus undetermined at 6 million, and that's not a bad ticket. So I'm pretty sure they can deal with some things with Ocon and his performance until they can find better options. You only paying him 6 million. Alonso 5 million at Aston Martin 2024 plus. That was kind of one of his things. Alpine wanted to give him, I think Alpine wanted to give him a 1+1. Like, you do good this season, then we'll talk about giving you another season. He wanted a guaranteed multi-year deal. Lawrence gave it to him. Gasly right here. Alpine 5 million 2024 plus. K-Mag 5 million 2023, and I think there's some circumstances circling around that he'll be there longer than that. That's undetermined. Albon 3 million in 2024 plus. That ain't a bad tag for what Albon's doing at Williams. Depending on how Williams does this season and how Albon does with that Williams car, if it's gonna look anything like it does in testing and race, if he's gonna be top 10 and collecting points, y'all look forward to seeing Albon get a better contract, at least 8 million. His next contract should be at least 8 million if he manages to put that Williams car in points more often than not. No less than 8 million. Albon better look at doing that. He's been on a serve, show me what you can do. He did decent last season. If he manages with this variation of a car to collect more points and even put them in top 10, top 9 or 10th, he definitely deserves a different contract. 2024 or an extension of something. I'm telling you, Albon, get your money, bro. Then we got what we got right here. We have coming all the way down to Sargent. So we got Stroll, 2 million open because he's daddy's boy, and there's no telling how long he's going to be there. But with Drugovich being in the picture, maybe likely things could change if Lawrence gets over himself. Hulk from Haas, 2 million at 2024. That's straight. They ain't worried about that. He'll fill in. De Vries, AlphaTauri, 2023 plus at 2 million. He had to work out some issues with the last person with a financier. Hopefully they work out that financial situation that he owed a certain amount of money. They backed his career, but I think there were some issues with that contract, and it really fell off. But they kind of mad they missed the boat, and it was about if he was a Formula One driver in the seats, but technically he wasn't, but he filled in, and so all that shit went on. Joe at 2 million for 2023. Piastri sitting right now at 2 million 2024. He's gonna have to earn his money. Right now it's looking rough for him, but we just in testing. And Suzuki at 1 million. About time. They had my boy sitting at 750,000. I thought he needed more respect on his name than that. He got like 1 million 2023, but Yuki's on the fire. He on the hot seat. And Sargent coming in. Think about this. Sargent coming in at 1 million 2023, Yuki couldn't even get that last season. Y'all better stop fucking playing with me. Stop playing with me. Let's go back to our leaderboard. There's contracts and salaries for you right there. So hope you enjoyed that. But yeah, I think Perez should have got a bit more money. Should have got more money right there. Perez should have demanded a little bit more check, a little bit more chicken, man. A little bit more chicken on there. Got a nice shot, but we ain't sharing that. Just talking about Yuki and DeVries. Hopefully everything stays peachy keen, but we will see if little man syndrome will arise in that camp and things flare up as the races start, and maybe they even get in the way of each other. We definitely going to see that relationship tested, and we'll see what happens. You know what time it is? It's time for the percolator. It's time for the percolator. It's honey bun time. Yeah, damn it. All right, so 47% of you all said 4 to 5 championships is likely what you think Max Verstappen will get. 42% of you all said 2 to 3. I think that's fair. I can see that. I'm thinking 4. I think maybe he equals Seb at Red Bull for 4 championships. Not winning his first until after like 6 or 7 seasons and having a contract to 2028. I do not think Red Bull go dominant that entire time, nor do I think Max goes winning championships through all out his initial contract. I do not think that's going to happen. It's hard for that to happen. It's not doubting Max's ability. It's just hard for that to happen. It's not easy to do what Mercedes has done. It's not easy to do what Williams had done in one time. It's not easy to do that. Ferrari's proven that. Look, they've been dry their damn self. All right, they've been dry their damn self. Think about that. Think about how long it's been since Ferrari themselves have won a championship. Just consider that. If you don't know, then let's talk about it. That's what we're doing. During testing, we're just not talking about testing. They on track. Sainz is there. He's still first. Alonso's third. K-Mag is fourth, doing some good things at Haas. Perez is sixth. We wonder if he's going to do better. I mean, shit, Hamilton's falling to 8. He's on medium tires. He's out right now, so let's see what he can do. Norris is on 9th, and Yuki's still floating down at the bottom. But while we're doing that and testing, let's talk about some other things that have to do with Formula One and some historical things, and look at some things and put shit in perspective. So let's look at Ferrari and how long it's been since they've been champion. They've been sober for some time. Ferrari has been sober since 2008. 2008 as a constructor. All right. They have been sober since 2008. That means they have not won a championship in over a decade, 15 years to be exact. Okay, 15 years dry, 15 years sober from winning Ferrari has been, okay? They had gaps in there. That's what I'm talking about, teams going and just going on these long stints. Ferrari, 61, 62, 63, nothing. Then it's 64, which is a good year for me. One of my dream cars, 64 SS Impala, and I'm looking to try to get one day. 64. Then they went dry again. They went dry again from 64, 65, all the way up to 74, 1974. They didn't do shit. 75, 76, and 77, they went on a run, fell out on 78, came back 79, won another one as constructors. This is constructors. Then they dropped out again. 81 to 82, they came back 82-1, went on a nice little double back-to-back 82-83. Then they went on another hiatus from 83 to 99, didn't win anything to 99. Then they went on the hiatus right there. Credit to Schumacher. They went on the hiatus right there. Look, 99, 2000, 2001, 2007, 2003, 2004. They went on a run for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 seasons. They went on a run. That is not easy, nor is it common. So if you think that Red Bull can go on a run like that, let me know. Matter of fact, let's put a poll in the chat on that. It's not saying it's impossible. It's saying it's not easy, all right? And you also got to keep in mind, there were a lot of things that Schumacher had at his disposal to kind of help Ferrari make that happen, all right? I mean, tires, dedicated to him and other people, it's some things in there, but still, Ferrari did it. So let me ask you this. Do you think poll in the chat, don't dance on it, vote on it. Do you think Red Bull can go on a 6-season win streak? All right. Then they dropped off after 2024, fell off for 2 years, came back 2007. 2004 fell off 2 years, came back 2007, and went back to back 2007, 2008. That's not easy. You want to talk about how many other teams have done that? Shit, not many. Not many at all. Okay, so let's look at Red Bull's track record as a constructor. All right, let's look at Red Bull's track record as a constructor. Championships: 2010, 2011, 2012, 2013. Who the hell do those belong to? Who do those belong to? Those all belong to Sebastian Vettel. So why people trying to compare Max to Lewis Hamilton is like trying to compare a fucking rock to an asteroid. Trying to compare Max to Lewis Hamilton is like trying to compare a simple pebble that you pick up off the ground to a goddamn asteroid in outer space. I'm being serious. I'm being serious right now. I mean, I'm just being serious. So just right there, 2010, 2011, 2012, 2013, who do those belong to? It's funny that they don't list the 2021 championship here. I don't know if, that's some shade or not, but 2021 and 2022. So right now, Max just needs to know if he can be the best driver that Red Bull has had. As of right now, that is not the case. He could be. He definitely has the potential to be. He has the talent to be, but he does not have the accomplishments, the real, factual, hard accomplishments that he is. Right now, Sebastian Vettel is still the best driver proven that Red Bull has had. And Max is making his case while Perez is up here locking up medium compound tires and putting a fucking hellified flat spot in them. He hasn't yet. All right, he hasn't. So then let's talk about Mercedes as a constructor. 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020. Just think about that. Mercedes as a constructor. It definitely I'm going to have to email this shit because I know that's purposely done. I'm not going to even say it. It's purposely done because it'll start a conflict. But think about that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy. We talking about that's not easy to do. So you can go around to different constructors. Go to Aston Martin. What? Nothing there. Like, come on now. It's crazy. So then when you talk about drivers having those championships, you talk about drivers having those statistics and those records, you're talking about a number that somebody has accomplished, and Max is still working. Max is still working. And that's why you got to be careful out here when you disrespect somebody like Lewis Hamilton or Michael Schumacher or Sebastian Vettel. You have to be careful because when you disrespect those drivers, you really disrespect your driver that you favor. And I'm talking about some Max people, because there are some legitimate Max fans out there. You disrespecting your own driver because your driver that you support and like is working to accomplish what those drivers have already done. They've already done that. Your driver's trying to accomplish that. So why would you disrespect something that somebody has accomplished that your driver wants to accomplish or supersede? You're done. That's dumb. I'm not going to call you dumb. That's dumb. It is. I give respect for what Max has done aside from 2021. I'm not giving Max no respect for 2021. That's crazy to even think that anybody would do that. You see what happened in 2020? I give Max respect for 2022. I know they got the shade of the cost cap in there, but I still give him respect for that. All right, so let's go to our pictures. We got some more pictures coming in. So let's check these pictures out. We got a nice picture of the Aston Martin on track. So I'm going to bring that AMR up, which Alonso is doing a phenomenal job in testing with the AMR right now. Doing a phenomenal job putting that car up there in the top 3. Not once, but at least twice. And we'll see if he finishes that out. If Alonso finishes out in the top 3 again with 2 days of testing, that's phenomenal. You can't throw no shade on that. You can't throw no. He's in the car and he's doing that. He's making that happen. So 2 things probably are taking place. Definitely probably one thing taking place more than the other, because I don't think Alonso's learning anything new, applying anything new, doing anything new. He's a solid, good-ass driver. He's a 2-time champion. It would be clearly obvious that the main common denominator would be Aston Martin has improved from 2022 to 2023. And that is kudos to them as a team, and hopefully will pay dividends for them in the race season. That's what we're going to be looking for. Definitely. So let me get my honey bun on. Shit, y'all gonna have to wait and watch me eat. I'm almost past. Matter of fact, I don't like odd shit. I'm gonna wait till 5. I'm gonna wait till 5 a.m. 5 a.m. because it feels like 4:46. It's like I should have ate at 4:30. That was right, but it might call me OCD. But I don't want to open that at 4:46. Let me just open it at 5 a.m. All right, let me just go to 5. I can make it that far. Let me make it that far. So yeah, that's what we got. We're gonna have some other photos pouring in here. Right now, Sainz fast lap 132.4, Alonso 132.9. Now, do take that in the context. Alonso is like 5/10 off of Ferrari's time in the Aston Martin. That both speaks to good things for Aston and the gap that can be crippling in between there. So we're looking to see that. We're looking at Zhou at 133.1, Magnussen 133.4, and so on. Okay, Ocon and the Alpine up there 5th. That's good. Where will Gasly be? We will see. All right, we will see where Gasly will be. If Ocon ends in 5th, we'll see when the next plethora of the drivers come in, how hard or how strong that will stand, because we know some of these drivers are going to sink and some of these drivers are not. We saw Max Verstappen lay that time, dipped out. That time stood to the end of the day. At this point in time, he's not there. Perez is there, and we haven't seen Perez go up there yet. We haven't seen Perez in the upper room. Like, he ain't went upstairs. He's still down there chilling. We need to see him make that happen, because we know that car is capable. It's not the car. The car is fucking fine. All right, now maybe he doesn't like the car or like how the car handles. That may indeed be true, but that is not going to be an excuse for me at this point in time, because he's decided to be there. Perez has decided to stay with Red Bull. That no longer is a reason I can use or even say for why you have underperformed. You chose to be there. You chose to stay with the team. You seemed it came off like you like to be there. If you underperform, it's because you underperformed. I just keep it real. Last season, cool. Damn, he locking this shit up. Oh, Sargent locking the hell out of that shit. He burning them prototype tires the hell up. He said, I'm going to tear these damn tires up before I bring them back and turn them in. I'm going to flat. These motherfuckers going to be octagons before I bring them back to the pit lane. Ah, damn, Logan, chill. But yeah, I can't do that. Like, when the first 2022, I can say, okay, development, not liking it, something might be going on. When you choose to be where you are, hats is off. If you injured and you step out here on the field, you came saying that you was ready to perform. If you don't happen to perform, you can say all that shit you want all day, but you stepped out here to perform and you lost. So it is what it is. You took those chances. Perez taking those chances. So if we look in here and people want to say, hey, you see Max Verstappen dogging Perez. He dogging him. Hey, okay, he dogging him. Unless I see something like crazy, like bodywork break, suspension failure. Other than that, it's gonna be you getting dogged, Perez. That's what you signed up for. If that's what you signed up for. So we shall see. So, like I said, awesome shot of the RB19. FlowViz up there collecting as much information they can to keep improving that car through the season. I will, matter of fact, I'm going to make a note, because that's something else I'm going to talk to. I'm going to keep all my notes about, episodes we going to do, and we're going to talk to all of that, because that's another episode that I need to do. Cross cap. And I think there's something that they should have done for Red Bull to put in with the fact that they breached the cost cap of a minor expenditure and procedural. I think that honestly they should have decreased their salary cap for the 2023 season. I don't think that $7 million was enough, and nor was that wind tunnel time enough to make them feel that what you did is not acceptable. Because what they did to Red Bull, if I'm Christian Horner, I'm thinking like, that's cool. I got a championship. The money I got from winning the championship, I pay you that shit and still got money left over. The car is so far ahead in development, that wind tunnel time ain't crushing us. That didn't make them be like, oh yeah, cool. We that fucking sucked. I'll never do that again. That was not enough. I think they should have decreased their salary cap this season. It went to $135 million. I think they should have decreased their salary cap to $130 million, putting them pretty much where it would be next season, and then so on. And I think it should have been a section thing. So if it's 130, when everybody else loses another $5 million next season, you'll be at $125 million. I think that's what should have happened. Honestly, that would have been a bit more felt. because now you're talking about quite a bit of development that you're not going to be able to do in a season, missing $5 million of space that you no longer have to run into. That's something that probably should have happened. And that's not hate or shade. That's like saying period for anybody that would do something like that. They did not come out and assert themselves with the cost cap and the regulations, which would put the fear in other teams as well. Not only Red Bull, who broke that because Aston Martin was there procedurally, not minor or major expenditure. Williams was there procedurally, not minor or major. Red Bull broke the cost cap by spending an excess of $1.8 million, not taking into account some bullshit tax credit, funny money that you want to try to put in there and bring that down. Them issuing a punishment that was rightfully and in perspective for Red Bull was not only to punish Red Bull, but to tell the other teams this shit is not going to be acceptable. And they didn't do that. They failed at that. So now what's going to happen is if you have a team breach the cost cap and then you go and punish them above and beyond for something that might be similar to what Red Bull did, you're not going to look justifiable. You're going to look hella biased. You're going to look bad as a governing body, and you're going to look funny as shit to the rest of the team owners and the CEOs and the team principals. And there's going to be a backlash for that as an organization and a governing body. So we already know there's a little beef between Ben, at least, in Formula One and Red Bull. We seen that manifest itself at the damn award ceremony. If you didn't see that, you should have seen it. It was uncomfortable for Stefano up there trying to be a referee in between Christian and Ben. I can tell you that. So we'll see what happens this season, but they did not do a good job at implementing a punishment for that breach. And I will do another video talking to some other points that I would like to make on that overall period. So right now we are 7 minutes from 5 a.m. Coming to the end of the morning session soon. Time has flown by. Let me bring the driver tracker system up here so you can see that and bigger. Right now we got Sainz, which has held the #1 spot in testing right now in day 2 morning session for some time. We have Ocon. Sainz just came off track, so miss him. Ocon, Perez, and Hamilton on track. Hamilton at 8th on medium tires. Not looking necessarily the best right now with that going on. So also keep in mind, no, we're not going to say that. There's no excuses. Right now we're looking for Mercedes to show that the W14 is going to be a contender in the fight. We saw this type of shit last season, and day 3 is going to be. Now, also, you could say maybe race day, practice, qualifying is where we're going to see the W14 really manifest itself. Right now, not so much. Whew, that bit, listen, that section of the track that I told you all about yesterday with those bumps where people thought it was porpoising, that shit is tearing the W14 up. So right now, with the fact that there is some bits missing from the floor, which is a critical component, that we can't weigh in heavily on Hamilton's performance right now. That car has been damaged on the floor. We know what a damaged floor can do. We've seen what a damaged floor can do in a race where it gets damaged. So we can't really weigh in heavily on Hamilton's performance right now, given those variables. That's just being fair. And that would be for anybody, period. So let's just keep that in perspective. These times and what you may see or may not be what we should or could see if Hamilton was out there without a damaged floor, without damaged body work. So let's just table that for a moment. Focus on Ocon doing pretty well, 5 right now on medium tires in the Alpine. It's good. Like I said, we're going to be looking to see what Gasly do. So let's get into some comparisons at 5 a.m. What I'm going to do is I'm going to eat my honey bun so I can eat it on the hour at 5. Then we're going to get into another segment. We're going to look at some car concepts and just look at how vastly different these cars look side by side. And they do look vastly different. So I'm going to show you that. And then we got our Christian Horner segment that we'll probably get in around 5:30. Probably we'll get in at about 5:30, talk about some things that he said and kind of go over what my thoughts are on that, and as well as hear what your thoughts are in the chat and see what you think is going on there. So let me go ahead in this poll. 75% of you said that you do not think Red Bull will go on a 6-season win streak. 75% of you all have said that. So Cool on that poll. So we'll end that one. Let me make sure I didn't miss any super chats. Cool. Didn't miss any super chats. So I want to make sure I don't miss anybody giving them their shout outs. Definitely. So let's, about this time, about in that hour's time, this is going to be the time where we're going to see the grid, the track is going to fill up with drivers, trying to get their last pushes in and get their fun in. Some of these drivers are going to be changing spots. I don't know if Verstappen is going to come in for the PM session or not, or if they're just going to let Perez run it out. But the other drivers will be swapping out, and will be some of the other drivers. Matter of fact, I tell you, let's go ahead and go so we can just be accurate with what we're saying right here. The driver lineup for today, which has kind of changed because it was supposed to be Verstappen, but we've seen Perez. But for PM session, we were supposed to see Perez. I don't know if they're going to sub Verstappen in there or Perez is going to stay there. Maybe Verstappen's like, I'm done with this shit. But we're going to see Shaw. We're going to see Russ, Gasly. So we'll be able to compare the Alpine times with Ocon and Gasly to see who's doing better in that Alpine. We're going to see Piastri again. Piastri come out. So it's going to be interesting to see what he does. Lando right now 9th in the MCL 60. So we'll see what Piastri comes out and does. He didn't do so great yesterday. Zhou is going to be running back-to-back. So we'll see him again. Aston Martin is uncertain. Hoping that we see Drugovich out there. Alonso's out there right now, so hopefully we see Drugovich. I don't know if we're going to see Lance. I don't think we should see him. We're going to see Hulk, so we're going to see what he's going to end up doing. K-Mag right now in 4th. We'll see what Hulk ends up doing when he comes out on track. De Vries, while Yuki has been doing nothing but staying at the bottom, this is going to be another day that might weigh heavy on Yuki, because if De Vries comes out here in the AT04 and he goes and up there to 7th or even 9th, if he consistently outperforms Yuki there, Yuki not making a great case for himself to be that number one driver there, although he's been with the team longer. And Sargent's going to be coming out back to get back, so he's going to get more seat and wheel time, so that's good for him, as he is doing pretty good right now with all things said, in 7th for the morning session right now. So that's what we got coming up in the PM session, so I'm pretty sure you'll enjoy that. And plus, we're going to get ready to have some push laps, which we always enjoy seeing these cars push a bit more, like we saw Drugovich with Zhou yesterday, pushing on those last few laps to bring himself up from 10th to 7th, which was good and cool to see. 58, we got 2 minutes till 0500 Eastern Standard Time, and it's going to be honey bun time. All right, let me put another poll in the chat real quick so we can see what you think about this, see what you think about that. Let's see. We're going to talk about Ferrari. Matter of fact, and retain more seasons with Charles. Boom. Poll in the chat. Don't dance on it. Vote on it. Do you think Fred Vasseur will change the culture of Ferrari and retain more seasons with Shaw? Or do you think Ferrari will not be able to, Fred will not be able to overcome that culture of Ferrari that definitely seems to be a culture that does not accept a lot of responsibility and just says, oh, it's old, it happened, we're just going to move forward and keep doing what we do. And essentially, Charles ends up walking out the door, going to a different team. What do you think? Oh, shit. Y'all got a lot of faith in Fred. Or a lot of faith in Ferrari. One of the two. Shit, something's going on there. 60% of y'all are saying yes, the man gonna change this shit. I like it. I like change. I also like reality. And I don't know. I'm uncertain myself. I don't know if Fred is enough to change it. I don't know if the development that they've had is enough. I don't know really yet until we get into races if that power unit is reliable, unlike it was last season. I mean, literally. Sainz was on fire. Did y'all forget that? Did anybody forget that? If you forgot it, then I will definitely show you. But literally, the reliability issues was so bad with Ferrari. I mean, our man Sainz was literally on fire in that motherfucking car. I mean, that wasn't a good thing. Not at all. So I'm gonna bring this up in a bigger image so you all can peep this, so I can show it to you. But yeah, I mean, Ferrari's reliability last season was not only bad for them, but it was bad for their clients, bad for their customers that they sold their power units to. One team being Alfa Romeo and even Haas. But yeah, let me show you this picture so you can jog your memory on the horrible situation that Ferrari put not only their driver in, but their clients in. And here you go right here. This was basically Ferrari season in 2022. That's Ferrari season in 2022. I went to bed at 9. No, I didn't go to bed then. I went to bed at like 2200 and woke up at 0-100. Got 2 hours all day yesterday with everything I done. And I'm not even sleep enough drunk to say that I think Ferrari's going to change their culture, that Fred can change the culture. I just don't think so. But we'll see. I'm on the fence, but I'm more inclined not to think so. But that was literally Carlos and Ferrari's season, and I want to see if they can change it. I want them to change. I do. I sincerely want Ferrari to change their culture. I want Ferrari to change their strategy. I want them to do better as a team, and I want the car to be more reliable. I do. I honestly do. I'm looking forward to seeing if that happens. Oh, 5. I know I went past the hour, but I don't give a damn. I'm finna eat this honey bun. Screw that shit. That's what happens when I get involved in talking to you all. I just get lost in talking to y'all. So, yeah, I'm about to crack this package open, get this honey bun. My wife said she was going to come down here and bother the shit out of me. And she know how I be when I'll be on live. So I'm going to see if she do that. But if she don't, I'm hoping she know. If I hear that door, then I know. Excuse the honey bun and the beard if I get any in there. But yeah, this is what we got going on. And we'll see if Ferrari can make things happen. Woo, this is a nice shot. But that's an old shot, and I ain't posted that. Williams has some things going on down there. They're trying to block the camera. They don't want nobody to see. So we'll see what that's all about. Everybody that's going to get some sleep, more power to you. We're going to have a Discord meet, Wolves Den, later in the Discord about day 2. Hell yeah, honey buns, Mary Beanie. Put them in the chat. Hamilton trying to heat these tires up. Weaving back and forth, trying to get some heat in the tires. That car breaking loose down there. He was laying rubber. Hamilton can drive his ass off too. Seeing him do some of those controlled power slides be crazy. Dude be driving. Facts, hands down, he be driving. And I'm telling you, that car look hella damn twitchy than the hell right there. They wheeling Hamilton back in the garage, so he's off track. Let's see what they're going to do when they push this car in the garage. I'm trying to see if they're going to end up doing some more repairs or what they got going on, because I don't think the car is completely right since that damage and that bodywork fell off. And these Williams, they done built a wall. They ain't trying to let nobody see nothing right now. They just about to clear out. So whatever they were doing, they got it done, and they now feel like they can let the camera see into the car. So they were doing something in the brake duct. So evidently it was something in there that they don't want everybody to see. As fast and as powerful as these Formula One cars are, they're fragile. And there's a lot of chaotic shit going on in a Formula One car. There's so many damn variables and properties going on. It's just crazy. The amount of shit that's going on in a Formula One car, the amount of data that's being collected, the amount of things that the drivers are having to react to, the team that takes, it's just a lot. This is a team sport. Make no doubt. It's a driver in that car, but it is a team sport. Make no doubt about that. K-Mag out getting his laps on. He said, I'm liking my placement. Alonso still holding on to 2. That's a honey bun for the books for your ass. Damn, that thing good. Woo, who don't like a honey bun? Who don't like, you know what? I think I'm gonna have to ask that. I got to ask you, what's your favorite type of dessert? All right, here we go right here. Let's bring the leaderboard up. Working on getting some more photos. Ooh. That's a nice one. All right, so let me see. Let me ask you this. So 62% of y'all think Fred will change the culture and Ferrari probably will improve, and we're going to see in weeks' time. So now I want to ask you a personal question. I'm going to ask you a personal question. Got to ask you this. Let's see. So let's go with gotta go with that one. That's an OG one. Can't miss that one out. Can't miss that one out. And I guess we can call like because it could be a pastry too, but I'm gonna go ahead and go with pastry. Y'all pretty much know what that. Or all right, here we go. Poll in the chat. Vote on it. Don't dance on it. What's your go-to dessert? Let me know what your go-to dessert is. Cookies, cakes, pastries like honey buns, devil food, cupcakes, or are you a candy person? Whether that be chocolate, hard candy, you know what I'm saying. So what kind of person? Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Cake, cookies, woo, cakes. God damn, man, I'm telling you. I bake some mean cakes. I'm trying to tell you. I bake some mean cakes. We got an hour. We got less 53 minutes. 53 minutes before day 2 morning session ends. Also, very interesting tidbit that Haas have the smallest pit wall. And this is intentionally done as far as they only feel like they need 3 people up there. And they have a small pit wall, and it has managed to save them approximately $250,000 in shipping fees that they will save and retain in their pocket for not having to ship as big a pit wall as other teams have. So if you ever get a chance to look up a picture of Haas's pit wall, matter of fact, that's my job. Let me do that for you just so you can pick it. Just a little fun fact. See if I can find one though. Let me see. Ooh, I might be able to find a photo. Got one. All right, so we're going to peep this out. It's just a little fun fact. It's just something funny to look at. In comparison to other pit walls, it's small. And I ain't trying to rhyme with that shit. I'm being serious. It is small in comparison. So let me see if I can bring this up and actually get this image up. And they not playing no games. It is small, and they probably are saving that amount of money. I'm gonna bring it up on the big slide screen so we can get a good look at it. But yeah, saving almost probably $250,000 on shipping fees due to having a smaller pit wall. And when they say small, they mean small. You go compare other pit walls to this Haas pit wall, and I don't know if this was MoneyGram's idea, like, yo, we sponsoring this shit. Y'all don't need all them damn seats. Y'all don't need all that wall. Y'all don't need all that. Y'all gonna put our name up. Our name don't even have that many damn letters in it. Like, it's not enough letters to have that big ass pit wall that y'all want to have. So this is what Haas is working with. This is the pit wall that Haas is working with. Compared to other teams, like, think about it. I think other teams probably have at least 8 seats, probably 8 people on their pit wall. Probably a number like that. They probably have around 8 people on their pit wall usually. So I'm thinking, yeah, that's a considerable reduction. Like, we're talking about Red Bull have a total of, like, I think it's 7 to 8 people are usually on a pit wall. So you're talking about minus 5 seats there, minus a lot of material, less screens, less packaging, all of that stuff. And that is what they have managed to come up with. So, that's pretty dope right there. They saving the money. I ain't mad at that. They say, hey, we gonna save some of this shit. We could use that in development. You know what I'm saying? So big shout out to them on that. So right now, as we are going into these final minutes coming down, Sainz is still holding on to 1. We are probably going to see more drivers out there on the track. Alonso still holding on to 2. And like I said, that's pretty impressive. And I think that really speaks to the Aston Martin in the way that they've developed that car. And evidently, they've probably made progress from 2022 to 2023. And I'm going to give them that because that's evidence. Now we go into day 3 and it still stays like that. we looking at having what we want. We want a multi-team battle every Sunday, week in and week out. We want aside from Vegas. I think Vegas is going to be on Saturday. Qualifying is going to be on Friday. They changed that around, I think. I don't know if that's still the same. I'll look into that. But if McLaren, Aston, Mercedes, and Ferrari and Red Bull, that's 5 teams battling it out. That's what you want to see. 5 teams, 10 drivers, boom, doing their thing. I want to see that shit. I want to see it. And if Aston Martin has developed enough of their car, not only now listen, chips ain't all the way to the middle till we get to qualifying and race day, first race day and race day. We'll see if this holds up, but at least there's some evidence that progression has been made. And it would be interesting to see where Drugovich also brought it up. So I want to see where he's going to be. If he's going to be in the car next, see where he's going to end up finishing out for the day 2 classification. So we'll keep an eye out for that. And of course, I'll bring it on day 3 and we'll go over it and I'll highlight it just like I did the other. We are about 15. We're going to be 15 minutes out for one of our final segments. But while we're doing that, let's go ahead and take a look at some comparisons of car philosophies, just to look at how these cars are so different than each other and functioning differently. So let's take a look at this. Right here, we got a side-by-side comparison of the Ferrari, the SF23, and the Mercedes W14. Look at the build of that car out back compared to the Ferrari. The Ferrari closes in way sooner, whereas the Mercedes is a bit thicker as those cannons extend beyond to the rear section of that car. Look at the damn side pods coming up to the cockpit, losing more material or less material on the side pods compared to that massive side pod of the Ferrari, compared to the slim down side pod of the Mercedes. Like, that is different. Now, when they come to the nose, there's a little bit of a similarity there, a little bit more fine and hard lined off to that edge of the Ferrari nose versus the Mercedes nose. But there are some similarities still there. And even coming to the front, I think the Mercedes is a little bit more rounded than the Ferrari. But overall, it's not that much more round, kind of like the Alpine has. Alpine is flat and more round there. But even look at the front wing development. Look at that rear flap section, especially where those separators are. Ferrari looking a bit more thicker with their flap development. And look at the fairings. Mercedes a little bit squared on those edges with their fairings. And then if you come back and look at the rear wing, so much more different that it looks like the rear wing is like wringing out like a towel. That's like literally what it looks like right there. It looks like it's wringing out like a towel. And that's the wing philosophy is even different there, with Mercedes having a bit more pointed edge on the trailing edge of their wing, and Ferrari more rounded there. This is excellent to look at. The beam wings, how they sit up higher on the Ferrari and lower on the Mercedes. Like, all of this is interesting to look at. These are 2 concepts side by side, and you can see how dramatically different they are. And they're going to perform differently. And it's going to be up for these teams to be able to extract that performance and that pace out of these cars and their concepts to say who got it right the best. Who got it right the best. And we will eventually see that as we go back to our leaderboard. So we got that segment out of there. And I just wanted to kind of compare that, because I think that's you marvel at that, looking at how these teams went about these things so differently, and wanting to see if these teams are going to be able to make these concepts perform to the point where they have an extreme amount of pace in the car to win the championship, be in the top 5. Can they finish out better than they did last season? All of these are questions that these cars and these drivers and these teams and these team principals and these engineers and these CEOs will answer for us this season soon. We will see the answers this season soon. So don't fret. It's going to happen. It is going to happen. 15 minutes from now, we're going to enter into one of our next segments here, as we're in day 2 testing, about things that we're going to talk about in regards to Christian Horner, some of the things he said and some of the things that I think, and maybe even some of the things that you share. You might even share some of the same opinions. Maybe you share opinions with Christian. Maybe you share opinions with me. Maybe you share an entirely different opinion. But I know this, 41% of you all said you like damn cakes. And I ain't mad at that. So now that 41% of you said you like cakes, I'm about to ask you what kind of cakes you like on there. So I'm about to name some of the cakes that I done baked and see which kind of cake. All right, here we go. Let me see. Ooh, gotta go with that one. That's definitely a fave of mine. Gotta go with that one. The next cake, let's go with. This is some people don't dig it, but if you dig it, you love it. Let's go with gotta go with one of those. Damn sure gotta go with that. That's gotta be one on the list. All right, so that one, and then the last cake that's gonna make the list. Ooh, what kind of cake I'm gonna make the list? Red velvet, German chocolate. You know what? Let's just go with buttercream. Let's see what people think about that. All right, poll in the chat. Don't dance on it, just vote on it. Don't dance on it, just vote on it. All right, right now, bringing the driver tracker up. Driver tracker is up, and we are looking at Sainz still holding on to that number one position. Alonso still holding on to number 2. Zhou and Sargent up to number 4 off track right now. Zhou on a prototype at number 3. K-Mag at 5, and so on. After that, you can see the rest. All right. After 5, I just kind of lose interest on reading that. Like top 5, I'm good with. After that, it's kind of like shit. They need to do better. That's how I start feeling. OG Zilla, red velvet cheesecake and carrot cake. Yo, bro, I made a red velvet cheesecake. That shit is bomb. That's a killer combination. Carrot cake is bomb as hell too. Yo, you hit that one. You hit that one. A red velvet. Oh, shit, bro. I'm about to give you some honey bun. Big facts on that. That's big facts on that. That ain't no lie. So right now, they are in the garage of Mercedes. I don't think they're going to end up coming back out. Let me see. Yo, Hamilton is back out, but I don't think they're going to come out strong. It kind of looks like he's just putting around the track like he's really not. He could be trying to get temp in the tires, but I don't think the car's right. I think since that damage and they lost a couple of pieces, they're wiping up something off the garage floor. So evidently something was spilt there or something was leaking out of the car. So that's interesting to see. So not a good picture. I got an image right now, a far off image. We're going to bring this in. I want to say track. All right, so let's bring this photo in. I'm about to update our photo dump. Boom. Let's go ahead and bring this photo in. A far off photo. I like some of these photos that show a little bit more of the track in the car in comparison to the track on how small it is in comparison. I like some of those scaled photos. So there you go right there. Scaled down photo. I like that. Looks decent. You get a better view of the track, the tires, the walls, all that. I like that. I like shots like that. I really do. So definitely like that shot, but we'll go ahead and let me see, take that one out. So yeah, that was a cool shot. Just had to go ahead and share that with you all. Good shot of the Williams car coming down, and ooh, good shot of the RB18 with Perez. We got to bring this one in. Definitely got to bring this one in. This is a solid shot right here. Damn, just a nice shot. Nice head-on shot. Just nice to see the nose, see the front wings, the side pods, the suspension components. This is definitely a nice shot. Let me bring this shot in real quick. You can check this one out. Let me load this one and definitely send that. Boom. Let's bring this over for you all to check it out. And bam, look at that shot right there. That's a solid shot of the RB19. Look at the grading on those tires. Look at them getting ready to go over that curve. That's a nice shot. Like it. Definitely like that. Boom. Let me check super chat. Damn, I got that one. Got that super chat. We good. We good. So like I was saying earlier, in regards to Mercedes right now, they're not looking very fast. Like I said, I think something's up with the floor. I saw them wiping something off of the floor. Whatever happened to the car, I think it's definitely hindered its performance. And that's going to be something to hear about if the design of their floor may indeed be not a risk, but a liability. It might be a liability. The way it's designed, maybe it might be a little bit more finicky or frail than they need, and they might have to shore that up. Definitely might have to shore that up, but we'll see. He's coming down. Right now, he's got a green sector in sector 1. Let's see what he lays down in sector 2. He's got a green sector in sector 2. So let's see what we get in sector 3. So that's progress right there. Matter of fact, let's go ahead and bring this leaderboard up so we can see where he's going to end up popping in. He's got 2 green sectors under his belt so far. So let's see what this next sector is going to be. Closing out sector 3, coming across that finish line. See what that transponder says. Hopefully he doesn't mess up any of these corners. Doesn't have a twitch. Small twitch right there, and that might have killed his lap time right there. That twitch. Yep, yellow sector in sector 3, and yeah, that doesn't help him at all. Small twitch there, and I'm not even sure if that small twitch was the benefactor, was the factor that might have changed that, but there was a twitch there, did kind of push him wide, and he didn't get a green sector. He got a yellow sector there, so that definitely probably had some effect on that lap time. And right now we have Sainz, Alonso, Sargent, Perez, and Hamilton out. What about Sargent sitting there up there at 4? Ooh, that AT look good, that color combination. Sargent sitting around at 4, but it does not look good at the back. Yuki's been pedestrian. He's been pedestrian, and he's definitely going to sink when second session comes up. He's sinking. Yuki's pedestrian. He's on medium tires. I want to see if he can come out of that 10 spot and see what happened. Norris, pedestrian as well. Lewis Hamilton, pedestrian right now at 8. Coming up with Perez 7, 6, and 5 up to K-Mag, but K-Mag, Sargent on up to Sainz. Those guys have definitely put in some times that I did not expect to see. This is starting to end up going to be a trend. Sargent, new to Formula One, most recent American driver. Williams is a team that we don't look highly up on as far as performance, yet they are performing in day 1 and day 2 of testing. Sargent going in at 4 in that Williams FW45. I got to hats off to that. Now we'll see what Albon does, but Sargent's going to end up coming in again. So let's see if he can retain that. Let's see if Sargent can retain that position when the other field of drivers come in. If he does, that to me, I'm giving major kudos to Williams. Major kudos to Williams for that. No doubt. Giving major kudos to them. You got to. All right, let's see. I think we got another photograph. Woo-hoo-hoo. We trying to do some comparisons here. Let's definitely bring this in. I got to lame this one big, though. This is a nice comparison. Matter of fact, I will bring this into the big screen. I'm going to bring this into the big screen, so hold up. Definitely bring this into the big screen to get we were already going to do some of this anyway, so it'll just go in combination with what we already got going on. Definitely. So let's get this image up because this is something to look at. We can make some comparisons, try to see some similarities if they even exist there. But oh yeah, that's large in the charge. Large in the charge. Let me scale it down. So okay, boom. Let's take a look at this comparison. W13 and W14 side by side. Halos a bit different. If you look at that side leading edge, of course, you have the boomerang, which they did reintroduce the boomerang last season, later on in the season, so they're not really counting that right here. But halo on the W14, and we are looking at a side by side, Russell and Hamilton. The wings, though, the rear wings, not terribly different. You can see a little bit different profiling out there on the side edge where you would typically see in a traditional end plate, but you can see right there a little bit different profiling right there, and even a bit in the leading edge of that wing. As far as the inbox, not much change there, but that cannon is profound on the W14. You can definitely see that car extends well beyond what it did in the W13. Rear view mirrors a bit more longer, not so much thicker overall. Still have those winglet bits that are sitting right there up under there to direct that airflow. The nose, not horribly different, although that bulge a bit bigger on that suspension piece, trying to help that airflow over that area. The biggest difference right there, you can see it as you look through into the side pod, how more elongated it is from top to bottom versus the side pod in W13, how curved it is and how it starts further down, and a little bit less surface area out to the side, getting that intake area. And so that you could definitely tell that difference. The fairings, not too much different right there. The end plates, not too much different, but the front wing flaps, definitely some different there. We had the what I call the humps, the alligator humps right there on the W13. They've gone away from that, at least to the point where they're not evident on the W14. So they've went away from that. Will they come back to that at some point in time this season? I don't know. That's something that we'll have to wait and see. A lot of these teams are going to either reintroduce stuff or come with new stuff. These cars are not in their final form. They will change definitely over the next, even before we even get to mid-season. Some of these cars are going to definitely change with bits that will be added here and there. So yeah, definitely a nice side-by-side comparison of the W13 to the W14. I like that. That's pretty dope. So let's go ahead and get back to our lap times, as we are right now almost a half hour into the ending time of the morning session. Hamilton, Perez, Yuki, Alonso, and Sainz out on track. Sainz still having his purple sectors. Sainz is killing it right now in the SF23. That Ferrari right now is looking damn good, and Perez is not doing anything to help the case of the RB19 looking good. So I don't know that are they running a different variation. Now remember, they ran different floors on Perez and Max's car. That was another variable where I had to kind of discount Perez's situation with all that hoopla going on. But right now, we don't know what the situation is. Are they running a different variation of that car? We did see yesterday that they were building that car out. So is Perez running that built out car, and that car is running something a bit different than the car Max Verstappen was using yesterday? I don't know. We'll have to look for reports and see if that is indeed the case. Right now, I'm just going to leave it open. I'm not going to make any conclusion. I'm just going to leave it open and see what we end up getting to come out of there, out of the news circuits, the people that have the media passes and that are there as we hopefully will be there one day. Williams coming around, Sargent with that number 2. And the Williams looks good. It looks good. The side pod is a bit different. It's not quite Ferrari-esque, and it's not quite Red Bull-esque. It's kind of almost in the middle of a Red Bull Ferrari-esque look. It's not quite swept back as the Ferrari, but it still does kind of have some profiling of the Red Bull. Not quite as bulky on the outside as the Ferrari. So there's some mixed concepts in there. I think they've grabbed a little bit here and there, and they definitely went away from the slim down side pod design last season, and they didn't return. McLaren did the same thing, and they didn't return, and rightfully so. So we'll see how far that's going to take them. And evidently right now they're looking good as far as test pace. I'm going to be really interested to see what happens with race pace. So let's also take a look as we're coming down. Let's take a look at some of these other segments that I have. We're going to take it is 2 minutes, and it's almost time for us to get into our Christian Horner segment. All right, so I'm going to leave that up. That's going to be our next segment, and then we'll dibble dabble in some of the other things later on. I'm going to get through these and come up with a complete new roster of segments for tomorrow. So remember, here we're not just covering testing, we're covering other things in Formula One, having casual talk. I like to have a well-rounded live. All right, I don't want to just sit here and blurt out times to you and blurt out, oh, they doing this. No, let's talk some shit. Let's talk some things, real things that's going on. So that's what we're gonna do, and that's what I consistently do here. So thank you for subscribing. Thank you to I think we had over 100 people subscribed to the channel yesterday. We had 5 members join the Wolfpack family member today. And don't forget, we will be in the Discord app in the Wolves Den later on today talking about day 2 testing. I want to hear your thoughts. I've talked for like 4 hours. When we get to Wolves Den, I want to hear what you think. I want to hear you all talk. That's why I made the platform, so that you can't just communicate with me through comments. We get to get in the room and talk together. So I want to hear what you all think. I want to hear your ideas. I want to hear your don'ts, your do's, your dislikes. I want to hear all of that. We're going to spend time talking all that. And the way that's going to work is you'll make a comment, Jay, I want to be next, and I'll just go in order and call your name and let you know, hey, so-and-so's next, and we'll roll it out, all right? So that's what we're going to be doing in the Wolves Den later on. So don't forget, if you're a member, if your name's in green and you got a badge, you have access to the Discord through YouTube. Go to Discord, download the app if you don't already have it. Go to your profile settings, enable connections, give access, and once you give access, go ahead, enable the Wolfpack server, and then you will be in the Discord, all right? So that's what we got going on. So we're going to get ready. It is now 5:30 a.m., 30 minutes till the end of session 1, morning session of day 2. And we're going to talk about Christian Horner. All right, this is what we're talking about. Christian Horner has made a statement. Again, we are back here on the topic of politics and sports. Christian says F1 is not a political sport. He's wrong. And it shouldn't be used politically. We're a sport. We're a form of entertainment and a form of escapism from some of the shit going on in the world. Now, we also know they come out with a reg 12.2.1.Nancy. The general making and display of political, religious, and personal statements or comments notably in violation of the general principle of neutrality promoted by the FIA under its statutes, unless previously approved in writing by the FIA for international competitions or by the relevant ASN, and that is like a sports network association or something like that. I forgot what it is, but for national competitions within their jurisdiction, you literally, is what this is saying, is you will have to submit in writing or in formal form the right to basically speak on any view. That's what that's saying. What's political? What's religious? Now, Christian says here in his quote, this is not a political sport. Why is it not? I often see you go and speak in political venues. You literally had a controversy, Formula One, as far as racing in Russia due to the Ukraine and Russia situation. That was political. So if political views don't matter, then why'd you go? And some will say because the money and the drivers were at risk. Okay. All right. Maybe that's true. Maybe that is true. But you still weighed in on that, and you weighed in on that because it was political. Well, I mean, Formula One came up with the whole "We Race as One" as a damn whitewashing of Black Lives Matter. Sebastian Vettel, Lewis Hamilton, several other drivers kneeling, bringing attention to the protest that lives matter and cops that are not doing their job and killing innocent citizens and our citizens that should be properly arrested was wrong. And I'm going to say this. Who the hell is Christian Horner to say that we are not a fucking political sport and it should not be used politically? Bro, the form of entertainment in the sports form started with politicians. I've said this several times before. The gladiators fighting in the museum were because of politicians. The people sitting in the front seats and most elaborate seats were politicians. If sports ain't political, then why do we have governors? Why do we have presidents? Why do we have mayors being invited and being asked to come to the first pitch, to football and basketball games, to cycling events? You're wrong. Politics and sports will always be intertwined together because they always have and they started to be. If that was the case, then what was it why Jackie Robinson couldn't participate in baseball without, just like any rest of his counterparts? Because politically, people was racist. Politically, they were trying to hinder and hold black people back from doing anything that they felt that they didn't want to let them have the privilege to do. Not because they couldn't do it, because a certain group of people didn't want to allow them the privileges that they had and that they enjoyed. But they wanted to do slavery. You want to enjoy that privilege. If it's not political, then why are we having such an issue that we got to have F1 Academy, but yet we can't have males and females participate together in F1 Academy? That's a political issue in itself, why you developed the F1 Academy. Inclusion. These are all variables of political standings. So I disagree with Christian Horner, and I disagree with the FIA and some of the things that they're doing going forward. Now that Seb has exited the sport and Lewis Hamilton, being one of the only prominent drivers to voice political reasons, is coming out with this regulation. And now you have Christian Horner. They pulled our plug on us. Little technical difficulty. That's what they doing. There we go. We should be good. We should be back on in a minute. Yeah, they said, oh no, that's enough of that shit, Wolfpack. You not gonna come up here and talk all this shit about us. You got us jacked up. They was not having that. Not one damn bit. They was not hearing that. That was gonna be a no-go all the way. They was not hearing that. But yeah, we back in this thing, so we should be good now. So we're gonna try to get everything back up and running like it was. So just give me a moment, and we'll get everything back up. But yeah, they definitely was tripping on that. I don't know what the hell all happened, but they was not feeling what the hell I had going on, and that's for real. So right now I'm trying to get us back in and going. OG Zilla, yeah, we back on. Nah, hell no. Nah, they can kiss my ass on that. I'm gonna say what I want to say. I'm gonna say what I want to say. But anyway, we back on. So I'm gonna bring the board over. We got our times up here. Make sure that we don't have any audio feedback on you. Okay, so there we go. So yeah. So listen, we got all that stuff said. I think, there's a place, and I can understand sometimes people do want an escape. They want to get away, and I can understand that, because me myself, I've been in that situation, but I don't think it should be shut down like they trying to shut it down. Not at all. So no, I don't agree with Christian. I don't agree with the FIA and Formula One with what they're doing. I just don't. So, and I'm not. I'm just not, and that's where I stand on that, and I'm a keep standing on that. So that's how I feel about it, and I'm not gonna change my mind on it. And I think that they should change their mind on these forms and everything, on how they trying to control these drivers and trying to make them do what they got them doing. I just ain't feeling it. So, but like I said, we'll see what they're gonna do going forward. We'll see how they're gonna approach it. We're gonna see if some of those things are gonna change. I definitely think it should change. I think that's something that they definitely need to look into not enforcing right now. That's how I feel about that. So we'll see what they're going to do. But right now, YouTube's trying to glitch on us. They got a bunch of damn things going on. So we're going to try to maintain. We are not far from the end. They tried to capitalize us. Big shout out to OG Zilla for the super chat on that. We are back. So back to the cakes. Let me see. Red Velvet is the leading cake. 41% of you all said Red Velvet. I'm surprised at 26% saying German chocolate. Damn. Red Velvet got that smoke. Red Velvet got that smoke for the cakes. Jeez. I didn't think it would be like that. Let's see. Now, Alonso falls to 3. Sargent goes up to 2, and Sainz is in 1. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. Like, that's crazy. That is crazy. Yo, that's something to be said about that. There's definitely something to be said about that. Damn, I did not expect that. Like, Sargent is doing his thing right now. He's really doing his damn thing right now. Nice shot of the RB18. I got another shot of the Williams coming in, and that's coming in shortly. So we're going to check that Williams out. That's coming in shortly, and we should be good on that. Got that Alfa Romeo, got that wing crack, so that's Joe coming down there right now.
With the lowest amount of testing days ever, the teams still go for glory laps. Well, they want to test what it's like on a low fuel run and a low fuel simulation.
He's yelling. He got yellow sectors going on right now.
Things so they want to get through during the course
right now
of the day.
is
low fuel.
Where
and high
is he?
fuel, medium fuel simulations all cover part of that.
Oh, forgot K-Mag,
says on test times,
Alonso, Sargent up to 2 on softs though. He on soft compound, but still, that's what Williams we talking about.
Car number 1 was 2 car widths off the track. Massive difference in speed carried through the corners. That is a good point, Paul.
I hate this shit. They're killing me with this. So it doesn't look, Alonso, at least he's still top 3. I'm still giving Alonso credit for top 3. I'm still giving him credit for top 3. All right. So we definitely still giving Alonso credit for top 3, not holding him on that at all. Like he's doing his damn thing on that as far as I'm concerned. So I'm liking where he is. I mean, He's doing an AMR 23. If he does this, if he goes day 3 and he does this same thing, man, I'm gonna have to say Mercedes gonna have to I gotta see something. I gotta see Mercedes come out day 3 and just come out swinging. For real, I'm gonna need Mercedes to come out. If they're not gonna do it in day 3, I don't know why you wouldn't do it in day 3. I don't know why you would do that, but you gotta do something. You can't just. I don't think that you should go through all the testing and then say you're going to drop all your beans in the race. I don't know how that's going to work. I don't know if that's a good idea. I don't know if that's something that you should really want to even do. I don't know if that's something you should really want to do. Like, is that something that you really want to plan to do? Try to wait till the actual race day, like practice and qualifying and then the race? Or I'm looking now. I'm going to today I'm going to discount it. Today I got to discount it because the car was damaged. But tomorrow, outside of damage, they got time to fix the car. I am really looking for Mercedes to come up. This 8th, Hamilton's back on track. This 8th shit is not going to work. It's not going to work. And you got to remember, if you're standing still in Formula 1, you can't get somewhere, be good and stand still. You have to consistently evolve. You have to consistently update. You have to consistently upgrade. All these other teams, it's obvious. I'm thinking it's obvious. Logan Sargent just laid down a purple sector. He just laid down a purple sector. It's obvious that Williams has improved. Maybe not even just the car, but driver pairing. Losing Crash Tiffy was subtraction by addition. Like they subtracted his ass and they added more value. If they got 2 solid drivers and they got two good cars, Williams might be bringing something to the party. It's good to see Joe at 4, K-Mag and a Haas at 5. I mean, we're gonna see what happens later on in the later sessions, but I'm not. Taper your expectations. That's what I'm gonna say. Taper your expectations. Chris 10 Hornsby, what's up? I know, pumping in faster times. That's what I'm saying. Jeez, this shit right here getting dicey. Let's see, got some more pictures. So, 2nd place. Y'all, Sargent doing his thing, man. Out of right now, as it stands, out of the rooks on the grid, on track, Sargent is proving that he might, Oscar might not be that. Sargent might be that. And if he gonna be that American driver on the grid with Williams and do that, shit, hey, Williams, sad news for you, he ain't gonna be there long. He not gonna be there long. I think we looked at his contract was 2024 or something like that, 2024 maybe plus. But if he does this and he comes in out of 2023 and he places anywhere near top 10, Sargent is not going to be there. Williams is a team that is going to be a funnel. Either you funnel in or you funneling out, straight up. Unless Williams builds a car and continues to evolve and becomes more dominant, then I can see him staying. Because like I said, I'm looking to see if Williams can return to greatness. All right. Matter of fact, let me, because I didn't read them off early. Let me read you what Williams has done in the past. All right. Let me tell you what, as a constructor, Williams has accomplished in the past. All right. Just keeping it real. Let me show you. Let me talk to you about this for a second. This is why I say I look for Williams to return. Williams 80, 81, 86, 87, 92, 93, 94, 96, 97, and they've been sober as hell for a very long time. They've been sober as hell for a very long time, okay? And I'm looking to see if they can stop being sober and get punch drunk off of winning some more championships. They've been sober for almost 3 decades, 26 years. They haven't done shit. And when I see glimpses like this, I do get excited. I'm telling you, I get excited because this team's been so far removed from the times when they were great. And we've seen them go through so much bullshit, changing a team principle. Claire walks out the door. Frank, he dies. They lose the heart and soul of that team. They lose him. Rest in peace. And just so many changes, nothing ever being consistent. And now to see in 2023, they're coming out and testing like this. I know it's a small sample size. I know it is. But if you look at all the other small sample sizes in comparison to this small sample size, it's a light. It's a light at a long tunnel. But I can see the light in the distance. And this is looking good for them. I like this look for them. And I'm going to hope that they continue to show this type of pace, this type of placement all the way until testing is done. Oh, Toto talking about the car. Okay, so they learn in the conditions that they're in, the car is not performing well. Okay. So they're saying it's the car. Once again, they're saying it's the car. So hopefully they get these things remedied. This is what testing is for. Don't panic. That's what they're supposed to do in testing. You're supposed to work out the bugs, work out the gremlins. Remind you that Mercedes is coming off a horrible season where they had to make progress in that season. Now they pretty much redeveloped the damn car. Matter of fact, let's look at some of that. Let's look at some of that real quick, okay? Let's go. Let me get ready to go to the big slide, show you. We got some more photos with Williams, but that's not even worth looking at right now. But we finished our Christian Horner segment, which YouTube, the Formula One, and FIA tried to cut my feed when I was talking about politics and sports. They ain't like that shit very much, but it is what it is. So let's go ahead and let's look at the W13 14 comparison. So let me bring this screen in right here. And this is just a top view, quarter rear view. What you got right here, so you can see the cooling louver placement is different. Definitely that cooling louver that's more extended, so definitely they probably should be running that cooling louver package down here at testing. The rear of the car is different. The rear wing, you can see where that difference in that squared off rear wing tip comes in, especially now more of the material of that rear wing comes up in the back, so definitely try not to let some of that air escape too soon. The diffusers don't look extremely different from that angle. I'm pretty sure there's some different wrinkles in there. The floor from this angle doesn't look different from the quarter rear angle, but from the top, the floor is extremely different. It's very misleading from the quarter rear angle shot looking at that. It's like, it don't look too different. When you get above and look down on the W14 compared to the W13, it's different. It's very different, all right? The front wings, similar, not the same. All right. Similar, but not the same. That front suspension, you definitely can tell that they changed up there. You can even compare that gap, the triangular gap compared to the other gap on the W14 that's closed up. So that's definitely a change there. The floor fencing, very similar, although the inner fences right there, tad bit shorter, different, but a little bit more push on the outer fences right there. And then the floor shape going all the way back, the way it falls in and steps off, all the way different. The floor is all the way different. And then the top cover, engine cover, louvers, Coke bottle section, is also different. That's broad, more wide. The cannons go back. So yeah, there are some considerable amount of differences from the W13 to the W14, which is why I said I'm not sure why we haven't seen more flow viz. I'm not sure why we haven't seen Mercedes using more of this. Maybe day 3 they're gonna come out and the damn car is gonna be flow vizzed up so much that it's gonna be a different damn color. But so it's not promising. Is that flow viz right there? It's just, I think. Yeah, it is flow viz right there. There they go. They do finally have some flow viz on the car. There it is. Oh, that doesn't look good. That doesn't look good. I ain't gonna lie to you. The flow viz, woo, that thing got squirrely on Ham, but Ham can drive. He can drive, man. He can drive. But back to the flow viz. That flow viz doesn't look good. Like a lot of flow viz patterns that I see, that wasn't the best looking one. All right. I need to maybe see some more flow viz on the side pod, the rear of the car, but that definitely, and maybe that's why we haven't really noticed the flow viz on the Mercedes, because they're using a lighter color because the car is all black. I think they should use something brighter. I mean, I don't know why they're using that color. They definitely should probably use something brighter that gives more indication, but maybe they don't want to let other teams see it. But at this point in time, stop this shit. Like, come on, like we need to come up off this. We need to find out what's going on, fix what's going on as fast as you can, and come out with some different gloves swinging. Because, woo, those wheels right there on that Alfa Romeo look sweet. So yeah, let's go ahead and go back to this. Go back to our board. But yeah, so differences of the W13 and the W14, definitely some similarities, but some big differences, even in placements of components, definitely different. But right now, Sainz, purple sectors, nobody's taking him off one right now, and I don't think it's gonna happen. This session's about to end up closing up, so just just understand that Sainz is gonna have it. He ain't going nowhere right now. Ferrari's definitely showing that they have improved and they not trying to go out like that. Sargent is showing that Williams has showed up to the party and they brought their own damn drink. Alonso is showing that McLaren, Aston Martin has made some changes and Big Daddy Stroll's money is going into some good development. We'll see if that continues to day 3. Joe is showing that, hey, I'm back. I had a rough year last year, but I'm not dealing with that shit no more. And so long as this Ferrari power unit is reliable, you all are going to see a different Guan Yu. We're going to see if that's true. K-Mag for Haas is stepping up. Perez, that's not nothing worth talking about. Ocon, giving respect to the Alpine team to him. Okay, great. Hamilton in the Mercedes, it's not looking good right now, but it can get better. Norris, McLaren is also going through their situation, so hopefully that improves, but we'll see where he sits in response to Oscar Piastri. Yesterday, he killed him as far as that's concerned. I mean, he had a better time. He didn't kill him. Let me not say that. Yuki, definitely not impressive. Not at all. That definitely wasn't impressive. What we saw from Alvatar and Yuki, that was not good. Not at all. Oh, we got a nice shot of the McLaren in trouble. All right, so our caution miles were even more last night. It just looks difficult. If Norris was running very high fuel, it's not going to be good for him. All right, so we're about to get the McLaren, the MCL. Got a good little track shot of that. And it has not been a good day for McLaren, not in my eyes. In my eyes, it has not been a good day for McLaren. I think they struggled considerably today. And if they weren't struggling, then they damn sure weren't doing too much of shit. So McLaren not looking so great right now. And it's looking like if this goes on through day 3, that indeed this is going to be a rough season for them. That's what I'm gonna say. This is gonna be a rough season for McLaren if this is what they're gonna be looking like. So let me put this picture in the chat of the McLaren because it is a nice little shot. Hopefully their second session looks better than their first session. Hopefully Oscar Piastri can show us something that makes us think that he's something. And there you go right there. There's the McLaren MCL 60. Lando's helmet. You already know how I go with him. And a good looking car. I like seeing those tires like that. I want to say those might be prototypes. I think he might be on the prototypes. But yeah, I know he finished on mediums, and I'm telling you, the wheel design on that Alfa Romeo stand out when that car's in motion. I definitely like that they went away from the multicolor wheel design, because that looks better coming around the corner to me, in my opinion. So big shout out to y'all voting on the cakes. I'm gonna end that up. And I just heard, what Toto said, and I'm gonna take that with a grain of salt. Before I take that and take that check to the bank, I'm gonna need to see something. Shake something. That's what I'm saying. I'm gonna need to see something. First thing, basis. Take your ass a strange play. I better see some performance. That's what I'm saying. They're gonna have all night to do whatever they need to do to that car to get it ready and get it prepared, and we'll see what happens with that. But as of right now, it is what it is. It is what it is, and of course we're gonna hope that things. You got a yellow flag going on right now. Hopefully things improve across the grid. And people got to understand, I'm not looking for improvement just from Mercedes. I'm looking for improvement as well with McLaren, with actually seeing improvement with Aston Martin. I didn't expect that much improvement from Williams. So I do like what I'm seeing, and I do like what I'm seeing from Ferrari. So I think that this season could get interesting. I'm going to wait to see what Ferrari does in day 3, but Ferrari might say we messed up last season. We messed up. We jacked it all the way up, but we're coming back 2023, and that's going to be us. The SF23 is going to be World Constructor 23 champion, and Charles is looking to be a driver's champion. And Ferrari, can you make that happen? Can they make it happen? And that's what we want to know, and that's what we want to see. We got a virtual safety car right now on track. So let's see what we got going on. Let me see how many laps we got for these drivers. Sargent, damn, almost puts the Williams at the top, man. Virtual safety car right now. This is simply, it's a routine. They're just doing a routine safety car. So nobody's done. It's just going to be right before lunch break. They're going to do a routine virtual safety car. But as of right now, Sainz has 65 laps in his belt. Sargent has 69, very fair and equal number. Alonso has 63 laps. Joe, 38 laps. Definitely slacking there. K-Mag has 62 laps. Ocon with 44 laps. That's a good number with Lewis Hamilton, but that's still slacking. You need to get that lap count up. Perez 76 laps, and that's what he got to show for it. Perez got 76 laps, and that's what he's got to show for it. Hamilton 67 laps, Norris 62 laps, and Tsunoda leading the entire pack with 84 laps, and that's what he got to show for it. Tsunoda has 84 laps under his belt and not a damn thing to show for it. You stayed a bottom feeder, a bicuspid, a catfish, a shellfish, a lobster, a shrimp, and you didn't do shit. Tsunoda, man, you got all them laps, bro. Give me that money. You don't need it. You don't know how to spend that money. Tsunoda don't know how to spend that money, bro. He out here whacked out right now. He tripping. Let me see. We got a poll. We're going to have a poll in the chat. All right, here we go. Poll in the chat. Don't dance on it. Just vote on it. Do you think Williams has legit improved? Just based off what you've seen so far, do you think they have legit improved? Damn, man. Now we got red flag. Now we in red flag situations. Hopefully this is just a procedural thing too, right before they go on lunch break. So let me see. 69% say yes. I think they have to. I think the car may have improved. Not only their drivers, but I think the car may have indeed improved. I honestly do. We're going to see. Like I said, small sample size. Race day is going to be the day to really tell. And, you know, it gets different when you got all that shit flying around you. It gets different when you got all that heat from cars and exhaust. Right now, they so spread out. It's not necessarily cold there, but they're so spread out. They're getting as much, you know, less heated up air than they would be around a bunch of cars and taking in exhaust temps and all this other stuff. And so that first race is going to bring some gremlins out too. So taper your expectations on that. That first race is going to bring something out of these cars as well. So be ready for that. Definitely. I think I'm going to make me some scrambled eggs this morning. I think we're going to make me 6 scrambled eggs, pink Himalayan sea salt, and a little bit of smoked paprika. I think that's what I'm going to have. Get my protein up. I think that's what I'm going to do. I had the honey bun. There's my carb and my sugar. We'll go ahead and get those eggs in. Ooh, tear them up. Trying to tell you, I don't need nothing else. I'm just going to get the eggs and do that. So they talking to Mick Schumacher right now. And I know some people had questions about, like, why is Mick a Mercedes reserve driver and then also has paperwork and documentation to reserve drive for McLaren? That might indeed explain some of the things going on in McLaren and what all they have in their camp happening. So we'll see. McLaren could end up being a mess for the season. McLaren could end up being a clown show for the season. For real, they could. And I'm hoping not. I hope they don't. But it just doesn't seem like the vibe from McLaren ever since the launch has just been, it's just been solemn. It's just been kind of downward, like not really energetic. So I'm hoping that that's not the case with them, because they got removed from the season. I thought they had a pretty good season in 2021. And then 2022 came and everybody took a hit. Everybody took an impact hit. Everybody did. Red Bull and Ferrari included, but cars landed more in a better spot to where they took off shortly. But McLaren, not so much. And then this season, I was thinking, like, really they could, then the wind tunnel thing. And then it's just, they've been vacant. Like, how many times have we really talked about McLaren today? It's just been really vacant. They got pit crew right now out there with the Haas car, I believe. More than just one team, though. So trying to see what they got going on right there. Oh, they're all pulling in to the pits. All the cars are pulling in. So it's like red flag protocol. So that's what they're doing. Red flag protocol. That's what they're doing right now. They all pulling in like they would if it was a red flag. Put all the little shit in. They're going to cool the cars down, and then they'll let them go. So they're just testing protocols. That's all. Red flag test protocol. So we'll have this for a minute. Then they're going to end the session. I really hope they end this shit fast, because I want to see some final pushes, see some cars that are going to do some final laps, see if we can't get some more on-track photos. Nobody's really taking photos of cars sitting in the pit lane and on a red flag protocol. Nobody wants to see that shit. We want to see in-action photos. Like the ones right there with equipment on them and all types of stuff. And right now, that's ending swiftly. Ooh, shit. Somebody came out that box with some zip. Haas is the first one rolling out. MoneyGram, which is not even like a top 5 money transferable platform, which, you know, they also have some legal situations going on. So I don't know if they finished and concluded all that, but it definitely was a situation they had going on. Let's go. See the Williams, see the McLaren. They all rolling out. So let's get back to this. Let's go head back to the tracker so we can check this out and see what we got going on. Lap times, because we are ending this session. It's coming to an end. These drivers are about to get on track. I would imagine we should see every driver out on track in these final minutes of day 2 morning session at this point in time, so they can get to it. Put the pedal to the metal. Put that motherfucker through the floor. Be a Flintstone. Just pow, just stomp it. You know what I'm saying? So we'll see what they're going to end up doing right here. But I imagine we should see every driver populate the track sitting up here on our lap time. So we'll see what we get. Hamilton, Norris, Ocon, K-Mag, Zhou, Sargent. Saying it's crazy to see Sargent up there in number 2, literally. Albon had number 1 for some time yesterday. Sargent has now popped up to number 2 for the first. It's crazy to see that. I like it. I like it. He likes it, Mikey. I like it. Let's see. So, okay, 73% of you all think Williams have legit improved. Okay. So, let me ask you this. Poll in the chat. Don't dance on it, just vote on it. Damn, let me end that poll right there. Hold on. All right, poll in the chat. Don't dance on it, just vote on it. Ooh, oh, they lining up in their grid spots. So we about to get some practice starts on. I do like that. I do like to see who's going to pick it up. I like to see if somebody gets on the other side of the track. I don't like it when I see all the cars lined up on the same side of the track. Me, personally, I would like to line up on the worst side so I can kind of get a gauge for how I need to launch in those conditions. Like, you're on the good side, you know, it's like you're in the best conditions. Put me in the worst condition so I can understand this, because it might be a chance where I'm going to be here. Calvin Martin, W14, sandbagging, everybody getting stumped this year. Calvin, you really think so? Calvin, you really think so, bro? Man, I got to see what day 3 going to look like. So do you think, Calvin, they're going to go beyond day 3 testing, still just kind of wading in the water, and you think they're going to show up to race day, first day on a Sunday, and blast everybody out? Is that what you think is going to happen? All right, they all off. They are all off. We're going to see. We are going to see. I hope that's the case, so we can have good battles. So we're going to see. Because I know last season, that's what was circulating when things wasn't looking so good, is it was sandbagging. Even it was like 2-3 races, people still talk about sandbagging. It wasn't sandbagging. It was a real bag. It was a bag around their neck and just had their ass held down. It was a real bag. It was an albatross around their neck. It wasn't good, and they made progress, but I don't know what kind of shit it would be if they're doing that again. Like, if you're going to do that again, that's like, I don't know, man. I'm just questionable. Like, is that a decent idea? Is that something that you should really be doing right now with everything that's been going on? Like, is it good to try that? If they're doing that, they're purposely doing it. If you purposely do that, I don't want to hear any excuses. I don't want to hear shit. I just want to see that car become a rocket ship. That's what I want. That's what I need to see if that's the case. Because you sandbagging spades, it's not a good thing for you. Like I said that shit yesterday, it's not a good thing for you. So these cars on there pushing lap, they all with each other. We got minutes, and we're going to be concluding this. Yes, I read that book, The Mariner and the Albatross. Very good book. Very, very good meanings and lessons in that book. That was a good one. Mariner and the Albatross. Like, damn, that shit crazy. You know, that book stuck with me. Other book I'll be reading is The Golden Age of the Moors. So that's another book. But yeah, we'll see what happens, man. It should be heavy. Here we go with another practice start. They lining up in the grid. Woo! That Alfa Tauri got loose. God damn, Yuki almost pulled off a Haas move. Shit. Now, is that, damn, what's up with that? I could have swore that was Yuki. Whose car is that? Because they got Yuki showing up like he not even on track. And that looked like an AT from the front, unless that was a Haas. It might have been a Haas, but he got that. If that was a Haas, then that makes sense, because that was Haas-like shit. Let me see. When they pull off, they about to do lights out. Let me see what happens. Here they go. Lights out. He too excited. Oh, that was a Haas. Yeah, that was Haas-like. He damn near wrecked that car. I remember seeing Haas do that before. Like, motherfucker Grosjean warming up the tires and wreck the damn car. Like, what the hell? How you do that? How you do that? How you be a professional driver and wreck when there ain't even a damn race going on right now? Literally. I was lost. Calvin Martin, Ham was dancing before, hopped in the car before testing. When last time you saw him dancing about a car? Good. I understand that. Fair point. Well played. Understand. I don't think if I was dancing, I'd be happy. So if he's dancing, then he's happy. But how long ago was that? How long ago was he dancing? You know, how long was it before he was dancing, Lee? Was he dancing today? I don't know why the hell Lando didn't go. What the hell was Lando doing? Lando trying to cause a damn accident in practice. Let me see what Ham did. He probably fucking stopped up everybody. Almost called everybody. Yep. Almost called everybody the damn wreck. What are they doing? Damn, that, I mean, it was open and cars just sitting there like they wasn't going to go nowhere. What are two idiots? What is that? But I don't know, man. So we'll see. We'll see. Like I said, we'll see. I'm up for it if it's up for it. I'm up for it if it's going to happen. I'm all game for that. All game for that. Definitely all game for that. So we're doing red flag again. Damn, they red flagging this shit up. Like, they really taking all this time for this. Like, this is just crazy. Like, stop all this. Stop all this. This not, you're not going to even do that many red flags in the damn season. You scared to do a red flag. They scared to pull a red flag. I don't even know why they practicing it this damn much. They like, yeah, we just going to use the rest of your time, red flag this race. And this shit's about to conclude. It's about to be over. Yeah, they all coming into the pits. Red flag indications everywhere. They definitely testing those. I mean, it's enough red flags. If you miss that red flag, you blind as hell. I don't know how you driving a Formula 1 car. If you didn't see all them red flags, red flashing lights, you definitely getting penalized. You can pay a fat check. I want to see how many people are going to get fines for pit lane speed entries. That's what another thing I'm going to be looking for. Because, matter of fact, Lewis Hamilton, they racked him up with some fines last season. They were like, that man up. He wasn't the only one. I think it was him and another driver. They racked them up with that shit. They definitely did that. So right now they're pushing Hamilton into the garage. All drivers are off the track. Red flag has just happened, and you know what time it is. 16 past hour, 6 a.m. I have been up. I have been with you. I have been up for 6 hours. I have been with you for 4 hours, actually 4 and about half hours. So we have spent a lot of time together. Day 2, morning session, testing. They are in the garages. They're pulling the tires off. There are no cars on track, as you see right there. And let's see how many laps these drivers actually had in them. And 85 for Yuki had the most laps of all drivers, 85 laps, and as you see, he didn't do much with it. The next closest driver was Perez with 76 laps, and as you see, not what we have seen Max do with the RB19. Perez does not do that for sure, and we're going to see what he does next, because Perez is still going to be up unless Max for some reason comes back, but I think they're probably going to put Perez back out there on the track. So we're going to see how that goes for him, what he ends up doing there. Hey, this is what it is. This is part of testing. This is what we got going on. So we will have to be patient with some of these teams. Ferrari definitely is coming out, letting it be known, like, they probably here to make a statement, even if it's in testing. We ain't playing no games. They ain't no at practice. What practice? Jesse James Bell, what's up with the super sticker? Appreciate you, bro. Let me give you your Wolfpack stamp, bro. Let me get that to you. Boom, boom, boom. Big ups, big thanks, man. So Of course, like I said, we're going to have Wolves Den today. Later on, I will post the flyer on YouTube and within the Discord, so be ready for that time. I'll be able to give you a little bit heads up on the time because of, situations and things that exist for me today will be better. So I'll be able to give you a little bit more heads up, several hours, so you can be there. I'm also going to make the link and the thumbnail for the E-race that's going to happen Sunday at 11 a.m. Also, we have a one-on-one grudge race that will happen at 1500 on Sunday as well. So feel free to join us for that. Even after testing is over, we will still be here the following day on Sunday. And I also am going to be here for day 2. I've been here for day 2. I'm going to be here for day 3. We're going to do all that. So we're going to have a good ass time. As it sits, the classifications will be out, and I will post that, and I'll use that for tomorrow. We'll go over that. Full classifications right now. It's just the first half of the day. So as it sits right now, Carlos Sainz is the fastest in session 1. We're going to see who gets the fastest in session 2. And will it be a Ferrari boy? Will Max show back up, or is Perez going to be in the car for the rest of the time? What will Albon do? But I think Sargent is going again. So what will Sargent do? So we'll see how that goes. I really appreciate you joining me. I really appreciate being here. No matter where you are in the world, keep your head up, stay positive. This is Wolfpack Performance. I'm your host, Jay. I'll see you again soon. Peace.